program is brought to you by Newsworks in cooperation with the City of Eau Claire. This program is simulcast on WRFP LP 101.9 FM.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Beaton.
Here.
Berge.
Here.
Christofferson.
Here.
Emmanuel.
Here.
Gregert.
Here.
Strobel.
Here.
Weld.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
Zhang.
And we have quorum. Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening. I see we have a very strong and wonderful turnout tonight. This is our public hearing. The Monday night meeting is where we hear from folks about their thoughts and feelings on a whole variety of different issues before we make our legislative decisions tomorrow at our Tuesday 4 p.m. meeting. I want to welcome everyone to council chambers this evening and thank Valley Media Works for live streaming these proceedings for folks who are not able to be here this evening. That can be found at valleymediaworks.org or visit the government channel, which is 99.4 on Charter Cable. And note that this is also being simulcast at WRFP LP 101.9 FM. You can also find past proceedings of the City Council on Valley Media Works YouTube channel as well. If you would like to address the City Council this evening, I'm just going to briefly go over the protocol for doing that. It's changed recently, so I'm going to try and keep it simple, but essentially, once I introduce an item, staff, or in some cases the council, will present that item, and then there will be questions from council to help clarify or answer any lingering questions. Then is the time that we open up for public input on that agenda item. Once item is open for input, please come forward at that time, and you can just approach the podium here one at a time would be great on the item you would like to address. Speaking turns are 5 minutes for any item that is noticed on the agenda. When the light turns red on the podium, you'll see it kind of goes from green to red here. That means that your speaking turn has expired, and I may ask you, if you don't see it, I may ask you to wrap up your comments as well if you go past 5 minutes. Sometimes council members may have a question they would like to ask of you, and so please just remain at the podium for a few seconds to answer any other questions that might come up from council. If you wish to speak on an item that is not listed on this agenda, you will see at the back there's a public comment period at the end of the meeting. We've just instituted that. It was at our last meeting. And this is a period for folks who have other items that they wish to speak of that may be on Tuesday's agenda tomorrow, or new ideas that they may wish to bring to council's consideration. In order to speak in the public comment period, we ask that you sign up on the sheet that's at the back of the room. And so I will get that sheet and then kind of go through it by who signed up. And so if you signed up on the sheet in the back, but you're speaking to one of the budget or poultry keeping or anything else, don't worry about that and just come up. So, and maybe if you could cross your name off at the end, that'd be great. Speaking turns during the public comment period are 3 minutes. And we have a total of 20 minutes, at which time we will close it unless it is extended by a 2/3 vote of the council. So I think that pretty much wraps everything up in terms of what's expected this evening. Again, I think if is the overflow working? Do we have overflow? Okay. There's just to keep in mind, there is an overflow room. It may not be working right now, but we ask that folks in the back try not to stand in the doorways, but to line on the back or on the walls, just for fire and safety. So with that, we're going to move to our first order of business this evening, and that is going to be our public hearing on zoning. This is item number 1 is a public hearing on an ordinance rezoning a portion of property located at 2857 Western Ave from R1 and R3 to R3. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Before you this evening is a request from Bauer Estates LLC. So I try to zoom in here. Again, the request is from Bauer Estates LLC to rezone property identified here. This is the kind of radius map, just showing general location in terms of those who were directly notified of the public hearing. Or specifically, zooming in, seeing the variation in the zoning categories there. The request is to rezone the property from R1 and R3, as you see here, to simply R3. So to make the entire property one contiguous and continuous zoning district. Again, the parcel has two different zoning districts currently, and it was most recently used as a daycare facility. The comprehensive plan does identify this area as being appropriate for medium to high density residential. Therefore, the proposed R3 zoning land use change to multifamily residential is consistent with the comprehensive plan. A final site plan shall be reviewed by the Plan Commission at a later date, again, considering the proposal for multifamily residential at this location. Staff believes, again, the rezoning request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with surrounding land uses. Plan Commission found the same and is recommending approval of this request before you this evening. And I'll certainly stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do council members have any questions on this rezoning request? At this time, I see none. Thank you. Are there any members of the public here this evening then that would like to speak about item number 1, which is a rezoning request on Western Avenue? Is there anyone here this evening to speak on this item? Seeing no such desire, we will move then to item number 2, which is 2019 proposed budget. Item number 2 is a public hearing on the 2019 operating budget, the library and health department budgets, and special agency funding. Mr. Wenzens will present details this evening.
Thank you, Acting Council President Worthman, members of the City Council. This evening, we're going to be talking about the 2019 proposed operating budget for the City of Eau Claire. This is, tomorrow night, we'll be asking the City Council to adopt the 2019 budget, as well as set the tax rates and set the tax levy. This is really the last step in a multi-month process that started by division and department heads back in August, and we've gone through a series of work sessions with the City Council, I believe 5 in total, where we've gone through the budget and had presentations from division or department heads regarding their requests and some of the challenges that they're facing. So as we've talked about during a number of these budget sessions, the status quo is not sustainable, and we'll get into some of the reasons for that in more detail later, but suffice it to say at this point that revenues are not matching service needs or service demands. Eau Claire continues to grow. We continue to have increasing demands upon our staff. And unfortunately, our staffing and our revenue sources have not been able to keep up with those increasing demands. We've had substantial growth in the community. It's a challenge for us to continue to maintain basic services with the revenue restrictions that are placed upon cities throughout the state by the state of Wisconsin. We are currently able to make it work, but this is not sustainable for us in the long term. At the first budget work session, we talked a little bit about this triangle and building a great city. And this triangle or pyramid is kind of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, in that the items at the bottom of the pyramid are prerequisites, really, before you can move up to the, I guess, the higher order items within the pyramid. And those first 2 items are functional and safe. And as we'll go through in a little bit, we're challenged to keep Eau Claire a functional and safe community. And you heard from the police chief during the budget work session that crime rates within Eau Claire are starting to go up, and that it's not, I mean, we're not at any dire point, but it is something that we need to keep an eye on, and we need to consider addressing. You also heard discussions from the IT director as well as community services director about needs that they have for our infrastructure to keep it functioning and to keep the community operating at the standards that the residents expect. In putting together the 2019 budget, there were a number of challenges that we needed to work through. We needed to prepare a budget that complies with levy limits and the expenditure limits that are imposed upon cities by the state of Wisconsin, and also by comply with the city council policies on budget and fund balance. We need to continue to provide high-quality services and the quality of life that citizens of Eau Claire expect from local government. We need to provide competitive wages and benefits so that we can recruit and retain a highly skilled workforce. The organization is going through a great deal of turnover at the present time as the baby boomers continue to retire, and we're with unemployment running at historically low levels. It's becoming increasingly difficult for us to continue to recruit a highly skilled workforce. And we need to position the organization for the continuing retirement of those baby boomers. So if we take a look at some of the operating indicators for Eau Claire and some of the service level changes, between 1996 and 2017, the population of Eau Claire increased by about 14%. The number of improved parcels within the community increased by about 23%. The physical size of the city increased by about 9%. The miles of streets that we maintain increased by about 11%. The acres of parks that we maintain increased by about 67%. EMS calls for service increased 179%. The number of water meters in service increased by about 36%. And the number of network devices, computers, switches, routers, other things connected to our network increased by about 164%. Unfortunately, during that same time period, the number of city employees, including both the health and the library, increased by about 26 employees in total. Non-public safety employees, or non-police and fire employees, decreased by about 7 employees. Public safety employees increased by about 34 employees. After adjusting for inflation between 1996 and 2017, the general fund budget increased at a rate of 0.8% per year. The general fund budget without public safety, without police and fire, decreased 0.12% per year. And the public safety budgets increased by about 1.57% per year. So as you can see, the number of employees that we have providing those basic services, providing road maintenance, snow removal, providing our engineering services, the number of employees within those areas has actually decreased over the last 20 years, where the demands for our services have continued to increase. Within the state of Wisconsin, we've got something that's called levy limits. This is a statutory requirement where the increase in the tax levy is limited to what's called net new construction. Broadly, net new construction is the growth in the equalized assessed value of a community, less any demolition that's occurred over the course of the year. The net new construction for 2017 was about 2.51%. We closed a tax incremental district, which allowed an additional levy increase of about 0.6%. So the total allowable levy increase for 2019 is about 3.12%, or a little bit over $1 million. Divided out between the city, the library, and the health department, that equals about $907,000 for the general fund or the general services of the city, about $95,000 for the library, and about $57,000 for the health department. Between 2012 and 2017, the amount that we've been allowed to increase the levy under levy limits has not kept up with the rate of inflation. The top line, or the darker line on this graph, represents inflation. The lower line, that's a little bit lighter, represents our allowable levy increase. So as you can see, between 2012 and 2017, our levy increase, or the amount of our levy increase, has not kept up with the rate of inflation. If we look at some of the drivers of the 2019 budget, we budgeted for a wage increase of 1.5% on January 1, 2019, and 1% on August 1st of 2019. That totals about $500,000 for that wage increase. Also within the budget, we have step increases as provided for in our pay plan. That totaled about $400,000. We had various health insurance changes. Some people switched plans from a family plan to a single plan. We also had included a 4% rate increase. The total for the health insurance changes was about $138,000. And then retiree health insurance. As I indicated, we're experiencing a great deal more retirement, where more employees are retiring than are going off of our health insurance coverage. Retirees have health insurance coverage until they're Medicare eligible, but this increase for retiree health insurance was approximately $439,000. So if we look at the budget overall, the total increase in the operating budget, including both the city as well as health department and the library, was about $1.9 million, or about 3.2%. The capital transfer, we increased by about $2.4 million. This is the withdrawal from fund balance that we use to pay for capital improvements. This reduces the amount that we'll be borrowing in 2019 to pay for those capital expenditures. And then debt service in total increased by about $15,000. Overall expenditures were up about 6%, again, mostly being driven by the increase in the capital transfer. Non-property tax revenues increased by about $883,000. The operations levy, or the tax levy for operations, increased by about $1,055,000, or 3.1%. The post-2005 debt levy changed by about $21,000, or 0.2%. The assessed value of the community increased by about $746 billion. Now remember, we went through a revaluation last year, so that number reflects those changes in assessed values due to the revaluation. That was an increase of about 16.6%. The gross tax rate, including the library and the health department, decreased by $1.22 per $1,000 of assessed value, or decreased 13.22%. The tax rate decreased because of the increase in assessed valuation due to the revaluation of property within the community. The city taxes on an average home increased by about $9.23, or 0.66%. Now, we've changed the terminology. In the past, we've used taxes on a $150,000 home. Change that terminology to an average home, because we went through the revaluation. If I used a $150,000 house, it would look like the taxes were going way down, and that would be deceptive. So for the purposes of this, I compared a $174,000 house in 2019 to a $150,000 house in 2018. That represents a 16% difference, which was the average increase in assessed values. Included within this budget were a couple of what we call service modifications, or a couple of changes, and we'll refer to them as ongoing and one time. Within the 2019 budget, there were 3 ongoing service modifications. These are service modifications that will occur year after year. We did a position reclassification within purchasing, increased wages for various election workers, and also increased part-time hours for an employee in the city attorney's office. The total of all those ongoing service modifications is about $27,000. There were many service modifications that were requested by department heads that were not included in this budget. These include such things as on-call consulting services and planning, new technology, business license software module, an apprenticeship program in the forestry division, on-call services within the engineering department. The police chief requested 8 additional police officers. The fire chief requested 2 additional paramedics. Additional overtime was requested in the police department. There were 5 new positions requested within information technology. There was also a request to reclassify all positions within information technology in order to keep up with the market. And lastly, the community services director requested 2 additional positions. The total of those ongoing service modifications that were not included in this budget was about $2.35 million. There were also several what we refer to as one-time service modifications that were included in the proposed budget. The one-time service modifications are items that are only require an expenditure in 2019. As you may recall, what we've been doing is in odd-numbered years, we have fewer elections. And so the elections budget goes down in odd-numbered years. We're able to use some of those savings, if you will, or those reduced expenditures to fund some of these one-time service modifications. In even-numbered years, the elections budget goes back up because we have more elections. So this year, we were able to fund various one-time service modifications totaling about $261,000, including such things as extended warranty for cardiac monitor defibrillators within the fire department, parking study, conversion of our GIS data to be compatible with the county's data, and various other items listed on the screen. In addition, there were one-time service modifications that were not included in the proposed budget. Those included conference host fees for an American Planning Association conference, advertising costs associated with the census, security cameras, some fire equipment, education tuition reimbursement, and various other items. So if we look at the proposed 2019 operating budget and we break down each of our functional areas and what those costs, I think it's fairly interesting. Our police services, all the police services that the residents of Eau Claire receive, cost about $31 per month. General government is about $13 a month. Fire service is about $20 per month. Street maintenance, so all of the snow plowing and the maintenance of the streets within the city is about $5.50 per month. All of our park services is about $6.50 per month. Again, not going to go through all of them. But the bottom line is that the total property taxes on that average home in 2019 is about $1,398, or $116.50 per month. And that covers all of the property tax funded services within Eau Claire. I think that compares very favorably to other bills that you might receive at home. I know personally that my bill for cell service with 2 teenage daughters is pushing $200 a month. So for a little bit over $116 a month, I get all the services that the city provides versus $200 a month for cell phones. There were several amendments proposed by council members, and those are included in your Tuesday packets. I'm just going to run through those fairly briefly. There's an amendment being proposed for consulting services associated with participatory budgeting. That amendment provides $25,000 in 2019, but there is an expectation that this will be an ongoing expenditure, that there will be recommendations that will come out of that study that will then be implemented in 2020 and beyond. Funding for this item will come from decrease in funding for parking enforcement. This will reduce enforcement hours by approximately 30 hours per week, or about 12.5%. There's also an amendment being proposed for a smart housing program. This is a program that would provide education to potential tenants about renting and allow them to become certified as a as a certified tenant, that they've been through that education program, and help them help them secure housing within the community. The funding for this program is to come from the extended defibrillator warranty, or eliminate the funding for that particular warranty, and eliminate the funding for the ice edger replacement at Hobbs Ice Arena. In putting this together, staff did assume that this is a one-time funding because it's being funded with one-time revenues. And as we've discussed with the City Council in the past, it's important to match up your revenue sources with your expenditures, so that one-time revenues go with one-time expenditures and ongoing revenues go with ongoing expenditures. This budget also includes, there's also a proposed amendment to add 2 positions at the library. $179,800 is being proposed to add a community resources supervisor and outreach and early literacy services librarian. The funding for this is to come from the elimination of courier services and a reduction in the budget recommended by the city manager for contractual services. Without the courier services, city staff will need to collect payments from drop boxes and make bank deposits. We currently have 2 drop boxes within the community, and the courier collects the money from those drop boxes and takes that to the bank for deposit into our accounts. In addition, we receive payments at City Hall, and the courier takes those payments from City Hall, makes the bank deposits, and returns the slips to us. Without the courier service, another city staff person will need to provide those services. In terms of the amendment and the effect upon contractual services, if this amendment goes through, the following contractual services will need to be adjusted. We will be eliminating the National League of Cities membership from the City Council budget, reducing outside legal services within the City Attorney's Office, eliminating portable restrooms that are used at various parks and facilities within the community. We'll be decreasing the number of miles that are chip sealed annually by about 5%. The police department currently has shredding services provided on a weekly basis. That will be changed to a bi-weekly basis. The police department currently hires retired police officers to complete background checks on potential new officers. We'll be doing that with regular police officers, as opposed to hiring retired officers to do that, saving about $10,400. The Human Resources Department was proposing to bring forward a diversity initiative. We'll be eliminating that initiative. The Engineering Department has money within their budget for on-call consulting services. These are, to supplement our engineering staff, particularly in areas where we either lack the expertise or don't have the time to be able to provide those services. That's about $10,500. Within the fire department, we'll be eliminating the replacement or the addition of 2 power cots and power load systems, which were scheduled for 2019 and 2021, and new CPR Lucas devices that were scheduled for 2019, 2021, and 2023. That reduction is $38,000. And lastly, we'll need to decrease funding for equipment replacement. This is the equipment that we use for snow plowing. Our regular fleet will need to reduce the funds going into the equipment replacement account by about $46,000. So those will be the adjustments to contractual services necessitated by a reduction of $175,300. Lastly, there's a proposed amendment having to do with renovations to the council chambers. This amendment will increase the council supplies and materials budget by $4,999 to make enhancements to the council chambers. Funding for this amendment is coming from within the city council budget by reducing payroll wages, the phone allowance, and training and meetings. So that's all within the city council budget. So with that, I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Winzens, for the presentation, and thank you for all of your work over many, many months on this budget. Do council members have questions or clarifications on the presentation or anything related to the budget at this time? I suppose. Okay. Council Member Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and I echo my appreciation. It's always a hard season to go through because there's never enough, and yet the team together works to try to make the best proposal ultimately to serve the citizens. So I thank everybody for their work and tough conversations. My question, I guess I have a couple questions related to the contractual services. This is the first time that I've seen these actual items, so the mover and I haven't been presented these. I wanted to ask just about, I guess it seems that when contractual services are allocated, so as of 2018, there was a little over $7.4 million in contractual services. And what's being proposed for this year is about $200,000 additional dollars. Is it true that if the council adopted a level that the mover and I have proposed, which is still a little bit more than the 2018 adopted level, that the city manager or her or his designee would have the discretion of how to prioritize that $7.4 million for contractual services? So specifically, even though we see these items up here, if throughout the year a professional decision was made to go a different route for contractual services, the city manager would have that authority to do that. Is that accurate?
I guess I'm going to answer it this way: is at this point in time, we have to present a balanced budget to the city council, and these are the manager's recommendations on budget items that will be changed as a result of decreasing contractual services by this amount. And while you're absolutely correct in the dollar change for contractual services between 2018 and the manager's recommended 2019 budget, the total increase from one year to the other is about $182,700. $124,800 of this increase is for one-time service modifications that we went through, including the extended warranty for the cardiac monitor, GIS conversion, job analyses, and the testing of the turf at Carson. So if we pull out those one-time service modifications, the delta between the two is about $58,000 as opposed to the $182,000.
Does that help answer your question?
It does, and maybe if I can ask a follow-up is, and just that out of that proposed $7.6 million, and I realize that's a estimate that I'm citing, that if this change were to occur, this is the manager's best and top recommendation of how we can still utilize the same, a little bit more than the same dollar amount as occurred in 2018. Is that correct?
I really hesitate to speak for the city manager, so I'm gonna defer to the city manager.
City Manager Peters?
Thank you, Acting Council Member, or Council President Worthman. Yeah, that's accurate. If the budget for contractual services is reduced, and we had a relatively short period of time with a holiday to try to figure out what that would be. We feel it's appropriate to have conversations and budget discussions that talk about the impact. As we've looked at the contractual services budgets, and if it is reduced through an amendment, these are the changes that I'd be moving forward with.
Thank you.
And just, if I could just add to that, we did work with department heads to solicit their ideas on reducing contractual services within their work areas, and many of those recommendations from department heads were incorporated into this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council on this budget? Councilmember Jean?
Thank you. Just brief questions about out there. Modifications, that plus and minus adding at staff. Are those number are pretty much like close to what the total budget? Are there enough budget to cover all those modifications? The one that we just went over. Do we have enough budget to cover all those?
Well, do we have enough budget for all of the service modifications?
Yes, correct.
Absolutely not. I mean, there were, like I mentioned, over $2 million in requested service modifications that we were not able to include in this budget because we don't have the funds to do that. Now, all of the changes for wages and for step increases and health insurance, those are all included in this budget. And those are, I guess, some of the first things that we fund to make sure that we're taking care of our current employees before we look at doing other items. But most of the service modifications that were requested are not included in this budget.
Was that $2 million, it would say?
Over $2 million in requests were not included in the proposed budget. So, and we received requests, like I indicated, from the police department for new officers, from the fire department for new paramedics, from community services for new community services workers, and from our IT department to support our IT infrastructure and be able to implement technology enhancements.
Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jean. Any further questions from council, clarifications on the budget? Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. This is a little unusual tonight because a lot of the budget amendments don't actually get presented until tomorrow, and yet tonight is a public hearing. And one of the questions I have actually for you, Acting Council President Worthman, is one of the budget amendments was brought forth by, I think, you and Councilmember Emanuel, and it involves reducing parking enforcement. And I wondered if anybody had a chance to reach out to any of the business improvement districts or DECI to give them a heads up on that, because, I mean, most people just found out like Sunday when it hit the paper. And that's a little bit of a concern for me, and so I hope we entertain any public comment we can get on that tonight.
Sure. I guess I'll ask Well, just as a clarification that, the council decided on a process which obviously took a little longer in terms of budget amendments, but as far as I understand that the packet with the amendments was released on Wednesday of last week. Is that correct? And then obviously, the newspaper picked up the stories, and I've received some comment already on that specific amendment. So I hope, obviously we always want to encourage more folks to be able, and there may be some people here tonight that are would like to speak on the reduction in parking enforcement, but your point is well noted. Other further questions from council? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. And thank you for this presentation. It's really helpful, and I appreciate also the work that you did to put together some options to see what it would look like if a budget amendment were to go through regarding funding for the library. So just a couple of questions. One is, this is the first time I have seen this proposal, which I totally understand given the nature of the holiday. Will this presentation be accessible online, your PowerPoint, to review these, to spend some time with these figures?
Yeah, absolutely. We should be able to get that online tomorrow morning, first thing.
Wonderful, thank you. And just to follow up, I'm wondering if there is a place either online where it's possible to just get more information about the other kinds of things that are included in this category of contractual services. And just now that I'm learning a little bit more about it, I don't know if there's a more detailed overview available online, or.
I would. There is.
Okay.
We do have a budget transparency portal called OpenGov that is available, where basically you can get into that and see all of our transactions for the current year as well as the last 5 or 6 fiscal years, to see what kind of items are included within contractual services. As an alternative, I'd be happy to have a conversation with you about the items that are included within that category, and I can run you summary printouts from our financial system, or just have a conversation about those items. Be happy to do that.
Thanks. I so appreciate your willingness as the time is moving so quickly. Thanks again for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Further questions from council or clarifications from council? Seeing none at this time, Mr. Winzens, thank you again for the presentation and all of your work. We're going to open up then to input from folks who are here who wish to speak about the budget. And if I could just clarify that also includes the amendments that you saw presented, the participatory budgeting, library positions, and so forth. So if you'd like to come forward and speak on the budget or any of the amendments, please do. And please, when you approach, if you could state your name and address as well when you start, that would be great.
Am I on the 5 or the 3 o'clock?
You're on the 5.
Okay. Then you get the whole thing. Good evening. My name is Dennis Pope, and I've lived in Eau Claire for 26 years. I live at 916 East Lowe's Creek Road. I want to discuss the budgeting process, specifically the amendments. And as a point of disclosure, I'm also a member of the Police and Fire Commission, because I'm going to get into that. I have over 30 years of management experience working in a variety of healthcare settings. I've managed multi-million-dollar budgets. In that effort, I've worked with multiple departments to orchestrate balanced budgets. They don't always work, but you always try. I will make my comments in 4 sections, concluding with a set of recommendations. First one is that the budget is a tool. Budget should express the execution stage of the city's operational plan. After all, they drive the priorities of the city. They were built by the people who are fulfilling the policies of the city. These are the people who are close to what needs to be done to meet the needs of the citizens. That is why a budget reconciliation process is important, and a coordination has to be done in a fair and even hand. The city manager does that. Hey, nothing, and I can speak from experience, nothing is more demoralizing to the employees of this city or any other organization than having the resources they need taken away from them through a process that they feel discounts their expertise, especially if they feel they're not being heard. The next section is new programs and services. In times of limited resources, new programs and services should be created based on some clearly agreed upon need. Remember, this is important because when you take one piece of the pie away, you take one, you take it from somebody else. As a city council, you are the stewards of the city. Please don't confuse that with being the city. The city belongs to its citizens, and we elected you to watch over it and nurture it. The city is not your personal investment you can put at risk in the hope of achieving something that is personally important to you. I'm all for growth and new services, but I ask that these be done in a manner that meets the following criteria. A new service should be part of a plan that has been vetted by stakeholders, and such services are designed to further the mission of the city. A new or augmented service should bring value. Hoping or intuitively believing something will work is not good enough. You have to have some factual basis. Finally, this is really a zero-sum game. If you take away from one part of the budget, are you sure you will not create unexpected consequences in the next? Do you have a sustainable plan to continue the new service? What happens next year and the year after that and the year after that? Now I'll go on to the police department. I've been a member of the Police and Fire Commission for 8 years. You may or may not know it, but we vet every single candidate that meets minimal requirements. That means the group of 5 interviews every single candidate, and it takes a lot of time. One of the proposed cuts in the police department budget is the elimination of an outside service that will vet candidates after we've seen them to see that they are who they purport to be. You know, the department does a fine job, and they have very professional officers. And guess what? That's not an accident. Are you sure that eliminating the vetting process of these candidates will be less important than new positions to help promote literacy and library? I do not know how many more people will become more literate or excited about learning because of these positions, but I do know how important individuals with integrity and honesty are to the police department and to the citizens of this community. Here are my recommendations. If you feel a new service is warranted, take the time to have it built into the front end of the budget. That gives everyone time to fully digest and understand the cost-benefit ratio of what you're proposing. Make sure the citizens are getting the return on their investment. I pay a lot of taxes, and I want to make sure I'm getting my money's worth. Avoid the temptation to oppose what you want or feel is important without having done the research to be ready to defend it in some empirical manner. Make sure your new services align with the mission of the city. And finally, remember, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should.
Well, thank you. Any questions from council? Follow-up? Thank you again for coming down.
Yep.
Mr. Larson.
Hi, my name is Eric Larson. I live at 128 East Grant, and I wanted to talk about some of the budget amendments. I'm not here to oppose ideas that are proposed in those amendments. I think the additional library staff would be good. The only concern I have with participatory budgeting is that the group of people with the most organization and the most motivation is going to have the most impact on the budget, not necessarily the entire city population. I would be careful about that part of that aspect. But what I want to talk about is the services that are proposed to be cut in order to fulfill these additional positions and services. The CSOs, community service officers at the police department, have a specific mission. They're not there to fill roles that other people aren't able to do, although sometimes that happens in my experience. I think we've added some CSOs since I left the police department, and hopefully that happens less than it did before. But in recent years, we went through a comprehensive study related to parking, especially downtown with the new developments that we've had there. And the downtown bid had significant input on that. If you're reducing their hours by 30 per week, it's going to have a significant impact on our parking downtown. And many of you have been on the council long enough to know that businesses and people who come downtown feel very passionate about being able to park where they need to park. The businesses need those parking spaces, and that's why we have a 2-hour limit down there. It's really important that those parking regulations be enforced. There's another budget proposal that impacts the CSO's ability to do that, and that is eliminating the courier services. One of the justifications was, well, the CSOs can fill in with courier services. You're taking more hours away from the CSO's time to perform a mission that the city has long held to be important for our business development, especially downtown. And I'll come up again and talk about the chicken ordinance when that comes up, but that is going to impact CSO time as well. So I hope you will consider the lost service that will be impacted here. And there is a mechanism. If we want to expand library services and other services in the city, we can have a referendum that would allow us to increase property taxes beyond the levy limits. If you can convince the public that those services are important enough to pass an ordinance for, then let's do it. And many of us understand that the state has been neglectful in their responsibility to help fund local services. It's been a problem for more than a decade. But that means that if we want to do those things, we have to pay for them another way. And cutting services that our downtown businesses and others depend on is not a good option in my view. So I respectfully submit that you find another way to fund these services that you want to add.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
My name is Lee Hennick, 3150 Runway Avenue. I'm here in support of not cutting police officers' training or the council members. Thank you for letting me come up. On March 6th of 2017, a criminal beat up a cop, stole his cop car, and blew through the neighborhood, crashing into my home and blowing up a lot of my property. The police came, watched him, and as he left the vehicle, the criminal left the vehicle, he reached in. I watched from my back porch. He reached in and looked like he was pulling a gun. In Chicago or LA, Texas, a lot of other places in this country, the police would have shot that guy. Because of the training and because of the vetting that our police forces did with their new hires, that guy's alive today. Nobody was shot. I have not seen finer enforcement in my lifetime. I have seen a lot of poor enforcement in this country, and I recommend you never cut anything that allows our ability for our cops to do their job. They're way understaffed compared to other cities in this country and in this community. Our crime is increasing, and you're asking when we do bring a new cop to not have his background as thoroughly checked as other people are. Do you want a cop that's not trained or the best guy available, policing your area, your neighborhood, your universities, or you want to have the best in the world? Cutting funding to vet a cop is cutting your nose off. This is one area that you really should take a hard look at not doing. You want the best available. These guys are under pressure. They're doing way more than we should be asking them. And it's our job to support them and get the best man available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henning. Any questions? See none.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Ferber. I live at 612 East Grand Avenue. I'm a longtime Eau Claire resident, and since last May, I've been working on my social work internship at UW Eau Claire, focused on housing in Eau Claire County and the city of Eau Claire. I'm also a person with lived experience having difficulty finding housing. So tonight, you guys heard a little bit, not really much, but that they're proposing a smart housing program. So I'm here to advocate on behalf of implementing that program here in the city of Eau Claire. So there does exist a similar program that we can use as a model for that. It's through UW Extensions, and it's called Rent Smart. And so Rent Smart is focused really on college students, first-time renters. It teaches things such as, can I afford the rent that I'm going for? How to check out the property, the landlord, who's responsible for maintenance, repairs, and care of the property. What does a rental agreement look like? What should I do when I move in, when I move out? You know, the basics of first-time renters. The program that I would like to see happen would be a little bit more in-depth than that. A gentleman named John DeRosa, who is a property manager for Eau Claire Rental Resource, a wonderful resource for people like me who have difficulty finding rent in Eau Claire, places to rent in Eau Claire County. He actually worked with UW Extensions to create and implement this program way back in the beginning of it. And he also provides a training course to AIM Court participants. So for those of you who don't know, AIM Court is Alternative to Incarcerating Mothers. It's a treatment court program here in Eau Claire County. So with the program he provides to AIM Court participants, it has a few extra things to it, right? It provides things, or he teaches things like, how should you dress when you go get your rental application? You should take everything seriously, right? You should go in looking good because you're being interviewed even that first step of the way. He partners with local agencies, including police departments and fire departments. He lets participants know what their basic tenant rights are and also where the rental resources are for being a tenant. His last course here in Eau Claire had 48 participants. Right now, his course is just a one-day thing. I would like to see that course be a more in-depth, like a 4-week course that we could offer throughout the year. So I first learned about his version when I was a participant myself in AIM Court. And it's usually, like I said, it's targeted at people who are deemed high-risk residents, the ones like me that have a hard time finding a place that will rent to them. So not much in life scares me, but finding a place to live, trying to find a landlord that will rent to me is one of those things that terrifies me. So having that extra piece of paper, that certificate that would go along with this program, really is invaluable, right? That extra thing that will help that landlord consider looking at somebody like me as a possible tenant in the future is really, really important. So I met with John while I was completing my internship to ask him, what kind of things would help landlords consider renting to somebody who has a conviction history like I do. He shared with me some different ideas that might make landlords feel a little bit more comfortable, knowing who people have to back them up, like who are our references, what types of programs that we've completed since we've gotten our life back on track. So I get contacted quite often on Facebook by people who are just like I was a couple years back and are trying to get back on their feet. And I use the advice that John told me that day that we had a coffee down at Acoustic Cafe. And I tell them, dress nice when you pick up that application. Take every step of the way seriously. Be prepared with those certificates of completion. As minimal as you might think it is, all of those things are important to show that you're getting your life back on track. So now there's 46% of our community members are experiencing ALICE level of poverty. Not all of them have a conviction history, but many of them do. Many of them have evictions on their records. Some of them might have bad credit. All of those people would benefit from taking a course like this. And it's not just about the certificate, right? For some participants, it could help them establish a connection to the greater community, maybe for the first time. It could also be a first positive interaction with the police department or other government entities, where they learn that you guys are all public servants. It could be the beginning of establishing a mechanism for which we can track and meet the needs of landlords, particularly those who are willing to go the extra mile to rent to community members who have struggled in the past. If I had to pick 2 things that have helped me turn from where I was before to where I am today, it would be access to safe and affordable housing and a community that welcomed me back into the fold. So this budget amendment is a chance for the city of Eau Claire to do both of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Ferber? See none. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Bob Eierman. I live at 3007 Coltman Lane in Eau Claire. I've lived here for about 35 years. You know, a couple of years ago, I seriously considered trying to run for city council. At this point, I'm pretty glad I didn't actually make it here because I see these decisions are tough. I'm presently the president of the library board in Eau Claire, and so I'm here to address the two positions that are being proposed for the library, just to make it clear what exactly those things entail. The role of libraries in our society is evolving some. The library is one of two main educational institutions that the city supports in Eau Claire. Of course, K-12 schools are the other. And the library really is at the front line of dealing with information literacy issues as well as poverty. We have a lot of issues that we deal with homeless people and people in poverty. When I first got on the board was undertaking a significant and really important effort to create a new strategic plan, including a mission statement for the library. The library's mission is that the library promotes lifelong learning, creates collaborative spaces, and supports open access to diverse materials and resources to enhance the quality of life in the community. So the library really is an important educational institution. The reason that the library's role is evolving is because of the demands being placed on it to provide educational opportunities for all ages of people as well as very diverse populations. We get a lot of all types of people in the library. It's truly a mixing pot. A lot of low-income people who are taking advantage of the computer resources that we have as well as some of the other things. And we also help families a lot with early literacy issues. Collaborative spaces, our needs are changing and expanding greatly as people have needs for large as well as small meeting spaces and technological needs as well. And because of that, we're looking to hopefully renovate the building at some time in the not too distant future because our building really needs some work. And then the access to print as well as digital forms of information has really diversified over the last 10 or 15 years, and so that gives us challenges. Now we have a central library model here. We just have one building. It's a big community for that kind of a model. And so that means that we really need to get out into the community. We really need to do outreach. We can't wait for people to come to us. Because of that, we have programs like the Book Bike, Books on Buses. We have delivery programs. In addition, the staff does lots and lots of visits to community places, daycare, schools. We do things like the community read as well. So the programs are needed to move into the community to reach more people. At the same time, we need to meet the needs of people who are coming to the library as well. And that's become fairly challenging because we have this diverse population who are coming in there. And we need to maintain, to support everybody who comes there and maintain a safe and supportive environment. This is a people business, and so we need people when we try and improve the things that we're doing at the library. So the one challenge is to coordinate and develop effective programs. The outreach and early literacy resources librarian is a person who will move literacy programs into the community. Lots and lots of work goes into kind of creating the connections to build these programs as well as to implement them, and so that position would do that. The other challenge is to support all patrons and maintain a safe environment in the library. That's what the community resources supervisor would do. They would help to identify the needs of all visitors and try and figure out ways to support them and also create a safe and supportive environment within the library. We feel that these proposed positions address significant challenges within Eau Claire. They relate to poverty issues as well as like I said, early literacy, educational issues, and we can encourage you to support the amendment.
Thank you,
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eierman. Questions from council? Thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you for your service as well.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, my name is Jenny Chappett. I live at 3860 Redwood Drive in Eau Claire. I am here to speak to the importance of a tenant education program. On behalf of the landlords that I have worked with, in my past experience as a landlord liaison, I was advocating on behalf of the landlords as well as the folks in our community who have housing barriers, of a whole spectrum of housing barriers. And I just wanted to make sure everybody understood. I believe I sent an email or forwarded an email to all the city council members from one of our landlords, John DeRosa, who Sarah spoke to. And I know he had, detailed quite a few different items in that. The items that he mentioned, they seem basic to you and I, but to the people who are experiencing housing barriers, it means so much more to them. It really does. They literally, and I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of times it's just because of the lack of those basic skills that the majority of us have. And a tenant education program would speak to that immensely on their end. And on the landlord end, that would be one more tool for that person to have when approaching a landlord. Not just people experiencing housing barriers, but also really anybody in our community would be able to, take advantage of a program like this. One of the quotes from a landlord, first I wanted to mention every landlord that I've worked with has mentioned a tenant education program and the importance of that, as well as how much they would look at that in a positive light. So, that alone speaks volumes. But to quote one of the landlords that I work with closely, his quote is, "An educated tenant is a good tenant." So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Mike Carlson. I live at 4314 South Point Court in Eau Claire. I'm here representing the South Barstow Business Improvement District, as I am president. I want to talk about the opposing of the proposed budget amendment to reduce the police department parking enforcement by $25,000. With the increase of recent activity downtown, parking access has become a greater concern to small businesses. The 2-hour parking enforcement is needed to accommodate the turnover of visitors and customers to downtown, which is imperative to success of business of downtown. As you know, people in Eau Claire don't like to walk, but they will park on the far end of the mall and walk, but they won't do that in downtown Eau Claire for some reason. So we encourage turnover. We have studied parking for the past 5 years. We've had a parking committee that is made up of the different districts downtown. DECI has kindly spearheaded that effort to meet and discuss downtown parking. And with many people on that committee and many hours spent studying downtown parking, we feel that this is an ongoing problem that we need to continue to look at. So I would encourage you to seriously consider keeping that $25,000 in parking.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Councilmember Mr. Carlson, Councilmember Beaton actually has a question.
So we last year during our budgeting process, the city council increased funding for parking enrollment or enforcement. Can you speak to the changes that you might have seen over the last year with that increase in parking enforcement?
It is not working as well as we would have liked. I think part of the issue, that one of the reasons why we want a 2-hour parking is we need the turnover. Because without the turnover, we're getting, without the enforcement, I should say, there is no 2-hour parking. It's parked there all day because I'm not going to get a ticket. And that problem occurs when we encouraging our employees who work downtown to park elsewhere, to create the 2-hour parking for customers, so those people who are visiting downtown. They want to go to the Pablo Center, want to go to other small businesses in the area. We need that turnover to continue to have people continue to come downtown. When we don't have enough parking and that becomes a frustration for people, then where is that lead for us as growth for downtown?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Carlson, I just wanted to clarify something as well, because I sense that there might have been some confusion about this amendment, that unlike last year, this specifically is across the entire city, not just a cut from downtown parking enforcement, and leaves it to the police department's discretion on where best to make that change. So just so that you know, and so that others who came up before know, this is across our entire city, not just the downtown area. Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Dan Gelzer. I'm a property owner at 214 South Barstow Street, which is the Calico Shop, a quilt shop, and the Purple Petunia gift shop. Me and my wife have been there for 25 years, so we love Eau Claire. But I'm here to talk about the parking issue, of course. On-street parking for customers and visitors to downtown has been a problem for as long as I can remember. The goal has always been to get employers and their employees and apartment tenants to utilize the off-street long-term parking, leaving the short-term parking for customers. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need enforcement if everyone would obey the parking ordinances. So we'd have a free pass. I see people abusing the short-term parking every day, even with the present level of enforcement, which is more than in the past, but it's still borderline, because at times it doesn't get the job done. We even incentivized getting people into long-term parking by making the Schlegelmilch lot free. But still, they would have to walk 2 or 3 blocks, and that's not their first choice. Since the Pablo Center opened and Visit Eau Claire relocated, congestion has gotten worse, and there are days when customers can't find on-street short-term parking, even with all the spots on Graham Avenue again becoming available after the construction. Moving cars and checking tires has become a ritual. After the guy goes through and chocks the tires, 2 hours later you see them going out there and moving their cars or wiping the chalk off. In addition, there is a surface lot in the 200 block of Graham Avenue that will no longer be available starting December 1st. Things will only get worse, so additional enforcement is critical. I'm disappointed the parking committee wasn't aware of the proposal when we met October 24th. I know this just came up recently, but we would have been good if we could have discussed it and had some feel for the effect this is going to have on downtown. The council supported $150,000 for the license plate recognition system previously, to increase the enforcement and the efficiency of the enforcement for the CSOs. It didn't work and no money was spent at all. So that's something that's got to be worked on in the near future. So I'm asking for additional parking enforcement, or at a minimum to maintain the present level of funding until the next parking study can be done, which I saw in the presentation. So I would thank you for any consideration you give us to kind of reinstate the same level that we have now.
Thank you, Mr. Gelzer. Questions? I see none. Thank you again for coming down this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Whitcomb. I'm at 116 Illinois Street here in Eau Claire. I just want to make a really quick comment, a couple of really quick comments on good return on investment when it comes to city programs. There's really good research backing up lowering the barrier to entry for housing as a good return on investment for long-term community development. The other thing that has the highest return on investment for long-term community development is early childhood education and literacy programs. And I really appreciate wanting to develop those additional services through the library. I utilize the library quite a bit myself. I just think this is perhaps the incorrect approach and time to go about doing that. I would wholeheartedly support an initiative to vote on increasing the funding to the library. I will gladly go out and knock on doors and talk to people. I think that is perhaps the better way to go about that, considering how much restriction the state of Wisconsin puts on communities as far as how they can levy taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Any questions? I see none.
Good evening. I'm Judy Mosley. I reside at 2230 Trimble Street here in Eau Claire, and I'm here tonight to support the Smart Housing Program. In my daytime job in my real life, I'm a realtor, and I'm quite familiar with the shortage of housing that we have in our community. But in my volunteer life, I am the co-chair of Jonah's Affordable Housing Task Force. And there we work a lot on issues and barriers to affordable housing that so many of the residents in the city of Eau Claire face. As other speakers have talked to tonight, Sarah talked a little bit about some of the barriers that a person with prior convictions might face, but there are a lot of reasons why different people might face barriers to accessing safe, affordable housing. There's not only conviction histories, there might also be a history of alcoholism or addiction. There might be divorce, poor credit history, lots of those sort of socioeconomic factors that go into it. But when I was talking to a property manager recently, he said something that, gee, I should have known this. It should have been obvious to me. But he said that one of the things he spends a lot of time doing is tracking down tenants who aren't communicating with him. And it was like a light bulb clicked on, because that's my 26-year-old son who's autistic. And I spend a lot of time communicating with his landlord. And I act as that liaison. But not everybody has mom who is willing and able to do that. So I do think that any kind of program where we can help provide skills to people is not only helpful for the individual renters, but it's also a big reassurance to landlords. And it might help them a little bit with some of those pieces. I think one of the other things that's important to stress is that Eau Claire is a leader at the very least in western Wisconsin, but other communities are looking to us for solutions. And so it's important that we try to put on our innovative hats and come up with some creative solutions, and this is one tool in that toolbox that we can provide. So I really urge you to support that.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Is there any questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you again for your input.
Good evening. My name is Julia Johnson. I live at 1902 Eagle Lane in Eau Claire, and I am a property owner downtown in both South Barstow and North Barstow. And I guess I'm also on, I'm the North Barstow bid president. I'm on the South Barstow bid. I am a DECI committee member and DECI board member and a part of the DECI parking committee. And I would say in all of those roles, the DECI parking committee has given me the widest education in downtown parking issues. And I don't know if you're familiar with this committee. I have had the honor of serving on the committee for at least 2 years, and we meet a couple times a year, sometimes quarterly, and our meetings are generally 2 hours or more, because downtown parking issues are challenging. And I thank you for holding the position to weigh the priorities of what to spend money on, but I would like to, from that perspective, advocate for keeping the CSO hours that are allocated to parking enforcement. And I don't think I really understood why I would love parking enforcement before serving on the DECI parking committee, because you figure, like, how could you want people to receive tickets? But it's not about giving people tickets, it's about keeping that turnover. And when we have not invested in the, well, we did invest in the license plate readers, but it was not effective. So it takes a lot of man hours to police the parking ordinances. And then the other almost handicap that we have is that we don't have the meters on downtown streets. So we're offering prime real estate parking with this, unmetered system. So it takes a lot of man hours to make sure that people are there for 2 hours or less. And when it is not enforced, it's the downtown employees and residences that abuse the system and fill the streets all day long. And it's very frustrating being downtown and watching people erase the chalk or move it from one spot to another. And we offer a great service of free parking downtown, but making sure that it's there for the patrons, unfortunately, it takes enforcement.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Questions? I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Any further comments on the budget? We're going to hold it to one speaking term because there's so many folks here tonight. Sorry, Mr. Hennig, about that, but we're going to hold it to one speaking turn for each issue, just because we have so many people here this evening. About the affordable housing? Okay. If you could, Mr. Hennig, if you could, thank you, I appreciate that. If you could send a letter, and I forgot to mention that if anyone didn't want to come up tonight, we do have forms in the back of the room that you can fill out, and we get those delivered to our desks tomorrow, so anyone who wants to do that instead, or the other great way to get in touch is through our emails. So I apologize, Mr. Hennig, for that change, but I think with everyone here tonight, we should keep it to one term. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on any of the amendments or the 2019 proposed budget specifically? Anyone else? I see no such desire. We will then move to our next item, which is a public discussion on the keeping of poultry. Item number 3 is a public discussion on an ordinance creating Chapter 6.15 entitled Keeping of Poultry of the City Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire. This is being introduced by myself, and we'll have a presentation this evening by Ms. Stromberger. Good evening.
Good evening. So this is a proposed ordinance to allow the keeping of poultry within the City of Eau Claire in residentially zoned districts that are zoned R1 and R2. It would permit the keeping of up to 5 female poultry per property. The ordinance sets minimum health, safety, and sanitation standards for the keeping of coops and poultry and prohibits the commercial sale of poultry and eggs. The ordinance requires notice of intent to keep poultry to neighbors within 100 feet of the applicant's property. It includes setback requirements from neighboring properties and property lines. And owners of abutting property would be able to object to the issuance of a license, and that license would then be considered by City Council. And if you recall, this standard is very similar to that proposed in the beekeeping ordinance that Council postponed until January. The Board of Health reviewed the ordinance and recommended approval at its November meeting. And I can address any questions, as can the Health Department.
Councilmember Beat.
I know that we have an educational provision in the beekeeping ordinance, and was wondering if that was considered for the chicken keeping ordinance. Any sort of institution, educational institutions using a coop for educational purposes?
Not that I'm aware of. It may have been considered, but it did not make it into the final draft.
Perhaps Acting President Orthman could speak to that?
No, I believe it's just for R1 and R2.
Sorry, can I have another quick follow-up?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm wondering if that was considered, and if it was considered and didn't make it into the ordinance, why that might not have made it.
It wasn't considered, and there may be speakers who come up that can address that specifically, but it wasn't considered at all for this ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you. Just a question. Is there any city in the area that has raised chicken in towns that we know of, and how they're doing it? Is there any concern?
There are none in the immediate vicinity. There are cities throughout Wisconsin that permit it, but none, currently surrounding Eau Claire.
Maybe there is any in the area, is what you're saying?
Correct. There are none in the immediate vicinity.
Can I ask another question?
Certainly.
So what city in Wisconsin that we have?
I defer to the Health Department on that one.
Councilmember Strobel, did you want to say something? Okay.
My name is Matt Steinbach. I'm the Environmental Sciences Division Manager with the Health Department. There are many municipalities in Wisconsin that do have poultry keeping ordinances that we utilize as models. Menominee has one, Appleton, Fond du Lac, Green Bay, Milwaukee, Wausau. I would say we looked at about a dozen within Wisconsin and elsewhere in the Midwest and other places in the U.S. when we looked at health considerations in this proposal, in this ordinance.
Can I add another question?
Sure.
Have there been any concern with regard to law enforcement getting involved, any concern of health issues?
Law enforcement wasn't considered by the health department in our component of reviewing the ordinance. So the health department's mainly the main concern when we were reviewing and proposing language was on ensuring that there were protections in place to prevent risk of exposure to communicable diseases such as salmonella, and then helping to promote health and safety for neighboring people and others that may come in contact with poultry or poultry products.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Steinbach. Councilmember Weld.
President, I'm just curious if, again, it seems like a really good opportunity again, but was this introduced to the neighborhood associations? Maybe I can ask the introducer of the topic, but were they given an opportunity to discuss it, or get together, get educated, ask questions?
No, this specific ordinance was not.
Is there any reason?
Well, I could probably give a little more history and background tomorrow, but this ordinance is closely modeled after two other attempts in the last 8 years. And so I would say that the community conversation around this has been vast and long. And so there wasn't a specific going to neighborhood associations, but there was opportunities, whether at the health department or in the lead up to this, for neighborhood associations to weigh in specifically, but it wasn't brought to neighborhood associations. Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate for me to ask you a couple questions as the mover?
I think that might be better suited for tomorrow evening because I just want to make sure that we're focusing mostly on community input at this point.
Okay.
Councilmember Weld.
President, again, for the health department or the city attorney, just doing my own research, it seemed like the majority of the communities that were mentioned or discussed in Wisconsin primarily just allowed the 4 birds versus 5. Is there any reason for that?
So as far as the health department goes, we were presented a draft ordinance that had 5 listed as the number that would be allowed, and there are ordinances in Wisconsin, La Crosse comes to mind, that do allow 5, and I have seen them elsewhere in the Midwest. So there was not a concern from the health department that 5 would be too much, because there are other ordinances that do allow that number.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up?
Sure.
I also searched in regards to the slaughtering of the poultry and didn't find a lot of communities that do allow that. Is there a reason that we are proposing that?
The topic of slaughter of birds is very contentious. It's an issue that's brought up a lot. There are some good research documents available that we use from the health department, and it's very inconsistent across the board on how that's addressed in ordinance and whether it's addressed at all. There are many municipalities that just choose to ignore it until it becomes an issue, or they have complaints. That was part of our discussion with stakeholders, and that may be best to actually address the issue and have some restrictions to get out in front and be proactive, rather than to address the topic when it becomes a concern from neighbors, from individuals. So that is why it is included in this ordinance on a restricted basis with sanitary requirements. It would be subject to all the restrictions in the ordinance as far as sanitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson?
I have a question for the health department. You mentioned, taking every precaution to prevent communicable diseases from chickens. One other aspect would be, like if there was a growth in like a rodent population related to like outdoor feed. Can you talk a little bit about how this ordinance addresses that concern?
So for food waste and other material storage, there are requirements for how that is to be stored. It's one of the major concerns with rodents in particular and feces around feed is that is a source of salmonella and other bacteria infections. So there are requirements for how those materials are kept. It's disclosed in the application and then subject to inspections to make sure that what is listed is actually being followed to prevent outbreaks in small flocks. So yeah, there are many requirements as far as storage and management of materials such as feed and waste.
Councilmember Anderson, I think your microphone may be a little far away
Oh.
because it's not picking up properly on the.
Oh, thanks.
I'm not sure why, but thanks. Councilmember Strobel.
On that topic, they're subject to inspections, you said. In the ordinance, you're just going to do an initial inspection. There's not any ongoing or random inspections. Will it be just a complaint basis, or how will you inspect to make sure they're handling things the way they're supposed to be?
So an initial license would be subject to a pre-inspection. So it would be verifying that the conditions in the application are being met for the facility. And then any renewal would be subject to an inspection to make sure that basically sanitation measures are being kept. We are working through the process of how the annual inspection will work. We're working through that at the moment, but yes, there would be an annual inspection done by the health department prior to any renewal.
Does that help answer your question, Councilmember Strobel?
And complaint investigations would also be handled as they
Thank
would
you.
occur.
Thank you. Further questions from council on the poultry keeping ordinance for either Mr. Steinbach or Ms. Stromberger? I see none at this time. Thank you. Appreciate all the work on this as well. Then, folks would like to come to the podium to speak on this issue. Please come forward. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Eric Larson, 128 East Grant. I have to say, Mr. Acting Council President, you're persistent. This has been discussed before, as Mr. Worthman mentioned. It was proposed in an ordinance, I think, about 8 or 9 years ago. That ordinance didn't pass, and then there was a second proposal that we have a sort of a temporary ordinance. That ordinance didn't pass. And then there was actually a third time when it was discussed, and that was when we drafted the health chapter for the comprehensive plan. And that included a plan for allowing chickens, I think goats were even mentioned. And each time this comes up, there is a segment of our community who feels pretty strongly that they don't want to have chickens or other farm animals in the city. There's always a concern about sanitation. There's concern about things that have been mentioned here regarding the storage of food and the increase of rodent activity, chickens getting loose, and so on. And I think this is one of those issues where there is, I believe, anecdotally, that a majority of our citizens in Eau Claire do not want this to pass. And I guess I'm one of them. One of the reasons, in addition to the ones that I've already stated, is the time that it's going to take city staff to enforce this. We talked about the reduction of hours for CSOs already, and then using them for courier services. And I understand that the health department would be heavily involved in the enforcement here, but I guarantee there will be times at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night when there's a chicken at large in somebody's neighborhood, and the police are going to have to go and respond. It'll be a CSO most of the time. But this is anytime you do this kind of thing, you can't discount the additional staff time that's going to be required to maintain a safe and healthy environment. And it's not just going to come from the health department. It'll come from the police department and the CSO time that we've been discussing earlier today. So, I think that this is a significant enough change that there should be a significant effort to reach out to the community, whether that's going to community neighborhood associations and discussing this, or having an advisory referendum of some kind. But I believe that this has a good chance of passing when it comes before City Council. But I would encourage you to make a concerted effort before you pass this ordinance to reach out to the community and facilitate discussion about the concerns that the neighborhoods would have for this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Christine Anderson. I live at 521 Fountain Street. I emailed most of you this evening, but I felt it was important to put real people and real stories with things that are brought to your attention. I'm here to support the passing of allowing chicken keeping, and that's really for two main reasons, which I guess are kind of interlinked. One of them is I'm 38 years old. I've lived here 30 of those 38 years. I definitely consider Eau Claire my home. I have seen, especially in recent years, a lot of growth and change towards the college students and towards businesses and people commuting in for work and visiting the city. And in my experience, there hasn't been a lot of growth or change or appeal to those like myself who consider this home, who have roots here, who plan on staying here. And in my opinion, this ordinance, passing this would be one of those things that I feel would appeal to people like me, because my family comes first. My husband, my teenager, they come first. Providing for my family comes first before anything. So I would like to see this pass in terms of appealing not just to business and growth from outside, but appealing to those of us who have been here long-term and plan to stay here long-term. And the second thing is really towards the topic of self-sufficiency. I'm not too proud to admit that we are lower income and we are on a budget. We have worked ardently to improve our status, and any way that we can provide for ourselves is a win, in my opinion. And I've heard a lot of people talking about business, and I think business is definitely important to bring in those from outside the community and for those of us in the community. But being someone who is lower income and is on a budget, the more we can provide for ourselves, the more we can give back into the community. If I'm worried about providing for my family, I'm not as apt to go out and spend money at businesses. So anything that can help me and others like me and my family provide for ourselves, I think is fantastic. I've read the proposal. I'm all for following all the rules and all the guidelines if that's what it takes to provide for us and to continue to feel at home here. Mm-hmm. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
My
Good
name
evening.
is Don Hendricks.
live at 1410 Howard Avenue. I'm one of the guys that slipped through the cracks. I had chickens in this city in 1983. Back then, we didn't have to have an ordinance. I called them up, and we just had them. And I ordered 18 chickens at Farm and Fleet. They slipped in some roosters on us. And we had them from chicks, and there were some that didn't make it, so we went down to 14. And I had them in a hen house that was in the backyard. We had them for 2 years. The only complaint I had was from a neighbor that lived in the house that was like 10 feet from my house. And as spring came, the roosters started crowing, and as the sun came up earlier, they started crowing earlier, and they were getting older, and they were louder. And the neighbor and his wife were retired. They came up from Chicago, and I thought, well, we can hear them, they can hear them. So I went and I got rid of the roosters. 3 days later, that old retired guy, he says, "What happened to your chickens?" I said, "I got rid of them." And he said, "You know, those chickens, we came from the farm, and they reminded us of when we were younger and on the farm." And he really, and there was a time when my daughter at Sam Davy, they had show and tell. And the kids asked if they could bring a chicken. And we made it all right with the teacher. She said, sure. They were Rhode Island Reds. And I made a box for them. They took it there, and the kids just loved it. And after the show and tell, they put the chicken in the cage in the corner, and that was I didn't know that was a rooster. But he started crowing, and the teacher was trying to have class. And she started asking other teachers, what are we going to do with this? And she says, you know, I have a parakeet at home, and at nighttime we put a cover over his cage, and they get tired and they fall asleep. And she said, well, let's try that. And they got somebody's coat, and they put it over the cage, and then the rooster got tired and went to sleep. I didn't really have any issues. I had them for 2 years, and it was kind of like having fish. But that was at a time in our life when in '83 I had lost my job because housing construction just went down to the dirt. New homes were at 20% interest. There was 25% unemployment. The government, you know, the way they calculate it, that's just for 1 month. But I went all over looking for a job, and I couldn't find one, so I thought, what can I do? I know how I can push a lawnmower. I started pushing lawnmower, and I thought, well, I got enough money now. How can I put some food on the table? And I thought, those chickens, it only costs, like right now, it's only $11 a bag for 50 pounds of corn. It's $5 for the chick starter, and it only takes like $30 to get the birds and the feed. But you should have a structure, a coop that's out away from the house and away from the neighbors, you know, so that not that close. And I have a picture in my car. I wish I should have brought it in, but the coop was here. It was a 6 by 8 foot shed, and we had a completely enclosed chicken wire run for them. So, you know, they couldn't jump out and fly. But when it come time for me to start a garden, You know, that was a time where they knew where their feed was and they weren't going to take off.
Mr. Hendrick, could I ask you to close your remarks, because you're at your 5 minutes already, so.
Oh, okay. They went out in the garden, they picked and scratched around. Chickens will eat wood ticks, cutworms, Asian beetles, the potato beetle, and fleas. They are really a beneficial animal, and they are stewards of the land.
Thank
And I
you.
want them for a buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Karen Kais. I live at 3407 Rudolph Road. And I'm here because I want to support keeping poultry in Eau Claire in the city. And there are I'm just going to talk about 4 reasons. There's many more for me, but the first one would be because chickens are a fun and friendly pet. I have 2 daughters at home, and I'd like to educate them on where food comes from. So I think it's a good educational tool for children in the city. The second one is chickens or eggs can provide food security for poorer families. I think the other people have already talked about that a little bit. The third one would be city chickens or small farms. They usually lay eggs that are healthier for people than compared to store-bought eggs as well from the big farms. So health is a big issue with that. And the fourth thing is chickens control flies, ticks, other pests, and they also dispose of weeds and compost that may otherwise end up in the landfill, or you have to pay to take it away. So in conclusion, I feel that I should have a right to control my food supply, and it would also reduce my carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Wilson. I live at 602 East MacArthur in Eau Claire. And I'm super excited to be here tonight to talk about chickens for the reasons that people have expressed already. I'm speaking in favor of the backyard chicken ordinance. My family and I believe very passionately in sustainable practices, and this ordinance would support that passion. Backyard chickens would provide us opportunity to produce some of our own food. It would help teach and model for my children and others in the neighborhood, because all of the children would probably flock to the chickens because we live in Putnam Heights and we'd probably be the only family with them. Maybe not the only, but so it would help them learn the value of sustainability. And it will also help my children learn how to care for animals. I actually value living in the city a lot. It allows us to be a one-car family. I bike to work or walk in the winter. We can live nearer to our workplaces and reduce our carbon footprint. So this would allow us to continue to live in the city while experiencing some of the benefits that we traditionally think of as country or farm life. And I'm here without my family because they're home asleep right now, most of them. But I polled them, and 4 out of the 4 of us supported the ordinance. So you have an 8-year-old, a 4-year-old, my partner, and I did not poll the cats in our family, but I think they would be very excited and entertained to have chickens in our backyard. My 4-year-old asked, how would we get them here? And I was like, we'll talk about the details later. But I did actually tell them where I was coming and why I was going to be gone for most of the evening after work. I do have a few concerns. We have a long but narrow yard, and a coop needing to be 25 feet from a structure could pose some challenges for my family. We have a shed in the backyard, so in particular that might be difficult. The other issue of concern was being 10 feet from a property line, and I could see that if a neighboring property owner was okay with being closer than 10 feet, that might be a consideration. And additionally, I would like to ask for further clarification on what would happen for the council to, what it means to consider, for the council to consider a neighbor objection. What would the criteria be that would enable the council to overrule the objection or to support the license or application. Because I'm sure everybody knows that neighboring relationships can be a little bit contentious. You live in close proximity to one another and things come up. And I don't think I'd be up for discussing that in a public open meeting. And so I would just ask for further clarification on what that would mean and what the criteria would be. But overall, I was really excited to see Andrew's post about the ordinance and the details, and I would just like to support it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again. Good evening.
Evening, councilors. My name is Nick Novak. I live at 210 Ferry Street, Shottown neighborhood. I am writing and speaking in support of chicken keeping ordinance that will go before you tomorrow. Why? We used to have chickens in town, and eventually we will again. It's what we do when we want to be closer to the land and closer to our food. Our industrialized food systems have been failing for too long. CAFOs, groundwater contamination, E. coli outbreaks, low wages, corporate control over local people, food that tastes like nothing so that we have to slather it with ketchup and other manufactured frankenfoods. Of all the problems in this city and in this world, chicken keeping shouldn't rank too high among them. Chickens are incredibly dumb, sometimes annoying creatures, but they are useful in that they provide delicious, nutrient-dense eggs. When compared to certain mindless barking dogs or their mindless, oft-times obnoxious human owners, I'll take the chickens every time. Chicken shit is useful too, unlike dog and human waste, which is almost never recycled. Here's to the miracle of the incredible edible egg and to the hens that lay them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Hello, my name is Rachel Hart Brinson. I live at 4318 Meadow Lane in Eau Claire. And I've written to the city council members, but I wanted to add a couple more things to my communication. I am speaking in favor of having chickens in Eau Claire. A point of information for Councilman Weld, who I believe asked the question about numbers of chickens. In Platteville, Wisconsin, you can have up to 25, but you have to have a really, really big coop and run, just so you know. Second, I wanted to say that this is an issue which seems to be really important to a lot of my friends, not just here in Eau Claire, but people who are my age, who are looking to find meaning in what they do in their spare time, gardening, keeping chickens. I'm going to name drop here. My husband's best friend is Matthew Desmond. He wrote Evicted. Their criteria for hunting for jobs when he was getting multiple job offers at R1 universities was, can I have chickens? Because his wife really, really, really wanted chickens. So this is something that is really important to people, and people who are quality people. Not that we're ever going to get Matthew Desmond to move to Eau Claire. I would love it if he would, but we're not. They find it really important, and it's a really important quality of life issue for people. So I think it's really important as we have more and more people coming to Eau Claire from other parts of the country looking for the quality of life that they want to have, rather than the Chicago life, et cetera, that you be allowed to have chickens, because it's a big deal. The second thing is I wanted to say I read the ordinance and it's chickens, so yay, but there are a lot of things. You have to get a permit for new construction. You can't use something that you already have in your yard to repurpose it. I had a conversation with, I got an answer through Councilman Jeremy, Mr. Gregert, through Health Services that is because you're worried about contamination of space from rodents, and I understand that, but I also, if you're going to have a new construction, could you have a new construction with a shed and then a something right next to it just for space considerations for the people like Katie who have a really small yard. For me, who have been planning to build this shed that was going to have the chicken coop right next to it, that's totally personally where I'm at, and I will get chickens regardless of what happens with how the ordinance is written. But I do think it's something to consider in spacing out buildings in your yard and the best use of your space so that you have room to play with your kids, as well as keep your dogs out of your spaces and your chickens where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name's Kurt Anderson. My address is 4328 Meadow Lane. Yes, I'm Rachel's neighbor. I moved to Eau Claire about 5 years ago, shortly after I got back from Iraq, and my family and I, we bought that house on Meadow Lane, and it's in the city, barely. Our back line is actually the city limits, so all our back neighbors are not city. They all have 2.5+ acres. Our lots are actually an acre. Everyone has gardens. We don't have sidewalks, we don't have street lights, even though we're in the city. So actually one of my very first conversations with Rachel was, can we have chickens? And I was surprised to learn that we could not. I figured a progressive city like Eau Claire, that would be allowed, a small backyard flock. And I was very surprised by that, and I have kind of been a bug in certain people's ears since then. So I'm in support of it for all the reasons already listed. I have a fairly large garden and try to do things as organically as possible, and bugs are an issue, Asian beetles and potato bugs and what have you. So, and then the waste from the chickens can actually be beneficial to me as well, and help get rid of, they enjoy the byproducts of my garden and help the composting process. So I'm in support of it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thanks.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Matt Keyes. I live at 3407 Rudolph Road, Eau Claire, and you may notice the address is the same as Karen Keyes. We are husband and wife. So she already touched on issues that are important to our family in support of chickens. I grew up on a dairy farm about 15 miles south of town, and I now work in the medical community in town. We've resided at that residence for the last 2 years. We have 2 young daughters that attend Eau Claire schools. We enjoy all the great things that Eau Claire has to offer, cultural, arts, activities outside of work and school. And we made a very conscious effort when we decided where we would raise our family, if it would be out of town where we would have to commute a longer distance every day versus in town where we were close to all the wonderful services and activities that Eau Claire has to offer. And we made that choice to move into town and stay there long term. And but as a farm boy, I really still long for the country, and we do keep a small garden, and being able to raise chickens would be one more component, in addition to all the other reasons everyone else has spoken in support of, just to connect our children to growing food at home and that self-reliance that you learn growing up on a dairy farm, which I think a lot of people in this community can still relate to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natasha Gomez. I live at 1503 Frederick Street. I've helped a little bit with this ordinance, so I honestly was planning on hanging out until the end and then addressing a lot of the concerns, but it seems like a lot of people are really in favor of it that have been here today, which isn't a big surprise. We had about 900 people sign a petition in favor of it through eClock. So there is a lot of support from what we can see. People seem to be really excited about it. The response that we've seen so far has been really overwhelming, it seems like. I wish I could say that I had a really compelling story as to why I wanted chickens. I honestly just wanted chickens. And this was about probably started this maybe a year and a half ago, and I've since really delved down the rabbit hole of chicken keeping. Since then, I've had a son who I wish, it's really important to me that I can teach to him about self-sufficiency, about where our food comes from. And I think that's the culture that I grew up in. I'm born and raised in Wisconsin. I've lived in Eau Claire most of my life. I come from a family of hunters and fishers. And being in control of our food and where it comes from is something that's so ingrained in the culture of where I'm from. And it's something that I want to share with my son. I know that there's some concerns about health and safety, sanitation, but I think that we've worked really hard with the health department, who's amazing, on making sure that this is a safe ordinance. It's not something that hasn't been done before. We have a lot of models to go based on. We can see that a lot of them have been very successful. Madison has hundreds of coops. They have very few complaints, probably like 2 or 3 a year. So yeah, I just really wanted to come out and advocate for it. I think it's a really great ordinance. I think we've put a lot of work into it, and I don't know, I hope that you guys vote for it, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'd like to just say thank you personally for all of your work on this as well, so.
Thanks, hopefully, let's see.
Anyone else would like to address the poultry keeping ordinance at this time? I don't see anyone else. I'd like to, because it's been 2 hours, I'd like to break for just 3 minutes before we move to penalties for possession of marijuana, carbon fee, and family members at public meetings. Just 3 minutes. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. If council members could take their seats. If council members could take their seats. Thank you. Our next item for business is number 4 on the agenda. This is a penalties for possession of marijuana. This is a discussion around amending the ordinance section 9.37.020 entitled Penalties of Chapter 9.37 Possession of Marijuana and section 1.24.030 entitled Deposit Schedule of the City Code of Ordinances. This is being introduced by myself. This evening we have the presentation by our city attorney, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. And yes, exactly. This is an item requested by Councilmember Worthman. I'm doing a brief introduction. First of all, understand that the current local ordinance has been in place since 2002. That was a proposal brought forward by our office in conjunction with the police department as a diversion option to criminal prosecution. That I think has worked well, and you have a memo in your packet regarding it from Chief Staniszewski that indicates in approximately a quarter of the enforcement actions that law enforcement is called upon to take for possession of THC or marijuana, the local ordinance is utilized, typically in low quantities and low risk of reoffending individuals. The underlying violation, of course, is a criminal law. That's not anything we can change, but there is the ability, as council chose to do in 2002, to adopt a local ordinance. The forfeiture amount or fine amount is something that is within your control, at least what the deposit amount or the base amount is. At that time, the council in 2002 chose to create a new schedule and actually increase that fine to a base penalty of $300 with the corresponding court cost. That was a little higher than what staff had recommended, but that was their policy discretion, as it is yours to choose to lower it. What, of course, does not vary is the fact that it is against the law, both federal, state, and local violation. So in terms of how you get to the amount, still a bit of some small numbers, but this is a forfeiture chart based on state law with various additional court and other fees that, again, are mandated by the state of Wisconsin. So for this violation currently, it's a $300 base amount. That's an amount that you all can determine by policy. And then the rest of these line items that I've highlighted flow as an effect under state law to a current forfeiture total citation amount issued of $515.50. The proposed ordinance would alter what you have the ability to alter on that, and that would move down that base penalty or forfeiture to $1. They typically don't move in increments of just $1. They typically move in increments of 5. So I've highlighted the 5 for you, but the proposed ordinance amendment would move it down to simply $1. So at 5, it moves up with court costs to $143.80 with the $1 amount, and because some of these are percentage surcharges, you get these sort of interesting down to the penny differentiations. But at $1, the forfeiture as issued as a total citation would be $138.76. The only other adjustment would be a clarification that the adult citation at this amount of $138.76 would be for those 18 years and older, and those younger would be treated as juveniles, and under state law would receive a $50 total citation. So with that, if you have any questions for me, happy to answer them. Chief Staniszewski is also here. Otherwise, in terms of the policy issues, I would certainly defer that to Council President Worthman.
Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I understand the example possession, what that means in regards to the marijuana. In the same situation, if it were an open container, say a can of beer, what would the penalty be?
As a default matter under our city code, and this is handled in Title I, it's a $60 local forfeiture in this column. So let's see, I think 60 is right there, is it? Yep. And after court costs, that totals a $213.10 fine. So that is what most of your violations are $213.10. So you're choosing under local ordinance to establish a $60, kind of local penalty, and then it becomes that $213.10. You have a few that move above that, and this would be, if passed, would be the only one that would be, below that. But that's what an open container violation is in the city of Eau Claire. It's $213.10 with a $60 local penalty.
Just a follow-up?
Councilmember.
Thank you. So, and I know you're not a scientific expert in this subject, but can we agree that marijuana and a beer are both going to impair our judgment, are going to affect our mental capacity in some degree? Are they both equal in that sense? Maybe not equals exactly, but I mean, is...
Well, as far as I could help you on that, would be that they both produce impairment, and they're both recognized as impairment-inducing on existing state law on things like operating a motor vehicle while under the influence of an intoxicant. And that impairment can occur whether through alcohol, through marijuana, through other drugs, even through legal drugs, through prescription drugs, if taken to excess or in combination, that creates an impairment. So one of those drugs that can create an impairment is marijuana. Beyond that, in terms of the types of impairment and their duration, those drugs have differing impacts on that, and I wouldn't try to offer a scientific or medical opinion on that.
And I don't know if it's fair for me to ask you an opinion, but is it, do you feel that there should be such a difference in penalty for an open can of beer and say a joint? I mean, is it, to me it seems apples to apples. But.
Well, ultimately the policy issue, as I laid out, is one for you to decide. In terms of being in charge of our local prosecution of local ordinances, it would be my recommendation that you not go as low as $1. It makes it challenging to enforce and secure convictions, but it's still ultimately, my responsibility in our offices to enforce the ordinances that are on the books. So regardless of the amount, that's, as the chief was indicating, his department's obligation to enforced through citations, and we have a separate independent check of reviewing to see if the elements of the offense are met, and if they are, we have an obligation to prosecute. But being able to, seek successful prosecutions on that and actually to use the system effectively, having somewhat of a higher amount gives you some room to work. Not dissimilar to what we had a discussion about for the public intoxication ordinance or public good order ordinances. It was understood initially, but has passed the public intoxication ordinance. To have some amount of base violation there gives you opportunities for diversion, and that's what we routinely do now. Is when those individuals come in, we evaluate the case, and when full value enforcement, full citation enforcement isn't warranted, we have options to divert to a lower amount and actually encourage, the individuals not to repeat the offense.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, I guess, just talk about that a little bit as well, because in talking to a local judge, he said that the majority of first-time offenders that you do refer to a diversion program, they choose a diversion program versus getting the fine, and that allows them some benefits of not having it go on their record and those types of things. Can you talk about that a little bit more, maybe?
Right. So a large number do choose that program, whether they're being charged initially criminally or through, what we view as a right-away diversion of having a citation as opposed to a criminal arrest and being issued a misdemeanor. So either way, however they enter that system, diverting those through basically an opportunity not to reoffend, to understand the significance of basically choosing to do this while it remains illegal in the state, as opposed to choosing, advocating for perhaps a change in the law first on the substance, the legality of the substance. That's how we go forward with it. And certainly having some base amount of fine is one of the ways to sort of incentivize moving through that diversion program, which has a cost. I believe the county is charging $250 for that. Now, some people may still choose that program, even though it's higher in cost than this ordinance ultimately would be if the amendment passes, but it perhaps makes that choice more difficult. There are still other reasons to make that choice, because having a marijuana or THC conviction on your record has consequences, even as an ordinance violation. Federal grant funding, housing, grant support, and also federal school aids, tuition programs are negatively impacted if you have a drug offense.
Any other questions from council on this proposed change to the penalties for marijuana? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Nake. City Attorney. Then if folks would like to come, if anyone's here to speak on this issue, please feel free to come forward at this time. Mr. Larson.
Thank you. You have a lot going on tonight. So Eric Larson, 128 East Grant, and just by way of background, I think all of the council members know that I was a police officer for 28 years. I worked on the drug task force. I was chairman of the oversight committee for a time. So I have some experience in drug enforcement. But I'll also tell you that in the recent ordinance, or the recent countywide referendum calling for legalization of marijuana, I voted in favor. I believe that we are going to have legalized marijuana in Wisconsin, medical and probably recreational as well. It's coming to Wisconsin. And so I understand the sentiment behind reducing the fine down to $1. But I can tell you that it won't produce the results that you might expect. Police officers don't enforce the law based on their own opinion of whether something should be legal or not. I think in the chief's memo, he mentioned that first-time offense marijuana use, which according to ordinance and policy is properly responded to with an ordinance citation as opposed to a criminal arrest is typically, and probably most, the vast majority of times, is issued as part of another investigation into some other activity that the person was involved in, and they turned up having a joint or a little bit of marijuana on them. So they get an ordinance citation. And as been referred to earlier, there are diversion programs available for that person, but the amount of the fine doesn't have anything to do with whether the officer issues a citation. It will be issued whether the fine is $1 or $200 and whatever it is right now. The difference is that there's less incentive for that person to go into the diversion program, although going into the diversion program would take a THC conviction off their record, which is a benefit. A lot of folks who receive these citations don't think of it in long term. That's why they're engaging in the behavior that brought the police to them in the first place. They're not thinking long term. Given the option of participating in a diversion program or paying a $1 fine, a lot of these folks will pay the $1 fine and end up with a THC conviction on their record. The diversion program offers them an opportunity to learn about the impacts of drug abuse, not just marijuana, but other drugs as well. And I understand that in the plethora of drugs available to folks on the street, marijuana is probably one of the least dangerous drugs, other than the smoke involved and all that. But I don't think that this ordinance is going to produce the desired effect. I think eventually we're going to have legalized marijuana in Wisconsin anyway, and I would urge you to not pass this ordinance. Thanks
you,
very
Mr.
much.
Larson.
Thank you, and good evening, council members, city staff, and Acting President Worthman. My name is Ellie Strand, and I live at 3354 Midway Street on the north side. I'm going to have to move this a little closer so I can see it. And I'm obviously here to address the ordinance about reducing the fine for marijuana possession to $1 plus court costs. By any measure and every metric, the U.S. war on drugs has been a catastrophic failure. Policies designed to be tough on people who use and sell illegal drugs have overfilled our jails and prisons, permanently branding millions of otherwise law-abiding citizens as criminals and exacerbating drug-related death, disease, and suffering, at the same time failing miserably at its stated aims. Before I address this ordinance, I feel it's necessary to give you some background on how and why I got here tonight. I was in a motorcycle accident when I was 27 and suffered both a traumatic brain injury and what is called a gloving injury to my right leg. In a gloving injury, most or all of the flesh is torn off of a limb. I had extensive tissue loss and lots of nerve pain as the wound and skin graft sites healed, and that neuropathic pain continues today. Skipping ahead several decades, I was a nurse practitioner in Colorado Springs shortly after medical cannabis, which is actually the preferred name for marijuana, was legalized. One of my patients, who also had neuropathic pain, suggested I try it. While my patient only knew that I had pain similar to his, he didn't know that I was at the highest limit for one of the medications used for this type of pain, and also was on a high dose of opioids. While this regimen helped with pain control, there were still many nights where I could not sleep because of pain, or I woke early and could not get back to sleep because of pain. I did not go to a doctor asking for a marijuana prescription. Instead, the neurologist I saw recognized that cannabis usually can eliminate neuropathic pain, and he asked me if I would consider it. I tried marijuana while I was in college, so I knew that it was not the evil drug portrayed in films like Reefer Madness and in TV commercials like "This is your brain on drugs," with a close-up of the fried egg. Although I moved to Colorado after the referendum establishing legal medical cannabis, I read about its amazing ability to reduce the number and strength of seizures, how it reduces nausea and the flu feeling that many people with chemotherapy suffer from, and how it reduces the need for pain medication. So I signed up for the registry in Colorado and became a medical cannabis advocate almost immediately. For the first time in literally decades, I could control the pain in my right leg, ankle, and foot. I quickly reduced and weaned off of the medications I was taking for pain. I continued to work as a nurse practitioner in Colorado, using cannabis at night for pain control so I could get a good night's sleep. Then a recruiter called to talk about a job where I would be working with frail elderly and disabled patients. The best part was that it was headquartered in my hometown. As some of you may have guessed, I moved back to work with Community Health Partnership. By the time I moved to Wisconsin, I was no longer using opioids for pain. Sadly, I had to go back to even a higher dose after cannabis was no longer available to me. So instead of Percocet or Vicodin, I was prescribed long-acting morphine. I contracted myalgic encephalomyelitis, myalgic meaning muscle pain, and encephalomyelitis meaning an inflammation of the central nervous system, in 2006. This devastating disease affects all aspects of a person's physiology. So in addition to my pre-existing neuropathy, I also developed fibromyalgia, which is another difficult-to-treat condition that causes severe muscle pain throughout the body, and irritable bowel syndrome. You can imagine what that's like. Although CHP worked with me to modify my schedule, I was forced to quit working in 2008, and I was officially declared disabled in 2009. I could get into all the physiology of the human endocannabinoid system and how cannabis works to alleviate so many different kinds of suffering. But let me just say that more than 60 U.S. and international health organizations support the use of cannabis for medicinal purposes. I'm active in the legalization movement because cannabis has the potential to eliminate so many different kinds of suffering. Personally, it means I could return to the effective non-narcotic pain control I once had. By voting tomorrow to adopt this ordinance, the Council is demonstrating that it believes cannabis has a legitimate medical use. Following passage, city and campus police can turn their focus to more serious and devastating drugs such as methamphetamine and opioids. Reducing the fine means that people will no longer have a black mark that keeps them out of certain professions. Although I haven't mentioned it yet, cannabis is much safer than alcohol or tobacco.
Ms. Strand, if I could ask you to,
Yep.
5 minutes, Rob, if I could ask you
Okay.
to close.
Cannabis receptors in the brain are substantially different than those for alcohol or opioids and do not stop respirations. It is impossible to overdose from cannabis. Adopting this ordinance will have a net positive effect on public health. And in other Wisconsin cities and states that have decriminalized cannabis, there has not been an increase in marijuana use, and obviously fewer marijuana arrests. A recent study by the Washington University School of Medicine compared 5 states that decriminalized between 2007 and 2014 with 27 other states that did not make policy changes.
Ms. Strand, are you
Okay.
quite near the end of your remarks?
Decriminalization puts science and public health before punishment and incarceration. This isn't about stoners wanting to get high. They smoke like it's legal now anyway. This is about all the people who are affected by seizures, cancer, anxiety, arthritis, Crohn's disease, Parkinson's disease, depression, PTSD, and chronic pain, to name just a few. It's about helping people heal, helping people cope, and helping people manage the after effects of wars and other trauma. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council of Ms. Strand? I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dale Pointer. I live at 3501 Ellis Street. And I may be mistaken about the issue, but if the council is going to be supporting the medical use of marijuana by its vote tomorrow, then I have no need to speak. But that's not my understanding. Okay. I've read articles voicing support of reducing penalties for possession of marijuana, which have based support on interpreting Eau Claire's referendum results on the issue by combining the percentages of no penalties and medical use only to misleadingly give the impression that a large majority of those voters would support less restrictive laws on marijuana. The truth is also that nearly half of those voting indicated that they are against the recreational use of marijuana. So in that the negatives of the drug's use, other than medically, outweigh the positives, especially with long-term use in younger populations, the reduction of penalties to me does not seem merited. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Any further comments on this ordinance change? I don't see any at this time. We will then close agenda item number 4 and move to agenda item number 5. This is a public discussion regarding the resolution recognizing climate change and urging Congress to levy a revenue-neutral fee on carbon and fossil fuels. This is being introduced by Council Members Beaton and Anderson and will be presented this evening by our City Attorney, Mr. Nick.
Have you got me on here?
Good.
Great. Yeah, if I can, I'll just address this here. This would be a resolution that calls upon Congress to act, so it is an advocacy resolution as opposed to a substantive one, but obviously still one of import to the council and a policy issue it certainly has within its purview. The resolution calls upon Congress to recognize the scientific evidence of climate change and urges Congress to act by adopting, in among other ways, a revenue-neutral fee on certain types of fossil fuels. So with that broad overview, I would either turn it over to public comment or any further comment by Council Members Beaton and Anderson who propose it.
I think in terms of questions for council members or further clarification, if we could wait till tomorrow evening for that, because I think other questions may come up from fellow council members. Is that okay? Okay, wonderful. Thank you, City Attorney Nick. We will then open this conversation up. Folks who would like to weigh in on this item, please step forward. Good evening.
I'm Patty Scott. I live at 1016 Dodge Street. The climate reports that have been released recently, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report released in October, and the National Climate Assessment released just last Friday, make it clear that our climate is changing, that we're the cause, the impacts are very disruptive and very expensive, and that's only going to get worse if we don't do anything to curb our use of fossil fuels. So the question comes, how do we do that? Of course, there isn't one single answer. However, one approach that is widely regarded as critical by both scientists and economists is to put a price on carbon. The resolution that's in your packet urges the federal government to do that, to enact a carbon pricing plan that is revenue neutral and uses market forces rather than regulation to wean us from fossil fuels. Here are the basics. An annually increasing fee would be imposed on fossil fuels where they enter the economy, at the mine, the well, or the port of entry. Those fees would be collected and then returned to households in the form of a monthly dividend, minus the administrative cost. To keep U.S. companies competitive in international markets where not everyone has an equivalent carbon price, a border adjustment would be applied. So you might ask, how is this going to help? Well, that's actually been studied quite a bit. This type of plan would cut emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, by 1/3 in 10 years and by more than half in 20 years. Over 2 million jobs would be added in 10 years and almost 3 million in 20 years. 13,000 lives would be saved annually thanks to reduced air pollution. Prices, of course, would rise as a result of the fee, but still, half to 2/3 of households would either break even or come out a little bit ahead because of the dividend. The economy is also expected to grow significantly more with carbon fee and dividend than without it, actually. Clean energy innovation would be stimulated and the demand for clean energy will grow. And finally, Carbon fee and dividend would help this city reach its sustainability goals by allowing us to lower our carbon footprint in ways that are currently too expensive. So to make this happen, we need to join together and tell our legislators that climate change is real. It's affecting us now, and we want them to take action on a scale that can make a real difference. Your voice as a council is important and can help amplify this call for substantive action. Already, 3 counties and 5 cities in Wisconsin have passed similar resolutions, and many individuals and groups across the political spectrum are working very hard for a national price on carbon. It's not just something that Greens are working on. Some might say that this plan isn't city business, but I disagree. This plan will help you achieve city goals and prevent the worst of local impacts. Besides, isn't preserving a livable future really everybody's business? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Steve Reeser. I live at 3335 East Meadows Place. I've been an Eau Claire resident for about 3 years. Prior to that, I was in charge of operating the Madison wastewater treatment plant, and I still assist as an adjunct professor with the UW Civil Environmental Department there. Most would agree that reducing greenhouse gas emissions will benefit the environment, but how can carbon fee and dividend help achieve this goal? I thought I'd discuss that for the potential benefits of a carbon fee and dividend from the aspect of wastewater treatment, something that I'm familiar with, and how it might benefit like Eau Claire, trickle down. Eau Claire should be proud of its treatment plant operation. It discharges a very clean effluent, low in nitrogen and phosphorus to the Chippewa River, and the plant is very energy efficient. The plant uses methane gas produced in anaerobic digesters in generators and boilers, and probably saves about 50% of the energy costs that it would otherwise use to operate the plant. Wastewater treatment consumes between 5 and 10% of U.S. electrical usage, so why don't more treatment plants incorporate similar innovations? The answer is usually gas and electrical rates. It's less costly to just burn off the methane gas. Wastewater is dirty, the gas is dirty, so it takes treatment to use the gas, and generators and boilers require maintenance. The core business of a municipality is to treat the wastewater, and it's not to produce electricity, particularly if it doesn't benefit ratepayers. A carbon fee and dividend would probably change this equation and encourage more utilities to reuse methane. But could carbon fee potentially benefit Eau Claire? Even with its efficiency, the Eau Claire plant electrical costs, when I asked them about that, it's over $300,000 per year. So it's still costly, even though it's saving a lot of energy. There's plenty of ongoing activity on further steps to reduce energy used in wastewater treatment, and also in the reuse of methane gas. A few plants in the Midwest have become energy neutral by directly adding food waste or high-strength waste directly to their anaerobic digesters and producing more gas and more energy. So carbon fee and dividend could even make new projects, energy savings projects, look more attractive for Eau Claire. Along with the positives, though, I should point out a carbon caution should be noted. The balance between investment and the benefits must be carefully considered. It can be demoralizing to plant staff if it takes significant more time and cost to maintain energy recovery facilities if the cost of ratepayers remain high and the payback is not there. But carbon fee and dividend could stimulate a lot more projects, more research and innovation to reduce those costs. Implementation of new technologies will follow, and I'm sure that there would likely be true in more areas than just wastewater treatment in order to meet some of the sustainability goals that Eau Claire has. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any questions. Thank you again.
I am Jim Schumacher, 621 Marston Avenue here in Eau Claire. I'm also a member of the city's Sustainability Advisory Committee. I'm not here representing the committee, but I am a member. And as Patty noted, that with carbon fee and dividend enacted by the federal government, studies show that we will reduce in this country 33% of our CO2 in just 10 short years. And that'll leave us 2/3 yet to go, and we should be able to meet our city's goal of carbon neutrality by 2050 easily, I would think, anyway. But I'm also a member of Citizens Climate Lobby, which is an international group, and I'm quite active in the national organization. Every 6 months we go to Washington and we meet with our lawmakers, Congress and Senate, congressional offices and senatorial offices. 2 weeks ago tomorrow I was in the offices of 3 conservative lawmakers and 1 non-conservative. We work across the aisle and we're urging them to adopt carbon fee and dividend. It will unleash one of the most powerful forces known in this country anyway, and that's called the free market. And I've sensed in the 3 visits I made to Congress that there's a real sea change. There's a shift in openness to this idea. And just 2 weeks ago, we did share with some of the offices which of the cities here in Eau Claire or here in Wisconsin supported that. And I'd like to see our next trip in June to be able to add Eau Claire to that list. It's an elegantly simple idea endorsed by one of the Nobel laureate economists actually just this year. So I'd urge you to endorse and send a message to our federal government that there's thousands of people here in the city of Eau Claire that want this kind of action to be taken by the federal government, and it has to be done by the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schumacher. Just a quick question, actually. I see that there's, is it 45 Republicans and 45 Democrats who are part of the Climate Caucus?
Up until the midterm elections.
A few weeks ago. Were they, is that caucus generally in favor of this concept?
They're in favor of taking some sort of action, none exactly like this.
But something similar.
Lawmakers do like to make things a little more complicated than they really need to be. But they do embrace the need to take action, and we have to take action quickly.
Thank you. Further questions? I don't see any. Thank you again, Mr. Schumacher. Thank you for your service, too. Good evening. Yeah, you can just pull that down.
Is this good? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Kate Hale Wilson. I live at 1403 Frederick Street in the 3rd Ward in Eau Claire. I'm a retired university professor, Department of English at Eau Claire, and I was the first sustainability fellow on campus in 2008, and that was when I first connected with the city and early efforts in city planning to look for green goals, and now it's 10 years later. And I'm standing here as a retired professor and co-leader of the Citizens Climate Lobby chapter since 2012. You're considering this local resolution just a few days after the National Climate Assessment was made public to us all. This afternoon, I spent a little over an hour watching a webinar featuring Dr. Catherine Hayhoe talking about some of the findings. You'll have a chance to see Dr. Hayhoe next April at the UW-Eau Claire Forum Series on April 10th. She's a great advocate for climate action and a highly respected climate scientist who worked on this National Climate Assessment. So this afternoon I was looking through the documents and thinking about this resolution before you, and just pulled out a little piece of text that I wanted to read. I'll be brief. So the report concludes that the evidence of human-caused climate change is overwhelming and continues to strengthen. That the impacts of climate change are intensifying across the country, and that climate-related threats to Americans' physical, social, and economic well-being are rising. These impacts are projected to intensify, but how much they intensify will depend on actions taken to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions and to adapt to the risks from climate change now and in the coming decades. As the language in your resolution makes clear, you're very aware of the place of this resolution in the history of the city's efforts to address climate change. I've been proud to be part of that, and I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of this advocacy resolution and to continue to make political will for climate action across the country and in the capital possible. Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Thank you again, Ms. Wilson. Good evening.
Again, my name is Rachel Hart Brinson. I live at 4318 Meadow Lane in Eau Claire. I have my master's degree in conservation biology and sustainable development. Climate change, sustainability, all those things are very important to me. I'm involved peripherally with lots of environmental groups. And the federal climate right now for doing anything to address climate change is not good. All of the groups that I am involved with say that the action that needs to be taken right now is at the local level. So I'm really pleased that this has come forward, and I hope that you will pass it. I think it's the least we can do as a local community to say that this is going to affect us, is affecting us currently, and this is a possible solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the resolution regarding carbon fee, urging Congress to enact carbon fee here this evening to speak? I don't see anyone. We will then move to item number 6, which is regarding, it's a public discussion on a resolution authorizing members of the City Council and other City of Eau Claire public bodies to bring non-disruptive children, family members, or others to be seated with the member during public meetings, and to direct the directing the city manager to identify additional policies and procedures that could decrease barriers to service on public bodies for citizens with children or who provide care to a dependent family member. This resolution is being introduced by Council members Christofferson and Anderson, and will be presented this evening by Mr. City Attorney Steve Neck.
Thank you. Again, I'll just briefly introduce it from my chair here. Just about a year ago, October 24th of 2017, City Council took up the issue of a resolution on the appropriateness, as that council saw it, of having children share the dais with a council member. This resolution would alter or really reverse that determination from about a year ago to permit and the terminology in the first whereas to actually encourage citizens and members of City Council and its other boards and committees to bring non-disruptive family members and others to be seated with those council or board members during public meetings. And the resolution further seeks to increase citizen participation by directing the city manager to research processes and procedures used in other communities to mitigate obstacles and increase support to citizen participation, particularly those citizens with children or that might be providing care to dependent family members. And again, as you indicated, Council members Christofferson and Anderson bring this issue and asked that our office draft the resolution that will be before you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Is there questions at this time? I think it's probably better if we hold them for tomorrow, but Yeah, in terms of the language of this, maybe we should, is council okay with us holding questions, details, till tomorrow evening? Councilmember Emmanuel? Sure.
With the body support, I would have a question, but I wouldn't need an answer today.
Okay.
Maybe just to give
Certainly.
staff time, a little time to research. So my understanding on page 29 in the packet, the last therefore be it further resolved clause says that this resolution supersedes any and all previous acts that may conflict with this resolution. And going back to the original resolution, also the last therefore be it resolved clause has, makes reference to essentially non-council members, so city manager, city attorney, and other necessary staff as permitted by the council president, essentially to sit at a table that's designated for council members. So my question is, does this reverse also that aspect in that staff members do not need to seek permission to sit somewhere? Or let's say for here, while we're in this building, we've had citizens, staff members, and members of the public sometimes sit at the county board tables that are outside of the seating area. I like that. I think it works well. So I guess I'm looking for some clarification tomorrow. Does this also reverse that aspect as well? Thank you.
Does that question make sense, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, I understand it, and this resolution alters that resolution, I think, in all respects, just with the caveat that neither that resolution or this one affects work rules of any city employee. So neither impact the rules as they might apply to any of our, paid city staff.
Okay. Councilmember Emmanuel, maybe if you follow up with the city attorney, if there's further clarification needed before tomorrow's meeting. Okay. Councilmember Well.
Question for Mr. Nick. So I know that the resolution last year pertained just to the dais. Is it written anywhere that prevents children from being a part of any other public meetings that they may be a part of or serve on? Not the children, but the parents.
Right. That was the first time really council took it up as a standing rule. And the other thing that resolution did was, that council chose to recognize what it termed a past practice or a practice of not allowing children to be with them sort of at the desk or dais, if you will, at council meetings. Beyond that, in terms of, we didn't have any standing rules then before that action, and the issue hasn't been brought up, in the intervening months. So no other rules that I'm aware of. Again, in terms of how they affect public officials, not non-employees, and in terms of other members or the control of sort of the space of a meeting room, really at that time, to the extent I was asked, or just to again reiterate, it's really an issue for the chair to establish, with the consent of a majority of the body, sort of how they want to run the meetings and run their space, and what they find disruptive and what they don't find disruptive during their meetings.
Clarification? And that's why I understood it as well. I mean, I've been a part of a lot of different meetings and commissions, and kids have been welcome and present, and our work sessions and so on. And so I didn't know if that was somewhere written that was approved and the dais or the dais wasn't. But now I see it in the new resolution that it does state other public meetings. Is that right? Or all public meetings, I should say.
Correct. That's how the resolution that will be before you tomorrow is drafted, right? So, yeah, definitely broader in that respect.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. I apologize to Councilmember Emmanuel that I think if further clarifications if you would like to seek further clarifications of staff, that's fine. I think what I'd like to avoid is sort of the policy debates between the movers and other council members, if we could save those just for time's sake till tomorrow. But if you would like to seek further clarification, any council member, please do so. I think that's, yeah. Would you like to ask a further question, Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I can wait until tomorrow. I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Do any other council members have questions of the city attorney this time? I don't see any. Okay, thank you. We'll move then to public input on this item. Folks, please approach the podium and state your name and address. Share your comments. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is David Anderson. I reside at 4334 Heartland Drive West. I'm a retired Lutheran pastor. And it may surprise many of you to know that I'm an old white male. You don't need to be male, old, or white for a lot of those assumptions to adhere to you, but it helps. And you see us, old white males, at city councils, county boards, state legislatures, national legislatures. We're all over the place, literally. In fact, we're overly represented most places, which means that decisions, laws, budgets tend to reflect the needs, the values, and our priorities, the priorities of old white males. And it means that the values of young people, the values of disadvantaged people, the values of people on the margin are not as strongly represented. The present council is not like that, and I'm really, really grateful that you all are much more representative of the Eau Claire population than you used to be. This measure, the Family Members at Public Meetings measure, tries to decrease the barriers to public service on all public bodies and provide that citizens charged with the care of children, elderly family members, children or family members with disabilities are able to participate more fully. The result would be to more adequately reflect the younger, the less affluent, a greater segment of the Eau Claire population. A city that works will not work if it is just represented by people like me. A city that works has to represent everyone in order to work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, my name is Joshua Miller. I live at 1818 Emory Street. I'm a slightly younger white male, but I am also I'm also a father, and I also serve on the Waterways and Parks Commission. And in May of 2017, at one of my meetings, my wife was out of town working, and my daughter's babysitter had to go to her work at the last moment, and I had to go to my meeting, so I brought her along. And there were no problems. She sat, she read a book while we had the meeting. She was on my lap for a while. Of course, if she had become disruptive, I would have left out of respect for the other members of the meeting and the public in attendance. But the resolution passed last year makes me wonder if this were to happen again, would I have to choose between staying home with her and being a father, or participating in my citizen role in city government in the small way that I do. So obviously I'm here to support this resolution in order to open city government participation in whatever fashion to people who are busy with many things in their life, including being a parent. Respect for the meeting would always be there. Any disruptions, of course, would always need to be taken care of, but this would allow people who are younger with families to have a bigger role in the city government, and when people of many different backgrounds can participate, it works better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there any questions for Mr. Miller? I don't see any. Thank you for your service as well. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anton Smets. I live on 28 Newton Street here in Eau Claire, a 40-plus year resident of our great city. And I'm an old white male. And being a little afraid that I would be seen as an old curmudgeon who is speaking against this resolution, I thought maybe I should be a little funny and talk to the city manager who is supposed to write the policies of this, how being a retired child and adolescent and family psychologist, you would have to figure out what exactly a non-disruptive child is in DSM criteria, or whether council members with more family have a right to bring more people than the ones that are single, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not really why I'm here. Personally, I think this is a terrible idea. I think you are elected to appear here in this chamber to worry about us, your constituents, not to entertain your family or your friends, or the very broad situation that is proposed here. I think that I probably would have stayed home in this very cold night if that was my only concern. But here is my biggest concern. We have all kind of realized that there has been somewhat of a seismic change in the setup of the council. And in many aspects, I share what was mentioned before about the new young blood and bright new ideas. But if you weren't aware of it, I think you probably are, but there are many people in this town, long-term residents, who are a little afraid that this might be too much of an activist board, that you may have some difficulties realizing that you represent your constituents and not your personal beliefs and feelings. In fact, Mr. Pope earlier tonight, that's, I think, what he was trying to tell you in his first comment. I feel that this proposal has a concern that this might be a little bit of an issue to settle an issue with the past president. Not like our president being obsessed with undoing everything Obama or trying to lock up Hillary. As a retired adolescent psychologist and dealt for 40 plus years with the dynamic that I fear we have here a little bit, maybe some middle school backstabbing. So I'm just going to ask you this. Ask yourself before you vote on this day's issue tomorrow, or when you go to bed at night, am I at all motivated to in some way or form settle a score with our previous president? And if the answer in your heart is at any percentage yes or maybe, then please do not demean your office.
Thank you, Mr. Smets. I don't see any questions.
Hello again. My name is Katie Wilson. I live at 602 East MacArthur Avenue of Eau Claire. As I mentioned before, I have a family of 2 young children and a partner at home, probably all of them asleep right now. And as a parent, you begin to notice how there are spaces that are very exclusionary of children and spaces that are meant for families. You go to concerts, you go to movies, you go to plays, you come to council meetings, and you realize that if your child makes a peep, people are going to start looking at you. I volunteer as a La Leche League leader, and we support breastfeeding families. And we've had people, parents who email us ahead of time asking if it's okay to bring their babies to a breastfeeding support meeting. I just want you to sit with that for a moment. If you can bring a baby to a breastfeeding support meeting. And the answer is wholeheartedly yes. We would love to see your baby and you can take care of your baby in whatever way meets their needs. And we say that at every meeting. And I'm not speaking on behalf of La Leche League tonight, but I am sharing that story with you because I think it highlights how we have spaces that are not meant for children. And we feel that very strongly as parents. And I will just share that I was at the meeting where the council passed the last resolution, and my family was all with me because it was earlier in the evening and they could attend. My youngest got fussy, and I nursed him during the meeting, and nobody noticed at all. I'm very passionate about nursing and breastfeeding. It provides a lot of nutritional value and emotional support and bonding for children. I'm here mostly to support family-friendly spaces in Eau Claire. I think this would be a move to create more family-friendly spaces, and we're here for our children. We're here for their future. I would love to be able to bring my 8-year-old and show her what this, government is like and the decision-making that goes on here. And I'd like it to be a family-friendly space. And I'd like not to have to answer those questions anymore about, can I bring my baby to a meeting, or do I have to bring my pump instead to a breastfeeding support meeting, that is. So this is how dramatically people feel the pressure to leave their children at home for so many activities and so much of the decision-making that happens. And we're here for the kids. We're here for their future. I don't know if any of you would say otherwise. So I just wanted to speak in favor of this change, and I think it would make it easier for people to see themselves in these roles and to serve in these roles and not see it as a barrier to be having to choose between staying home and not participating in being a citizen of Eau Claire, not having to make that choice between your family or serving. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello again. My name is Rachel Hart Brinson. I live at 4318 Meadow Lane in Eau Claire. I wanted to just get a follow-up on what Katie has spoken about already. I am also a La Leche League leader, and it's one of my passions to be able to care for your child as might be what we consider, some people say, natural. But I would just want to share a couple things. I was just at a breastfeeding conference in Milwaukee addressing inequalities in lactation care. And there were a couple of stories that were shared that I think are relevant. One, the gorillas in the Portland Zoo have not cared for their own babies for a long time because they were not cared for by their mothers for a long time. The gorillas in zoos that have cared for their own babies were taught to do so because they watched moms care for their own babies outside of their windows. So in Houston and in Cincinnati in the 80s, they tried something sort of revolutionary, and usually gorillas that are given their babies and they reject them will kill them if you leave them there. So they put the babies behind bars. They said, La Leche League, will you come and have moms outside at the windows like 24/7? And they didn't do it 24/7, but they did it quite a bit. And after 4 days, the mom gorilla said, oh my goodness, this thing is interesting. What should I do with this baby? And started nurturing that baby. And the reason I bring up that story is because caring for children is not something you learn to do if you haven't seen it done before. And so having a space that is accepting of children and families in lots of aspects. This is not just about breastfeeding. This is about families and the reality of families and how you care for families and being accepting of different people and different life circumstances. And goodness gracious, if it's going to be a disruption, I wouldn't want to bring my baby either. But I did run meetings for Just Local Food when I was breastfeeding my baby, and nobody talked to me about it being a problem. When he started getting to the age where it was not okay for me to run the meeting, he stayed home because it was fine, But at that early stage, it was the place where I felt I needed to be. The other thing I wanted to bring up was Senator Duckworth, from Illinois, gave birth to a baby not that long ago, and the Senate changed the rules so that she could go vote and be on the floor with her baby. And I just thought that was really pretty cool. And I wanted to remind you that had happened in a space that is full of tradition about decorum. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larson.
I've spoken Eric Larson, 2080's grant. I've spoken so much tonight, I kind of decided I wasn't going to come up and, and talk here, but Mr. Smets inspired me to do what I kind of wanted to do anyway. Look, a while back there was a discussion about breastfeeding on the dais, and through conversation with good friends, I was educated on that issue and made a journey sort of from being opposed to it to understanding and supporting the idea. But this goes much farther than that. It's not any longer about physical needs of a child, a baby, or all of the issues that a mother faces when she's not able to breastfeed when she needs to anymore. It's now we're talking about children, toddlers, young teenagers, maybe children on the dais, parents, grandparents. And I just want to echo the sentiment that's been said here before. The people of Eau Claire elected you to be on the dais, to do the business of the city of Eau Claire. They didn't, I think it's disrespectful to the folks who put you there and the job they expect you to do, to allow others up there who do not have the same role as you. So I guess that's about all I have to say on that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here this evening to speak on this resolution regarding family members at public meetings? Anyone else here to speak? I don't see any. We will close that item then. And just a second. I'm going to look over. We're moving to the public comment period, but I want to just, well, I guess I'll just ask for a raise of hands. Did anyone come this evening to speak on another issue that's not listed on the agenda beforehand that signed up for this public comment period? Mr. Larson? No, you can come forward if you'd like to speak in this period.
I'm sorry, this will be very short.
Not a worry.
Two things to say. One is actually kind of goes back to an earlier issue, and that is this.
If I could ask, we wanted agenda items to be. We wanted this to be for specifically other items or new ideas.
I understand. I will dispense with that. I know that you're going into closed session later to talk about the evaluation of our city manager, Dale Peters. And I felt like I wanted to comment about that a little bit. I've been involved in working for the city or serving on city council or plan commission for 35 years now. And in my time being involved with city government and city policy and so on, we've never had a more qualified, professional, or talented city manager than Dale Peters.
Can I have a point of order?
Councilmember Emanuel's point of ordering.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll address my comment to the chair. So since this is our very first time having a member of the public give a comment, I feel like we might be in a gray area because as the rule was written, which I do not have right in front of me, I think it specifically talked about that citizens wouldn't be able to talk about a staff member in particular. Well,
Do you think?
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
I think that was what we agreed on.
Again, I don't have it in front of me, but I just want to be sensitive to setting a precedent, accolades or not, that's what we had set out.
I didn't know. Sorry.
Councilmember Strobel. Well,
It says that city council shall not hear personal complaints about city personnel.
I'm gonna side with Councilmember Emmanuel's point of order on this, and this might be something we want to come back to, but we were pretty clear that we wanted to steer away from comments regarding staff, and so at this time, Mr. Larson, if you had anything else to say, you could say it, but okay. I think that the gist is there anyway. Do any other members of the public wish to step forward and speak on any other ideas, thoughts, or things that might be on the agenda tomorrow? I don't see any at this time. We will then, upon a motion by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Anderson. I'm trying to find it here. My apologies. Motion duly made and carried. City Council may go into closed session to discuss the annual performance evaluation process of the city manager, an employee over which the city exercises responsibility, which is permitted in closed session pursuant to S 19.851C of the Wisconsin statutes. We will, on a motion by Strobel and Anderson, move into closed session. Sorry. Roll call on closed session at this time. City Clerk.
Councilmember Anderson. Here. Beaton. Here. Berge. Here. Christopherson. Emmanuel. Aye.
The Eau Claire City Council meeting will return in a moment. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all, and Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson. Here. Beaton. Here. Berge. Here. Christopherson. Here. Emmanuel. Here. Gragert.
Here.
Strobel.
Here.
Well.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
John.
Thank you, City Clerk, and I want to welcome everyone this evening to our legislative session. I want to thank Valley Media Works for live streaming these proceedings for folks who are not able to join us this evening. To see that, please visit valleymediaworks.org or visit the government channel at 99.4 on Charter Cable. And also note that this is being simulcast on WRFP LP 101.9 FM. You can also find past proceedings on YouTube on the Chippewa Valley Media Works channel. I'm going to move this evening to our first order of business, which is the consent agenda. Do council members have any questions or wish to remove any item specifically from the consent agenda for individual consideration? Seeing no such desire, council, seeing no such desire, the consent agenda will then be moved by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Anderson. Is there a discussion on this item? Seeing none at this time, Clerk, please call the roll on the consent agenda.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton. Aye. Berge. Aye. Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel. Aye. Gragert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Well.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And that passes. We'll move then to our first order of business, the business agenda, item number 13, which is a resolution authorizing the sale of 318 Elm Street. This is parcel 080333. Ms. Basom is here this evening with the details.
Thank you. Good evening. For you is a resolution authorizing the sale of property located at 318 Elm Street. This property is the former location of the Walters Brewery and is located on the corner of Elm Street and North Barstow Street. This is Elm and North Barstow. On May 9th of 2017, the City Council declared the property excess land and not required for public use. In December of 2017, we sought and issued a proposal request. We received one proposal, but staff believed that the offering price was too low. We sent out a request for proposals again in April of this year. We received two proposals, and we believe that the first proposal listed in the packet was the most favorable. The request for proposals indicated that the assessed value was $50,000, with the best use being for medium or high-density housing. We requested the proposals include an estimate of market value for the planned improvements as well as a time frame for the improvements. The first proposal, they indicated a value, an offering price for the property of $31,615. Their intended use is a mixed residential with 6-unit apartment complex with attached covered parking. Their estimated market value for the planned project is around $600,000. The time frame for the improvements, depending on state and city plan approvals, between 1 to 3 months, with completion after 4 months. The second proposal we received, the value that they had listed for the offering price was $37,800. This use was intended then for as a parking lot. There was no additional information provided as far as market value or time frame. However, with the second proposal, they were also planning to use their existing parcel. The property owner here was looking to combine the two parcels. Using his existing parcel, he had planned or was thinking about improving the property, including adding apartments on the second level of the building, and then using our parking lot for, using our parcel as parking lot for that project. He had indicated that that would increase the property of the parcel that he currently owns by $712,200. He would start within 90 days of all the approvals, and completion would be roughly 24 months. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? I see none. Thank you, Ms. Basom, for the
Thank you.
presentation. Then on a motion by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Weld, item number 13 has been moved. Is there discussion on this item? Seeing none at this time. Clerk, please call the roll on the property transaction at 318 Elm Street.
Councilmember Beaton. Aye. Berge. Aye. Christopherson. Aye. Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gregert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
That item passes.
Anderson.
My apologies. That item definitely passes. We are moving to item number 14, which is a resolution approving agreements with Mayo Clinic Health Systems, Sacred Heart Hospital, Oak Leaf Surgical Hospital, and Marshfield Clinic regarding subsidies for the provisions of the emergency medical services to various participating surrounding communities in the greater Eau Claire area. Chief Bell.
Good afternoon, council members. With your indulgence, I'd like to actually speak to both resolutions.
Okay.
We'll have a quick presentation on both. I did make this brief, understanding that we do have a lot of items on the agenda tonight. So if you have questions, please ask. Hopefully I'm concise in what we say here, but if you have questions, if I haven't answered something, just ask and I'll do my best. So with that, we have the regional EMS agreements. We've been providing this service.
I'll take, if you just let me know.
Okay, for the next one. We began in 1975 providing regional or EMS service, and it's evolved to what we have today. But we've provided the intermediate level. Then we became paramedic levels, and then we started providing regional EMS outside the city limits, which is where we stand today, providing to 13 municipalities. The next slide. We currently have 60 paramedics on the department that provide various skills through defibrillation, advanced cardiac life support, ACLS, PALS. We also have 32 EMT basics, which I would be one of those basics. We have the paramedics. We administer over 35 medications. We do intercepts. We do 12 lead EKGs, which is another issue that we have on the agenda for tonight, dealing with our EKGs. We do numerous drugs that we for airway management, intubations, all of the things that that go along with the skill set of paramedics. Along with basics, we provide a lower level of EMT service that the first responders, when you see fire engines show up to the scene along with the engines, the fire engines have a 3-minute response. Paramedic ambulances have an 8-minute response. On the engines, most likely you'll find the EMT basics. Our medical directors, Dr. Kincannon and Dr. Krantz. These are the townships, the cities, and villages that we provide the regional EMS service to. Altoona, Brunswick, Clear Creek, Drammen, Lincoln, Ludington, Pleasant Valley, Rock Creek, Seymour, Springbrook, Union, and Washington, and the village of Fall Creek. With some of the townships, we provide service to parts of their community, not the entire. With that, back when we started the regional EMS program, Sacred Heart and Mayo were the founding partners within that regional subsidy that we're going to talk about here tonight. A few years after that, go to the next slide, Marshfield Clinic at the time and Oakleaf came on board. Now Marshfield is a hospital, and they're contributing through this agreement that we'll see here tonight as a hospital. So the 3 hospitals will contribute in equal share. Oakleaf still contributes a reduced share. Go to the next slide. So with that, we still have the 4 primary hospital destinations. These subsidies agreements do not influence where we transport. That's based off of protocol, patient choice, medical necessity. So whether or not a hospital provides a subsidy or not has no correlation as to where we transport. So what you have in front of you tonight are the two different sets of agreements. The first one is the EMS subsidy agreement. That's with the 4 hospitals. What we have now is a 4-year agreement with each of the participating hospitals. They will this subsidy will decrease by 25% each successive year over the next 4 years. After the 4 years, they're done. Up to this point, they've subsidized the regional EMS program for 10 years. So at the completion, it will be 14 years that they've been subsidizing regional EMS within the Chippewa Valley. Probably upwards of, for the 2 main hospitals, close to probably $1 million each over this 14-year lifespan, which is a considerable amount of money, and we're very appreciative of that contribution to the community. Go to the next slide. With the services, or with the communities, they're entering into a 10-year agreement. Typically, we've had 3-year agreements, so this is a change from that. We're moving to a 10-year agreement, but with that 10-year agreement, either us as the city or them as the receiving entity have the ability to get out of the agreement if they choose, or if we choose. Just have to give proper notice. Could be like Altoona's 1-year notice. The rest of the townships are 6-month notice. We'll phase this in over the next 10 years, so it's not going to be where all of a sudden they just start taking over the entire subsidy amount. So the hospitals will phase out over 4 years as the townships and municipalities phase in, contributing towards that service that they receive. We came up with a per cap ratio that we felt was practical, in the sense that they have the same limitations that we do as to how they can raise their taxes. So we had to find something that the communities could afford. So what we've done is we convinced the hospitals to continue subsidizing for 4 years, and it wasn't a give. You know, it took a little bit of work, but with that, it showed them the light at the end of the tunnel. You know, they've been pushing for, where is this going to end? How long does this go on? So what we have now is a process in which they can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and then it phases in for the townships at $2 per cap per year. So per cap means take Altoona, if there are 8,000 residents, I think they're a little under that, they'll pay $2 per person for next year. And then the year after that, they'll pay $4, $6, $8, $10. And up to a point where we're at $14 per cap. We'll go to the next slide. Sorry for the small print, but it's a lot of information. If you want to look at the actual breakout of how this will affect each community and the revenue that we'll bring in. So what this is it's a $2 increase per cap for the next 6 years. And then we won't go to the next slide yet, but on the next slide, on year 7, 8, 9, and 10, we only increase that per cap by 50 cents per year. But for the first 6 years, as the communities are increasing how much they're paying towards this service, the hospitals are decreasing what they're paying. At no point does the city of Eau Claire decrease the amount that we're receiving. In fact, next year we increase by $30,000 as compared to this year. And if you look at the very bottom screen, it's even getting hard for me to read from this distance. It shows how we'll increase over the next 6 years in our total revenue based off of what we received this year in 2018. And if we go to the very last slide, in year 14, or sorry, I'm sorry, in year 10 at $14 per cap, we're looking at about $389,000, give or take, in revenue for the regional EMS. That'll be all contributed from those that receive the service. Now, we receive additional monies in that. That's the part that we charge the patients, that we get billed through Medicare, Medicaid, or health insurance. But this is the subsidy that helps support the service. Compared to where we're at today at about $239, so we're looking around $150,000 increase by year 10. Not saying that's the amount that it'll stay at forever, but this is getting us from point A to point B. And the framework is now there, so to come year 11, I suspect we'll be looking at what increases there might be in year 11. But for right now, this is the framework that's going to get us to that point. And it's in a method at which we can afford and both the communities can afford also that receive the service. Any questions?
Council members have questions? Councilmember Berge?
So these subsidies will go directly to the fire and rescue department?
No.
No, oh,
They go to general fund.
okay.
So all revenue, whether
Okay.
we bill for collections or this revenue, all
Okay.
goes to general fund.
The same, can I have a follow-up? The same with when you bill health insurance and Medicare, Medicaid, they go to general fund as
Yes.
well? Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks.
Additional questions? I don't see any. Thank you again. Thank you for all of your work on this.
Thank you.
Then on a motion by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Zhang. Item number 14 on our agenda, EMS agreement has been moved. Is there any discussion around this item? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel. Aye. Gregert,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang,
Aye.
Anderson. Aye. Beaton.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to item 15. This resolution is approving agreements with towns of Brunswick, Clear Creek, Drammen, Lincoln, Ludington, Pleasant Valley, Rock Creek, Seymour, Springbrook, Union, and Washington, the city of Altoona, the village of Fall Creek, city of Eau Claire Fire Department to provide emergency medical services to their residents. We just heard the presentation. Is there any clarifications that council members would like to make on this before it's moved? I don't see any at this time. Then on a motion by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Berge, item number 15 is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I want to say my thank you to the chief, Mr. Bell, for this work. This is a huge haul to have all of these agreements come together succinctly, not only for a year, but to carry us forward for a decade. So if I wore a fire hat, I'd say my fire hat off to you. Thank you so much for your leadership and all of your colleagues who helped you to be successful in this.
And I apologize, but Chief Schultz was instrumental along with Jay Winston in making all this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further comments by council? If I could also just say a word of appreciation for all the work that went into this. I'm certain that it's probably been many months and a lot of meetings. And, we've talked at length about EMS and the service that we provide and needing to make sure that we're sustainable going into future years. And just, again, hats off for the incredible work on this. So any further comments? Seeing none at this time, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gregert,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang,
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
And that agreement passes. We're moving then to item number 16 on our agenda. This is a grant, specifically a resolution accepting and appropriating a Public Service Commission Energy Innovation Grant to undertake energy planning activities. Because this is an item that amends the budget, 2/3 vote is going to be necessary of the elected members. Mr. Allen is here, Scott Allen is here with the details.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman and members of the council. Again, before you this afternoon is a resolution to accept and then appropriate Public Service Commission, or PSC, Energy Innovation Grant for what we are proposing to call the Renewable Energy Action Plan. This proposal is for $180,000 to be paid by the state. It's a reimbursable grant, and it's to be paid by the state upon acceptance of the closeout report, which would be due no later than March 31st of 2020. This was first issued in an RFP from the PSC back in May. It's through their Energy Innovation Grant Program. This is funded by American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, ARRA or ARA funds, so the federal funding through the state. And June 12th of this year, staff came before City Council, and thank you for authorizing staff at that time to apply for these funds. And again, these are planning funds. And again, the City of Eau Claire was successful in that application, and now we're back before you for acceptance of that grant agreement. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions at this time? See no questions? Mr. Allen?
Thank you.
Then on a motion by Councilmember Christopherson, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, this resolution accepting a grant has been moved. Are there council members who wish to comment on this specific item? Councilmember Greger.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. And I do want to thank Mr. Allen and especially Mr. Noel, who really took the lead on this grant, and our Sustainability Advisory Committee for making sure that they prioritize this within their work plan too, responding to direction from council, but also their own ambition to address really an issue that we'll be talking about our next agenda item too. But the issue of climate change is certainly something that we can find ways for the city to address and mitigate. And this is really going to be a way to involve the community, and whether that be folks in neighborhoods or the business community or our utility that serves the city. So I really just want to show my appreciation for that, and also kind of welcome public input and ideas on the Renewable Energy Action Plan when we get underway with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Greger. Any other comments on this? I see none at this time. Clerk, please call the roll. We're voting on the resolution accepting and appropriating a Public Service Commission Energy Innovation Grant.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Gregert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to item 17 on our agenda this evening. This is a resolution recognizing climate change and urging Congress to levy a revenue-neutral fee on carbon in fossil fuels. This is being authored by Council Members Beaton and Anderson. Councilmember Beaton, do you want to take the lead on this? Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the staff for helping with this resolution. Again, this is a resolution that advocates for action being taken on climate change on the national level. This idea came from a larger national movement urging all kind of different sectors, private individuals or organizations and municipal bodies urging Congress to take action on climate change, specifically a carbon fee and dividend. And this particular resolution was requested by a group of constituents. So I appreciate those constituents coming forward and participating in our democracy in such a direct way. A lot of the information that I hoped you would know is in the cover letter, but I did want to kind of draw attention to the various countries and around the world that have already done this. The U.S. is one of three of the 15 largest economies. We're only one of 3 that have not taken up some sort of carbon fee and dividend. And so this is not a new thing, and certainly something that I believe that our country should be considering. I think it adds to our growing list of stewardship projects in Wisconsin, or in Eau Claire, including our 100% clean energy goal and carbon neutrality goal. And then the last thing I'll mention is that actually just a couple of hours ago, a bill was introduced to the federal legislature by 2 Republicans and 3 Democrats to propose a carbon fee and dividend. And so this is exactly the perfect time to speak for our constituents here in Eau Claire and interact with our federal government with the platform that we have. So I'm happy to entertain any questions, but for now I think that's all I have for you.
Thank you. And I think what I'll do, I should have moved it originally and then let you speak, but I think what we'll do it right now is moved by Councilmember Beaton and Councilmember Anderson. So the floor is open again. Councilmember Anderson, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Yes, I'm really grateful to constituents for bringing this forward and staff for helping us with this. Climate change is something with keenly felt local impacts, whether that's extreme weather events or increase of foodborne illnesses or tick-borne illnesses or all kinds of unpredictable impacts on roads. But we can make changes locally, but we can't entirely limit the damage of climate change unless we raise our voices as part of a national movement, because we need national policy change to see movement on climate. So I am grateful for the opportunity to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further comments from Council? Further comments? Councilmember Graggart?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and do want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward and working with the public on it. And Citizens Climate Lobby has really been like a national and local leader on this issue, and it's a example where in 2012 the local chapter started up, and they've been active in sending folks from Eau Claire to Washington, D.C. every year since 2012 in order to work on this issue. And so it's really an opportunity for us as a city council to work with a lot of folks in the community on it. And we do also have a point where we can also mirror a county resolution that on this very issue too. I believe it was this summer that Eau Claire County passed a similar resolution in support of carbon fee and dividends. So it's really another example of us kind of working across local government. And hopefully we can also see the state help bridge that gap too. So yeah, just wanted to thank everybody who's been involved and engaged on this issue.
Thank you, Councilmember Graggart. Any further comments? Councilmember Berge?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Just to echo what Councilmember Graggart was saying, I was going to mention that Eau Claire County has passed it. And then I also found out that Dane County has passed it, La Crosse County, City of La Crosse, Stevens Point, Rice Lake, Wapaka, and Middleton passed a citywide referendum instead of a policy like this. But so we are keeping up, or it's a similar trend across the state that I think is good. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's helpful. Any further comments? I see none at this time. Clerk, please call the roll on this resolution.
Councilmember Graggart,
Aye.
Strobel,
No.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. We move then to item number 18. This is a resolution authorizing members of the City Council and other City of Eau Claire public bodies to bring non-disruptive children, family members, or others to be seated with the member during public meetings and directing the city manager to identify additional policies and procedures that would decrease barriers to service on public bodies for citizens with children or who provide care to a dependent family member. We had discussion around this we heard discussion around this last night. This specific resolution is being authored by council members Christofferson and Anderson, and if I could just move Christofferson and Anderson move this item forward, then we'll open the microphones to either of you to introduce it.
I'd like to thank Ms. Stromberger for her work in helping me to create this resolution. I wanted to create a larger context within which we support the citizens that want to participate in our local government. When I was first seated as a new council member, I was really impressed with what was then the newly adopted strategic plan and vision for Eau Claire. It was a strong statement of inclusion, and it included strategic values. One of them stated, making Eau Claire a great city, a place where all people feel at home and experience a high quality of life and can reach their full potential. It was in our new member orientation that we were all encouraged to take this strategic plan and use it as a lens through which we would see the legislation that we were going to bring, to look at the budget and anything that we brought forward. We were invited to create this climate where everybody would feel at home here. In every meeting, the public would feel at home here. Persons experiencing low income would feel at home here, and a variety of perspectives could be spoken here. We are building this great city experience in a real time, and we're doing it together as a seated body. The second value statement that really caught my attention is this one. We help citizens meet their needs and help the community to solve problems. We need and value partners who can help. And last night during our public hearing, there was 3 people who spoke to this idea that we really have one really well-articulated viewpoint. But at this time, as we have generations of new leaders stepping forward, it's a time for us to expand and include in a really meaningful way people with other experiences. Many people will help us by volunteering. Some are going to be elected, all on terms of commitment of time within which things can change drastically through health, jobs, family, moves, stress, anxiety. But through all of this anticipated change, we as a body want to maintain a hospitable atmosphere for the community to work together. We may want to believe that we can eliminate whatever might obstruct our work, but I don't think that would be realistic. We want to put in place best practices to support a variety of people who are participating in government. And we want to, in real time, ask our volunteers and our leaders what it is that they need as support for as partners in government. So I brought this resolution as a commitment to open and offer real-time problem solving that shows compassion for the situations that each one of us might be finding ourselves in. And it's this perspective that we want to hold as one that Eau Claire is living and that we are modeling as a generation of leaders stretching towards a new way of being a community together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Christofferson. Councilmember Anderson, would you like to add to that as well?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I just want to echo my colleagues, Councilman Christofferson's comments on that, and then also add that one of the visions that I bring to this role is the desire to reduce barriers for participation in government and community. And I think that this proposal does reduce barriers for participation, and it does so in a way that will not, it doesn't cost the city anything, but it makes a clear statement that we value people and we want to meet them where they're at and get them involved. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilmember. Further comments from council on this item? Councilmember Strobel. It has been moved.
I just have a question for Councilmember Christopherson.
Sure.
You mentioned something in your opening statement that I'm not quite sure what you're referring to about one articulated viewpoint. What does that refer to?
Councilmember Strobel, would you be able to move your microphone closer? I'm not sure if everyone caught
One
that. If you could
articulated
repeat.
viewpoint? I didn't follow that.
Councilmember Chris.
Mind.
Oh,
Hang on a sec.
So what else did I say around articulated viewpoint?
you said people talked about one articulated viewpoint, and we're trying to get beyond that with new members or something? Maybe it wasn't.
I'm simply going to say that what we were working on, I really can't. I'm sorry, Mr. Strobel.
That's fine. It probably wasn't important. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Any further comments before we vote? Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Weld. Yeah.
Thank you, Acting President. I guess first of all, I want to clarify or state that, and I brought it up a little bit last night, that I do support our approval and current active encouragement of public service individuals that have shared or brought their children to commission meetings and board meetings and committee meetings. We've enjoyed children at our work sessions, and I was a part of Mr. Miller's Waterways and Parks meeting when his daughter was there. And again, I think it was a good experience and a positive experience, and I look forward to more of those experiences moving forward. I will not, however, though, support the idea of children being seated with us on the city council during public proceedings, and I guess I'd like to speak to that. I know a lot of this is some of the items that we talked about last year when this was discussed, and again, for those that weren't here last year, I guess I'd just like to reiterate some of them, and some of them were mentioned last night. But again, this is where we conduct our city's business, important business. These are decisions, and these are important decisions, and those involved demand and have earned our full and undivided attention. Many of those residents that are here speaking for the first time in front of a large body of people, they are nervous and they are under duress. Many of these residents are here before us speaking, and some pleading, for matters pertaining to the livelihood of their business or the sanctity of their home and their family. And this is not easy for them. I'd like to refer back to the word undivided attention, or words, I should say. I know my family expects when I leave for work in the morning that I will commit 100% of my attention and effort to my work, to my job, so that I can earn a living and provide and support for their needs. The residents that have elected you and I expect the very same thing, 100% of our attention and effort to serve the residents of this city. I just don't think that that's possible with children intertwined among us while conducting the city's business. And I'll ask for those of you with children or grandchildren or nieces or nephews to be honest when I talk about this, but I truly believe that being seated next to a young child while conducting the city's business, and that child is coloring, a nice picture, learning to write letters, playing with cars or whatever, that you aren't going to get caught up in that and enjoy watching that and being distracted, even if for just a little bit. I know that I could sit and watch my 1- and 3-year-old grandchildren all day long and quickly and enjoyably get lost in their world in a split second. And if you have kids or are with young people, you know exactly what I'm saying. That it is that easy to get absorbed, and it's a wonderful thing. I love getting lost in my 3-year-olds. He's got an incredible mind, but So to have that around me and still give 100% attention to the people that, again, are pleading for things that are so vital to their family, to their lives, it just seems like it's not what we were supposed to be doing. So I guess with that, I would like to, propose at some point that and I know it isn't in writing in the past, and if it's important, I think that we can have something written up that does say, that this is an important part of our commissions and our committees and our boards to include that. But for now, I feel like, at least on the council and conducting the business that we're here for, I don't feel that it's appropriate. I have more to share, but I'll pass it to the.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Other council members wish to speak? Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I view this as a welcoming policy that mirrors existing practice all around our world and our country. Just this year, we saw significant change at the United States Senate, who has very important business that they tend to when they are in legislative session. We see many United States cities. We have members, dads and moms, in the Wisconsin State Capitol. We have many Wisconsin cities. We also have the Eau Claire Area School District that has a policy that welcomes children with their legislative parent. And we have many examples that have already occurred on all levels of bodies within our own city, in this very own organization. I can support this policy because it helps us to build a culture for ordinary citizens to find meaning and a love for their community through inclusive and accessible public engagement.
Council member. Further comments? Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I can't support this. I was very aware of the reason the last resolution came forward, and I respectfully tried to offer a solution that might work for all parties. And ultimately, I did support the ban on children on dais. But this resolution goes beyond reason, in my opinion. It's allowing non-disruptive children, family members, or others, which is anybody else, to come sit next to a council member on the dais. I just don't get who thinks that's a good idea, and I just don't think I'll be quite as understanding on this one. We're stewards of the taxpayers' money. We run a $130 million business here with somebody else's money. The public elects us to do their business, and they expect us to be paying attention and doing that business at all times. I think no business would allow anything like this to happen. I think it is disrespectful to the public who watch us, who come to speak to us. I do think it would be disruptive. We also have security protocols in place at the city council chambers anyway, and it may place those public members at risk as well, and nobody talks about that either. Councilmember Emanuel mentions the Senate, and a couple members last night spoke about breastfeeding. Guess what? There's nothing mentioning breastfeeding in this whole resolution. Personally, I would have respected the members that brought this forward had they just made it about that. That seems to me like that would have addressed the elephant in the room, as it were. I just, the way it is now, I can't support this. I don't think it's a good idea. And I will have a question when others are done.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Councilmember Christopherson.
And I'd like to respond, not to rebut, but simply to respond with a vision. I have no crystal ball of what this would look like down the road, but there's a significant change in the public structure as new generations of leaders are coming forward. And I wonder if people, as terrified public participants come in front of the council, if they would feel less stressful if they saw something more ordinary, that they were approaching ordinary citizens that have taken a responsibility that is respectful but not terrifying to them. And I'm not saying that we're going to turn the council chambers into a child care or elder care facility so that everybody has their child pal with them. But I'm saying that we don't need to start with banning individuals from the council chamber. I think that we can say that this is an open, welcoming place for our local government, and that if the situation required someone to have someone with them because they were providing care and didn't have other arrangements for that particular evening, that would be permissible, and that if anything were to happen during the meeting that was disruptive or distracting, that instead of waiting for one person to cure that or correct that situation, you would simply ask for a recess where you could say, I am distracted. Could we take a moment to address that so that we could continue with our business? So I'm trying. I felt that the language was open enough to encounter a variety of situations that will come up in the foreseeable future, that it spreads the responsibility for managing the sanctity of our work together, but also creates a normalized environment that the public can easily approach. So that was my intention in bringing this resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. I'd like to make a motion to amend. I'd like to remove non-disruptive, two references I believe I see, but I would like to remove all references of non-disruptive children and just have them read children. Second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Strobel seconds. My reason for making this is that I the way that this is worded, I feel that my sense of it is that we're almost assuming that children are going to be disruptive if we put non-disruptive in front of the reference to children in here, both in the whereas clause in the beginning. And I would actually rather we just say children and put the onus on members of the city council or boards and commissions to decide when things are disruptive and to then, as this resolution states, to take action and remove themselves with their child or whomever it is that's seated with them that may be disruptive. But that's kind of the reason for this, is I think we ought to assume that things are going to go well, and if they don't, that we're smart enough to know when it is that we take action. Do any other members wish to speak on the motion? Councilmember Anderson?
I will be supporting that motion to amend. I think that the purpose of this resolution is really to acknowledge that we come to service as whole people with whole and complicated lives, and this resolution acknowledges that while leaving room for us to work together to make sure it's a positive experience for everyone. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the motion to amend? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Gregert?
Aye.
And that motion passes. We move then back to the resolution on the table. Further comments by council regarding this resolution? Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. I just want to be clear. Councilmember Christopherson may have misspoke, but because you said allowing children and others in the council chambers, but we already allow children and anybody else in the council chambers. What this resolution is doing to make the public totally clear on this is allowing those people to come up and be seated with the council members during public proceedings. That's the resolution. So just to make sure that's clear. And then I may have a question for City Attorney Nick.
Sure.
The last now therefore be it resolved clause says that any person may call for a recess when there's disruptive behavior. How do we define disruptive behavior? To one person it may be one thing, to somebody else it may be something totally different. How do we define that?
City Manager? Sorry, City Attorney.
Well, I think that's going to have to be decided on a case-by-case by that board, commission, or council. And while they can call for a recess, this resolution doesn't change the rules of parliamentary procedure, and a recess is only granted at the consent of a majority of that board that's present. So what I take that to mean is that, if there's an issue, it's in essence sort of like raising to a point of order of basically saying, I have a concern and I'd like a recess to address that. And as long as the board consents, it can. It can call a brief recess and deal with it. Now, that's the other trick is they can call a brief recess, but even catching myself as I say and then deal with it, the board can't take any action during a recess. They're in recess, so they can't now substantively address the issue of one member's concern that a child, family member, or other person who's with a member is disrupting them. That member might be able to self-address it, but again, you can't take any collective action. And so other than sort of creating a timeout opportunity there, really that's all a recess provides for. And again, in terms of when to do it or what might be disruptive, I think what that's saying is anyone can raise the issue and then it'll have to be decided collectively by that particular board.
Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I thought that it might be helpful if I share a little bit from our parliamentary procedures that we've adopted from Robert's Rules of Order. It talks about that members should refrain, or anybody in the room that the body is meeting in, that should refrain from disturbing the assembly. So the key words here are disturb the assembly. This rule does not mean, therefore, that members can never whisper or walk from one place to another in the hall during the deliberations of the assembly. At large meetings, it would be impossible to enforce such a rule. However, the presiding officer should watch that such activity does not disturb the meeting or hamper the transaction of business.
Thank you. Further comments by council before we vote? I don't see any at this time. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld,
No.
Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang,
No.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
And that resolution passes. We move then to ordinances for action. First up is item number 19. This is an ordinance rezoning a portion of property located at 2857 Western Avenue from R1 and R3 to R3. Mr. Allen gave a presentation last evening regarding this. Were there any follow-up questions that council members had about this rezoning? Any questions on the rezoning? I see none. Then on a motion we'll start from the front again, Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Anderson. Item number 19, zoning on Western Ave, has been moved. Are there any comments from City Council about this rezoning request? I don't see any wish to comment. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll on the zoning request, item number 19.
Councilmember Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang, Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
And that item passes. We move then to item number 20 on our agenda under ordinances for action. This is a keeping of poultry. This ordinance would create chapter 6.15 entitled Keeping of Poultry of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire. We had a presentation last evening. Councilmember Strobel, did you want to comment? Question already? Sure. Councilmember Strobel.
I have a couple questions, if we're in that stage.
Yeah.
Okay. The first one's for the city attorney. I was asked this by a constituent, and he wondered if this ordinance would overrule any restrictive covenants in any homeowners associations or anything like that, or if the restrictive covenants of the association would trump this.
City Attorney Nick.
This ordinance or any other are ordinances of general application. So they're, in something like this, it's what's permissible within the city, but it cannot trump or override a specific contract generally. So unless some court of law would find that contract to be sort of, be unconscionable or unconstitutional, otherwise unenforceable, which a restriction on the types of animals that might be kept generally would be considered enforceable under contract law. So those sort of contracts that are made between property owners or entered into at the purchase of property, those are going to stand alone and be separate. And so they would still be enforceable, but not by the city, privately through either that developer or fellow owners in the subdivision or unit that it applies to.
Thank you.
Does that help? Mm-hmm. Further questions?
Yes, sir.
Shoot. Go for it.
Acting President Worthman, I know you well, and, I don't know, when this chicken thing came back, I just looked in my file cabinet drawer, and by golly, I had a manila folder on chickens in there, just because I had a feeling that this may come back to us someday. So one of the things I had in there was something that you had actually given me when you were thinking about bringing this forward in 2017. So I have a couple questions on things that have changed since then.
Sure.
And I want to know potentially why they changed. So there's two things, and I'll just go through and ask them, and then maybe you can answer them. The first one that you had on there a couple of years ago was signatures from neighbors proposing that 50% and greater of adjacent properties, the side and the back of the lot line, would approve. That was one of the things that was there, is no longer there. And then the other thing was no slaughter for meat or otherwise. And so both of those items have since changed, and I guess if you could maybe explain your reasoning on that.
Sure. So on the first, this has been probably one of the biggest sticking points on this issue over the last 8 years that we've had a conversation around poultry keeping. And that is, what is the role of neighbors in the process of allowing chicken keeping? Some people would argue, especially folks who are maybe more conservative leaning, would say, it's your property, you ought to do what you want with it. Some others would say, well, we have to have neighbors weigh in because having a coop could impact neighbors and et cetera. This is something that our community has wrestled with. It's something that a lot of other communities have wrestled with. And I don't know that we know the answer, but I will say that almost every council member that has discussed this, whether in the past or current, have different feelings about what the right level is. So what you see here in front of you is what I would consider more of a balanced approach, which would say that it's important to have education, but at the same time, the veto power of your neighbors maybe should be less strong. And so, that's one way to look at it. I know that some council members are already concerned that we're creating contention among neighbors by the very fact of you having to go out and ask for permission from a neighbor who might end up saying no, that they have veto power over what you want to do. We have much more disruptive things in our community that folks can do on their own property that neighbors have no ability of say on. And so that's the other thing I would keep in mind is whether a signature process is even fitting for a poultry keeping ordinance at all. So that's a little bit of the discussion around, what's the right balance on this in terms of property rights versus neighbor rights. The second thing, which is the component of slaughter, this was actually brought first to our attention through meetings with the Hmong Mutual Assistance Association, and they raised this as something that ought to be permissible. But when we also looked further at our other ordinances, right now we allow you to kill a deer in the city potentially and dress it out, in your garage. And in fact, I see that happening. And so the more we thought about it, it was like, well, we already allow for slaughter in the community of much bigger animals, and so any adverse impact that we see of whether it's, families or children nearby or those kinds of things, I think we ought to be consistent in how we're addressing this. And the other piece of this is that this goes a step further and works with the health department to say, if we're going to allow slaughter, what is the way to do that safely? And so that's addressed in here specifically. And again, I think there's going to be a lot of opinions across council about, about this provision, but my sense is that we ought to be consistent in terms of if we're going to allow it. Now, keep in mind that you can only have 5 hens per year, so no one's going to be buying hens every week and slaughtering because we won't allow that. So it's the way it's worded is so that this is about eggs. It's not about slaughter. It's not for the meat, but there is that opportunity if you would like to take it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I have a question about the policy, and I'm not exactly sure who to direct it to. I'm wondering about, is there any way that a potential applicant could request a variance if this policy doesn't cover something that they're wishing for, or perhaps their setback space is off by 6 inches or a foot, or how do variances get addressed? What's that procedure, if any?
I'll defer to our city attorney, I think, on that.
Sure. Variances are not a concept in an ordinance like this. Variances are a land use concept, so that's something under our zoning code under Title 18. So in setbacks and issues in that chapter, how close can you be to the front right-of-way or to the side lot lines or things like that in terms of how your home is built. There are not variance provisions in this ordinance as it's drafted.
Follow-up?
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing that. That's helpful for me to learn. Does that mean that a variance is, I don't have any proposals to change the language tonight, but let's just say this does pass and there needs to be some variances or changes. Can a variance provision be written in an ordinance like this? And again, I'm not going to be proposing this tonight.
I think it probably could be, but it's not a zoning variance. So that, I mean, the concept of sort of making exceptions, but then you have the issue of who makes the decisions on when to make exceptions, what standards you have for those, whether those are delegable to staff, and if so, under consistent standards that you provide staff, or something that would come back to council. So really, I mean, we do have some, escape valve, if you will, type provisions. So variance is one in our land use and building. And then we have an administrative review board, but the administrative review board wouldn't handle this either because, again, the decision's not wrong. I mean, you're making standards here. You're deciding whether to make standards in terms of poultry keeping, and they are what they are. So the only issue there would be like, did somebody measure wrong or something like that? Not should we make an exception, which I think is probably what you're getting at. So understandable that the balance there, of course, is more time, more determining when to make an exception and when not, as opposed to potentially reducing some of those setbacks. So, you heard comment on that, and some individuals, said maybe we'd like lesser setbacks. So that's what you have to kind of weigh, because where it starts to get thick, whether it's of the chicken variety or any other, is if you're going to make an exception for one person, then on what standard did you say it was okay to be 2 foot under the standard, for Miss Smith on Rudolph Avenue, hypothetically, versus Mr. Jones, on West Claremont?
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Emanuel, do you have a follow-up, or did that help answer your question? Okay, thank you. Further questions? Councilmember Christopherson?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I heard from a constituent today who was asking about the fine in 6.15.080, and there was information shared today with council members about the fees and period, which does not apply here. So, but the fines that say upon conviction, not less than 60 and not more than 500 per day of violation. So the question was, are these fines retroactive, or is it for every day after conviction?
City Attorney?
The first one, you asked retroactive. I thought maybe it was the gentleman who fessed up to having some chickens. We can't post ex post facto laws
30 years ago.
apply in the past. And but then as I heard the rest of yours, I don't think it was so much about going after past chicken violators in years past, but so the way this penalty provision is written is very similar, if not identical, to all our other ordinances. So, one, they provide a range, but know that your default citation amount is $60 plus court costs, which currently totals $213.10. So there's no change to, it's in Title I, I think it's 1.24 of your code that sets your base fine amounts. So all ordinances, at least currently, provide a range like that, and it start at the base, but it provides some room in egregious situations to potentially go after higher fine amounts. And then the per day per violation issue is also very common. So it would have to be based on some sort of information of that violation, just like any other ordinance offense or traffic offense that's witnessed. So if they say they go out and do an inspection, likely the practice, our practice would be to issue orders. Say there's a coop that is too close to a property line or something like that. Our typical practice would be issue a corrective order. If it's not done, we'd go back, likely re-inspect. If it's still a violation, that's day one of the violation. If it hasn't been corrected by the next day, that's day two of the violation. If it's still not corrected by day three, and each one of those can be an additional violation. So that's how it technically works. Then the next stage of it is, if there are really citations issued for all three of those days and they fix it on day four, that's where prosecutors come involved. That's where our office becomes involved, and you look at each facts scenario and say, oh, well, they fixed it on day four. I know that, we issued 3 days of citations, and that's technically correct, but would we really prosecute all 3 of those days? Almost certainly not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Thank you, City Attorney, for helping to answer the question. Any further questions from council before we move this item? Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. My question was about, I guess it's in the section titled Property Requirements and Co-op or Coop Design. That's 61540. Under A4, it states some setback requirements, essentially. The co-op and any attached run/enclosure shall be located at least 12 feet from an abutting lot, at least 25 feet from any residential structure. Kind of goes into a number of different setbacks, and I guess I was wondering how those were determined if there are any changes from previous introductions of this ordinance.
Well, I can tell you how they've been determined. I'm not certain that I can remember all of the past setbacks. City Attorney, do you remember? I can just tell you, Councilmember Greggert, that at least the setbacks to other people's property was a point of contention with past councils. Anywhere from 20 feet to 40 feet was, amendments were made and it was dropped, and amendments were made to increase. And so, but what we see on the table here is something that Mr. Steinbach, the Health Department, through a lot of research and a lot of other ordinances around the country, are looking at what's going to be safe in terms of communicable diseases. And these are sort of the landed upon amounts. And that's each of them is there for a specific reason, but it's really to do with the safety of, we don't want people keeping them right off of their home or right off of their garage. I actually asked, what about off the garage? Because I think some people, including myself, might consider that. But these are all in place for a specific reason. And so while I can't tell you, in terms of the lot lines, I believe that's pretty standard. Those are standard setbacks. In terms of the other ones, 10 feet from a budding lot, I believe that's standard. 25 feet is kind of a settled upon amount. So
okay.
Hopefully that answers your question. We'd have to go back into the books to find the other.
Thank you.
Councilmember Christopherson?
Acting President Worthman, I'd like to offer an amendment.
I haven't moved it yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And actually, I'm going to move it and then just speak to it first. So I'll move on a motion by myself and Councilmember Emanuel. This ordinance has been moved, keeping of poultry. I just wanted to say a few words about this. And first of all, thank Mr. Steinbach, the Health Department, Director Giese, Ms. Stromberger, and our City Attorney, Steve Nick, Natasha Gomez, Ms. Gomez, who's in the back here. So many people helped to put time and work and effort into helping to craft this ordinance over the last 6 months. And it's also, the Health Department has also, the City County Board of Health has also reviewed this and passed it last month. A lot of work has gone into this. I want to just kind of give a little context in the fact that this is a conversation that our community has had since 2010. The last time this was looked at was a smaller version. I think it was 5 or 10 trial coops that were looked at, and that ordinance ended up failing on a 5-5 vote with one council member absent. That was in 2011. I think generally at that time and right now, in terms of the comments that we've been seeing, both in person in council, but also through our inbox and our phone, I think this is something that has a huge amount of community support. But I think folks who would like to do this are very passionate about it. It was 2016, a petition was started, and over 900 people in our community actually signed it, saying that they would support an ordinance. Now, that may not seem a lot in a community that's nearly 70,000, but in terms of engagement, and the issues we deal with, that's a high level of engagement. That's a high level of support. So this ordinance really comes from a strong backing in the community. The reasons for this are manifold, and I think we heard some of those last night, but I think first and foremost is this idea of self-sufficiency and sustainability and growing our own food. And it's something that I think of that is ingrained in our DNA as folks of Wisconsin and of Eau Claire. Whether or not you have a garden in your backyard, or your parents own a farm like mine do, or anything in between. I think a lot of us have that history of growing our own food. So I think that's sort of the base of this. Now, other reasons obviously are pertinent as well. Food costs are always going up, and people are looking for ways that they might make a quality source of protein more available. We heard last night that a lot of people think of this as an educational opportunity for their kids, in the same way that many families may want to take their kids out hunting or fishing or things like that, that this has an opportunity in that sense. More than 95% of our plate, every meal, has traveled over 2,000 miles. And yet We are a community that is constantly looking for ways to decrease our carbon footprint, our costs, and also looking for ways to engage more in our food source. So those are the many and varied reasons, but I think the community has spoken loud and clear as well on this, and hopefully that message has come through. This ordinance has had a lot of work. Much of this language is similar to what was originally considered. What's different now in 2018 is that communities across the country, thousands of communities across the country, have had an opportunity to go down this path and see what works and what doesn't. And so, for example, we've heard in Madison that out of hundreds of coops, they get in the low single digits in terms of calls and complaints. Now that's significant because while we are always cognizant of those kinds of things and the staff resources, most folks are doing a good job. And most folks are making sure that they're serious about how they do this. We are at a place where we get to look at what other communities have done and try to model this ordinance after that. We've also got input from UW Extension that is in this ordinance. We also have input from the CDC and the latest and best available health data. What's going to help create a healthy and safe way to do this. So this ordinance has a lot of pieces to it. Hopefully you've had a chance to read through many of the fine details in it. But again, I just want to thank so many people who were involved in helping to put this together. And as things come up, feel free. I can hopefully answer questions, but hopefully you'll consider support. Other council members who wish to speak? Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I would like to move that we postpone this item until March of 2019, and if I can get a second, I'll go on in detail. Again, I appreciate the spirit of the idea. I appreciate the excitement that we've witnessed last night and the educational part of it, the family bonding part of it. I agree with all of it, and I can support poultry and backyard chickens, the whole idea. I can support that at some point. But I really feel that postponing this until 2019 allows the neighborhood associations to have discussions amongst each other and hopefully become better educated on this topic, having the ability to ask questions just like we have, which really they all haven't had this opportunity yet. Working out any concerns that they have face to face, neighbor to neighbor, which I think is crucial. There are going to be some neighbors that are not going to be accepting of this. We are going to create some divisiveness in this regard, and maybe we can work all that out and avoid it. And so that's my goal only, is just to allow everyone a chance to learn a little bit more and understand the whole idea of it a little bit more and offer their ideas. I did get a chance to speak with Natasha, and I, for a half hour, and enjoyed that, and I learned a lot. And I can't imagine if somebody just starts raising chickens next door to someone and they haven't had a chance to really understand what it all means, then I think we haven't really served our community as well as we should have. And for those districts that don't have neighborhood associations, I think that we could logistically organize a town hall meeting for those residents, to gather and to at least offer it. All these things, at least offer them the opportunity to speak to it. I appreciate the 900 people that signed the list. But there are, as you mentioned, still 67,000 people in the city that haven't had a chance to weigh in on it. And I think that we at least should allow them that opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Strobel.
I can support that as well. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for it. I don't know a lot. I mean, I think there's enthusiasm for it for sure. But my big concern is some of the protections for the neighbors and how they would react, how those things would be enforced, those types of things. And I think a good example of something that went back to be worked on and came back in a better form, maybe more acceptable form, would be that public good order ordinance that went back out and got a lot of work. So I guess from my perspective, I would support a little bit more input.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. I won't support this motion to postpone while I respect the movers and the intent of it. I'd actually be hard pressed to find an issue where there's been this much public input. We've had, again, 8 years, 2 other different tries. If I searched my inbox for chicken keeping, I could probably find hundreds of emails. We have a petition of 900 people. Just last week, I posted on Facebook saying, you should be aware there's a chicken keeping ordinance. 8,000 people saw that. The news, both stations have done multiple stories on it, reaching many, many tens of thousands. The newspaper as well. We put this for a first reading 2 weeks ago, as we normally do. We had a packed house last night. We've got an inbox that's as full as it ever could be. I respect the need for more input, but I'd say, and while neighborhood associations haven't specifically been able to weigh in, I would say neighbors have weighed in, and so many people in our community have. So I won't be supporting it this time. And I do believe we've gotten a lot of feedback. Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you. I also have to express that I respectfully will not be supporting a postponement. I agree that I think when I think about these strong community engagement moments where we engage with neighborhood associations and in town halls, it's times when there are strong contentions between an issue, where there's strong and loud and plentiful voices on each side. And I just have not seen that for this issue. I think this issue, above almost any other that I can think of, is one that has repeatedly come up with constituents over the last 3 years when I was elected, and I think I can probably count, at least in the last couple weeks, on one hand the number of opposing voices, while the number of supportive voices is just overwhelming. And so I think that there is an opportunity for neighborhood associations to open a conversation. I just don't think that I need that conversation to happen before I have a vote on this. I think there is a good opportunity for neighborhood associations to open that conversation between neighbors and mediate some issues that might arise. Although given the amount of support that we've had, I wouldn't expect there to be much. So I won't be supporting, but respect the intent.
Councilmember Christopherson?
I would not support a delay in the vote either, and I would look at it this way. I would echo what Councilmember Beaton said. When the public good order had specific stakeholders that were talking about perspectives and interests, and they were moderating between those. This is just a yes, no, and all you would be doing is asking additional people to weigh in. One thing that I would contribute as something that might be interesting over time would be to figure out how neighborhood associations could be mediators or moderators, as opposed to neighbor against neighbor. I don't like your chickens, or I don't like your fence, or I don't like your grass. If there would be a place where they could have that conversation and have the conversation moderated, I think that's helpful. But I think that this has enough support, at least for us to vote at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Further comments on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you. I agree that I won't be supporting this motion to postpone, but I do think it's a good idea to check in with the neighborhood associations, and I do plan on when I go to my meetings, and I can go to a few a month. I'll bring it up, and I think that's an excellent idea as this rolls out, and check in with my constituents, see how it's going for them, having that conversation, and then just having that dialogue. If there is problems, hopefully we can deal with it. If it's bringing in the council again or city staff, if it's just working with it at the neighborhood association meetings. But yeah, I think that's a great idea to check in with neighborhood associations. I just think we can get this going first and then see how it's going. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Further comments on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. I guess I'd just like to remark in regards to the response that we saw last night and in our inbox. And, I was copied on an email from Acting President Worthman that was sent out to, I'm assuming, the 900 people that were on the petition. Encouraging, actually telling people how to more or less express their opinions and where they should do it and what's the most effective. So there was that prompting, to that select group of people that obviously filled our box. And there was no prompting because, again, I'm not looking to create an issue between those that are in favor and those that are against. That's not my role or my goal. My goal of this is only to educate and give everyone a chance to do it before it becomes an ordinance, when they don't have any chance to learn more about it or to understand it. But again, I don't think that it's really a true message of what the community wants. We had 900 people that were told to come here last night, that were told to email us, and were told what to say when they do that. And so, yeah, I applaud the lobbying effort of our acting president, but at the same time, there was no lobbying effort to reach out to everyone and find out what they thought, the other 67,000 people. And I'll ask the district representatives, are you saying that it's not important to hear what they have to say, to include them in this discussion? Are you saying that it shouldn't matter what they feel or say?
Point of order.
Councilmember Manuel?
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. I guess I would just ask for you to make a ruling about inquiring about other people's intentions and motives versus speaking to the issue. I would ask that, as all of us colleagues, that we keep our comments to the issue and not inquire about other people's motives or intentions.
Councilmember Manuel, I think if I won't rule Councilmember Weld's question out of order, but I do think he would like to know. I guess I'll just let a district representative speak to it in the way that Councilmember Emanuel.
I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair, if I may. I say that because I think sometimes we get, we're passionate and everybody here cares. And I think per our Roberts rules, we're not supposed to be inquiring and making such assertions about one another as colleagues. So while I understand that you would like to permit that, I just worry about the bigger picture of the precedent that we're setting of grilling each other versus being passionate about the merits of an issue.
Okay, Councilmember, I'll sustain it. Councilmember Weld, do you want to restate your question to the district representatives?
Sure, I'll withdraw the other question and I guess more or less make a statement or a clarification that I guess I just really feel that we were elected to represent our constituents, the residents of Eau Claire, all of them, not just the ones that like the same things that we like. We were elected to represent all of them. And if all of them feel like they want a chance to learn more about this or to discuss more about it, we should allow them that opportunity. Now, I don't know that. I guess I do know it because there are people that have voiced objections. We've gotten phone calls. I've talked to the neighborhood associations in the last couple of days, representatives just to verify whether anything was discussed. And they said that they wish they would have had a chance to do that. So I will withdraw the question, but again, make that statement and leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Strobel?
I'd like to either appeal your sustaining or get a clarification from the city attorney that we're not allowed to ask other council members questions. I mean, that seems counterproductive to having a
Councilmember Strobel, the issue was not about asking questions, it was about questioning motives. And we do try to refrain from questioning motives, but instead ask substantive questions around the actual issue itself. further comments on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Graggart?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I do feel certainly that discussion of how the public has been engaged on any issue is important and fair for discussion. In this particular case, I have spoken with people who are leaders of their neighborhood steering committees, but I haven't done so comprehensively as to reach out because there really wasn't necessarily a publicly released ordinance in front of us in time to be able to do that. But there's one person in my district who did say that they felt they needed more time and they were engaged and in fact spoke against this ordinance. I believe it was 8 years ago or so. But all the neighborhood leaders I have spoken with, folks that are elected to steering committees, have said that they're very much in support of it. That doesn't necessarily mean that the ordinance is perfect, and I do think that there's a lot of ways that we could be open to changes, just as we were with the beekeeping ordinance. In this particular case, in terms of this particular motion to postpone, I may be willing to support it. I haven't really decided yet. I might be interested in a little bit more dialogue, but I do have one request from of the many emails that I got of someone who felt they needed more time.
Thank you, Councilmember Graggart. I'd just like to say again that I hope that there isn't a perception that the way that this ordinance has come forward and the way that I've engaged folks in the community is in any way trying to scoot this under the radar. I think I've tried in every way possible to make it public that we are holding, that we're going to be discussing and voting on this issue, that we're holding hearings on this issue, that we're open to hearing from people. Again, I'll go back to this idea of you point to me an ordinance that doesn't have the sort of openness, the dialogue that we've had over 8 years, because I would say there's been a lot of engagement. And yes, I did let 900 people know who signed the petition that this was coming forward to City Council. They actually marked the box that says they want to be engaged. They want to come down to City Hall or make a statement. That's what we're about. That's what we're all about. That's how we create a better community. So I'm not going to be apologizing for that. Any further comments? Councilmember Berge?
I will just say I do kind of my part in putting this out there for all issues. I know not everyone's on Facebook, but I post the agenda and tell people it's Council Week every time since I've been elected. And the links, like this is what we're talking about. I'll post, just because I don't want to post everything in a post, I'll post certain North Side agenda issues and I'll make certain note of those. Same with Plan Commission too, because I think people care about that. And I do put that out there because I think that's important. So I don't cherry pick certain subjects. I try not to, because I think it is important for people to know and my constituents to know what we're talking about. And again, I know not everyone's on social media, but I do try my best with the tools I have. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Any further comments? Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. Motion to postpone offered by Council Members Weld and Councilmember Strobel.
Councilmember Zhang. Anderson. Beaton.
No.
Berge.
No.
Christofferson.
No.
Emmanuel.
No.
Graegert.
No.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
No. And that fails on a 2-8 vote. We move then to further discussion or amendments on the ordinance itself. Councilmember Christofferson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. from one of my constituents, there was a suggestion for an amendment which I support. It's on item 6.15.030A, number 4. And what the ordinance states is the city shall provide written notification to all owners of real estate within 100 feet of the applicant's property. Owners of abutting property to that of the applicant may object in writing to issuance or the renewal of a license within 14 days of notification issuance. If an objection is received, the license shall be presented to the City Council for consideration. The suggestion is to strike that paragraph, and the logic would be this.
If I could actually ask, you're making a motion to strike. If I could get a second
Amendment,
before you.
yes, thank you.
Councilmember Emanuel seconds. Councilmember Christopherson, please continue.
So the idea would be that this education about best practices, communicating with your neighbors would be provided to the citizen at the time they apply for a license. But that connection with the neighbor, as was talked about last evening at the public hearing, is really a connecting relationship building process and allows them to provide information about the chickens. The two other pieces is people can have multiple cats, they can have large dogs, they can have small pigs as pets, and you're not notifying neighbors about those choices for animals. So it wonders why we have chickens being in a different category. And personally, that last statement, if an objection is received, the license shall be presented to the City Council for consideration. It seems to me that either the property holders within the ordinance or they're in violation of the ordinance, and I would not relish seeing these controversies coming routinely in front of council. So I'm offering that amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Do council members wish to speak? Weirdly, Councilmember Strobel, your mic is on, but it's not on my screen, so I'm not sure how that happened. You're you're good at what you do. Do council members wish to speak specifically on this amendment to strike line? It's in 6.15.030 license required, section 4, A4. Is there further comment on this? Councilmember Strobel.
Yes, although I agree that I don't like the objections coming back so City Council can talk about it. I think removing it removes pretty much any protection at all for the neighbors. And that was one of the main items that I was most concerned about, is I wanted more protection for the neighbors. This has the ability to cause a lot of problems for neighbors, could cause a decrease in their property values. And I think, especially if it's new, we should actually have more protection for the neighbors, just like we did with the B ordinance. See how it goes, and you can always bring it back. But I think taking number 4 out, and unless I'm reading it wrong, I think that takes out pretty much all the protections for the neighbors. So I can't support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. I'll just speak to this. I would support this, the removal of this language. I think the important thing here, and this is actually every person who's going to be applying with the health department is going to be getting, with the city to get a license, is going to be getting a handout that has best practices. And I think in there, and it should be very clear that speaking with your neighbors is an incredibly important thing and having that relationship. But I think that Councilmember Christopherson is correct in that that relationship is it may not be best developed by just having a letter show up in the mail. That in fact someone going and talking with their neighbors and saying, here's what I'm thinking of doing and here's what it's going to look like, is actually probably a much more productive way of going forward on this. So instead of saying in law, we're going to do education, it's the best practice is to go talk with your neighbors to create that relationship. And then that also does avoid, and I know some other council members have said that the contention between neighbors that would develop and then come down to City Hall, it would avoid that. I think we could potentially I think we could handle those because we do from time to time, but it would avoid that. Further comments from council on this amendment? Councilmember Anderson?
Well, I definitely appreciate this notion of best practices and relationship building with neighbors. I am not able to support this amendment only because we all know that there are those situations where people are not necessarily going to follow best practices, and I like to give neighbors a little bit of an opportunity to feel that their voice is heard if this is something that makes them, for whatever reason, really uncomfortable. So I'm going to I think this should stay as it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. I don't plan to support it either. I do feel that, I know that the remark has been made numerous times about dogs and other pets, and the difficulty with that is that, dogs were not just being introduced today, and, that dogs have been a part of our life forever, along with other pets. They've always been around, and yeah, they've always barked and they've always created problems, but it hasn't just been thrown onto our laps, and this is something new. I think out of respect to the neighbors, I think at least there should be that conversation and an opportunity. Not that I want that to come back to us either. I wish there was some other means, and again, all something that maybe could have been worked out in a neighborhood meeting, but I feel like if it's not required that they have to go knock on their door, I mean, it sounds like it would just be recommended. They really don't have to do it. They really just can go and apply and put up their coop, as I understand the amendment. If it's stated somewhere that they had to actually knock on the door physically and get a signature from the neighbor saying it's okay, I don't know, but anyway, I will not support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you. I also cannot support the amendment. I think that everyone needs a little bit of accountability. I do like that there's kind of a last resort protection for neighbors if there are any issues. Though, like I said before, given the amount of support that we've gotten, I don't expect there to be a lot of issues. I do like the idea of the homeowner being the first to contact their neighbors and might support, an amendment to the amendment that might say the homeowner shall notify all owners of real estate within 100 feet, just as a heads up to create that relationship, but still, leave open the door of some sort of accountability where the city council might have an opportunity to mediate between two neighbors. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Any further comments on this amendment? Councilmember Greggert?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I also am feeling like this is a necessary part of the ordinance based on the feedback I've gotten from folks. Just, there are some folks that are unsure exactly what they think of this idea, in terms of when it actually comes down to a neighbor immediately next to them getting chickens. So I think it's part of that public input process that we can get, in a sense that if we have the city council actually engaged in select permitting of this, when there is a disagreement about whether it should be allowed at a particular property, it kind of helps hold us accountable to making sure that this ordinance is written the best way it could be as well, because I think there's a lot of issues that can be discussed, and so I won't be supporting this amendment, partly because I think it helps us continue the dialogue and make sure that we're in touch with the experiences of people in the who may be affected. So,
thank you, Councilmember Greggert. I see no further wish to comment on this amendment. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. This is an amendment to strike Section 4A4 of license required regarding notification of neighbors.
Councilmember Anderson,
No.
Beaton,
No.
Bergy,
No.
Christopherson,
Yes.
Emmanuel. Aye. Greigert,
No.
Strobel,
No.
Weld,
No.
Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang.
No. And that amendment fails on it'd be a 7-3 vote. We move back to the ordinance on the table. I would actually like to make an amendment based on comment also received last evening. I haven't had a chance to speak with Mr. Steinbach about this, but I wanted to, in section, find it real quick. Regarding the ability to, it essentially deals with the requirement to remove the coop within 90 days of not renewing the license. My sense is, and it was brought up last evening, is that there are people who may leave for the winter or something along those lines, and that if a coop has been licensed and it is kept clean and in good shape, even if it doesn't have chickens in it, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have it all torn down. And so I wanted to make an amendment on that section, and I'm just having problems finding it right now. So what I'll do is I'll actually just let other members speak on the ordinance generally, and I'll try to track down the exact amendment language. Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. I'll take the opportunity to say my piece.
Sure.
I'm really excited to see this ordinance come forward. We'll be supporting it, assuming there's no dramatic amendments. And like I said before, this is one issue that I've heard even before I was elected, and certainly have heard consistently over and over in the almost 3 years that I've been serving on the city council. So I'm excited to be voting for it. I really think it fulfills a lot of our city goals and objectives of, taking responsibility for and addressing poverty within our community, allowing our residents to become more connected to the land and where their food comes from. It certainly fulfills a lot of our sustainability goals, and allows people to consume food that's more friendly to our environment. I personally, I think, have one of the smallest yards in the city, and so I won't unfortunately be able to have chickens. But I've been in communities where there are urban chickens, and it's really just a joy to be there, to see people, honoring their food and animals in that way. So I will be supporting. Thank you. Thanks for all those folks who contributed.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Is there any other council members who wish to speak on the ordinance this evening? Councilmember Greigert.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and I did want to acknowledge all the work that staff has put in over the many years that this has actually been discussed, and certainly everyone in the public who has been organizing and making sure that that we really look at all the different ways that we have to address some of our global food system deficiencies, I guess might be the most polite way of putting it, with regard to the sustainability aspect, the health aspect, and just the fact that people need to have ways to be able to support their family. There's really a lot of great benefits to this, and I'm excited that we found a way to make it a way to put it on paper within the city. So I think there are ways that we could change it too in the future, depending on if there are a wide number of people that really aren't able to take advantage of this. Or if there really are some problems that arise too. So I think it's always something that we can keep bringing in front of us, and as we are with our beekeeping ordinance too, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Greggert. Further comments from council? Councilmember Beaton, before I turn the mic over to you, I just was able to get clarification regarding the section on removal of the coop. And essentially, if you keep the license, that's what's important. If you don't renew your license, then obviously that's what becomes the issue. Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you. There was one thing I forgot to mention. The one thing that kind of piqued my interest in terms of potential changes to this ordinance, as Councilmember Greggert said, there is always room for improvement. I was intrigued by some comments that I got from folks associated with the school district, and certainly folks who were here last night who mentioned that it might be advantageous for chicken keeping to be allowed in public educational institutions, as we've also considered for the urban beekeeping ordinance. I spoke with the city attorney and wasn't prepared to bring forward an amendment this time, but just kind of wanted to put it out there that I hope that we might consider an educational provision for this along kind of as we work on that same piece for the urban beekeeping ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Further comments? Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. I guess, again, I support the spirit of this whole idea, and as I mentioned earlier, the excitement of those that are passionate about it. And I have friends that in Madison that have chickens, and I really honestly have no problem with it and can support the whole idea. But I'm going to vote no only because I don't support this process. And the fact that we're not at least allowing a little more opportunity to become better educated on it. So therefore, I will not be voting in favor, but will in spirit be supporting.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Further comments? Councilmember Berge?
Thank you. I will be supporting this. I think it's very exciting, and I could feel the excitement in the air last night with everyone talking about it. I was also struck by the mention of families and children. That's what I thought personally with my own 10 and 8-year-old at home. They would love chickens. I don't know if we would do that, but I found that interesting that that's where my brain went to, and that was definitely echoed last night, and then the emails as well, that people do want to show their families and their children and teach them what that's like, and kids love chickens. My parents have some in outside of Rochester, and my kids love that. But so yeah, I was really struck by that, and I'm excited to support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Further comments? I don't see a wish for further comments. Clerk, please call the roll on the ordinance. Item number 20 in our packet, creation of a keeping a poultry ordinance.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
Greggert?
Aye.
Strobel?
No.
Weld?
No.
Worthman?
Aye.
Zhang?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
And that ordinance passes. We move then to item number 21 on our ordinances for action. This is regarding penalties for possession of marijuana. This is an ordinance amending section 9.37.020 entitled Penalties of Chapter 9.37, Possession of Marijuana, and section 1.24.030 entitled Deposit Schedule of the City Code of Ordinances. This ordinance change is being offered by myself, and I'd be open for questions before, or questions to the city attorney before I move and present on it. Any wish to ask questions? I see none at this time. Then on a motion by myself and any other council member wish to second this? Councilmember Anderson. Item number 21 has been moved. And I want to say thank you again to city attorney and to the city attorney's office for the help in crafting this. There's a lot of back and forth and seeking of clarity and understanding on this. But this really is an ordinance that I think closely reflects the sort of sentiment that is happening across our country, in many states in our country, but also in our own community, as recently as a couple weeks ago from the referendum. And that is the fact that I think people are waking up and realizing that our laws around the possession of marijuana are outdated and are harmful. And that as it is right now, there are many people for many different reasons. We even heard some last night who see that there actually could be positives and benefits to changing those laws. So one of the things that I will point out is the fact that right now in our community, possession of marijuana, first-time possession of marijuana could get you a fine of up to $500 and is 30 days in jail for failure to pay. If you talk to most people, I think in our community, they would say that is far beyond what it should be. It probably should have been changed long ago. But I think times are changing and we have that opportunity. It strikes me, and I think the biggest thing that we ought to consider in all of this is the fact that right now in our community, and actually I received a story earlier today of someone who was caught with minor amounts of marijuana who actually, after a second possession, was charged with a state felony, and that ruins someone's life. This is a neighbor of mine, in fact. That can ruin someone's life. And we're talking about the inability to take out a loan, to go back to school, to find a place to rent, to even secure a job. And that is happening in our community right now. And so this ordinance is being put forward in the recognition that we are already, as a police department, as a community, realizing that we have to make tough choices in where and how we enforce laws. And it was even in our budget document that the police department said that we're at the point where nonviolent offenses, we can't enforce everything. We can try, but we can't enforce everything. And this would, without a doubt in my mind, be one of those situations. This is a nonviolent offense. We have a lot more egregious things happening in our community that deserve a lot more police time, and when budgets are short, we all know what that means. And so, I want to say that I think the police chief has been very clear that it is the discretion of officers and the discretion, of law enforcement to decide how and when and where, penalties and citations are handed out. But we all know that it is against the law to drive 1 mile over the speed limit. That doesn't mean that everyone driving 1 mile over the speed limit is going to get a citation. So I trust and respect that law enforcement and our police and our community will know when, how, and where to enforce this if we reduce this penalty to $1. And I hope that that we're able to send a signal tonight about the priority level of this particular substance. Should we vote? Councilmember Weld.
President, a little hesitant now making a motion, but I would like a motion to amend. If I can get a second and I can share that with everyone.
Are you sure about that, Councilmember Strobel?
I make a motion to amend the possession of marijuana ordinance for penalties, stating that any adult person violating this ordinance shall be subject to a forfeiture of not less than $60 and no more than $125, exclusive of cost. And that also Section 2 of the ordinance states that the deposit schedule should be amended by making Chapter 9.37 possession of marijuana to be a Class 2 violation instead of creating a new Class 5 violation.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Weld. And Councilmember Strobel is seconding. Do you want to speak? I'll wait till you hand out the...
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Well?
Thank you. I feel this is a fair compromise, a little bit more than half of what it was. And just to break down, the idea here is, a range from $60 to $125 to allow the judge some flexibility there in the event of possession. Obviously, if it's just a small amount left in a pipe, a little bit of residue left in a pipe versus, 2 joints, obviously that's a big difference. And so it allows him the ability to maybe propose a smaller fine versus the larger fine. I think it also, and if you, just to give you an idea, the $60 fine would, with the additional cost, would come to $213 total with court fees and such. The $125 penalty would come to $295. So that, at least now there's some urgency, or at least some, I guess, encouragement for those to at least consider the diversion program. The diversion program is a $250 cost, so they'd be saving themselves some money. In the end, there is no record of it. There is no additional fees. If they agree to enroll in the program, it's a $250 cost. So at least it's encouraging them to at least consider that, depending on the amount of marijuana they had with them. I don't think a $1 fine is responsible governing on our part. And maybe I can defer to City Attorney Nick, but even if the state were to pass the legislation that, recreational and medicinal marijuana use is permissible, it still would not be permissible while driving. It still would be permissible to smoke a joint while you're walking down Barstow Street. So you would still be breaking the law in that sense. And so what I was getting at yesterday in regards to the open container, same situation. It's $60 plus the fees, so it's a minimum of $213 if you're walking down the street drinking a can of beer, or if you're, have an open container in your car. So I don't see why marijuana would be less than that. So I guess I would encourage us to consider that. I would just like to say that it's been made note of numerous times that we are the second drunkest city in the U.S. And this new action or remedy, is this new action a remedy, to changing that, or is it enabling it even more? And so I really think that I think this is fair. I think it accomplishes what everybody wants to see. And I'll stop.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Strobel?
And I can support that. My main concern, and like I said last night, I talked to a judge, and he said the majority of the time the first-timers, they try to get into a diversion program, and then they get it just totally wiped off their record. And I think the point was made last night, if it's $1, a lot of the people may not think about that, or they may not want to do the diversion program, and all of a sudden they do have a violation on their record, and the second time, like your buddy, then it's a state offense. So I think you want to continue to encourage and give the prosecutors and the judges the opportunity to encourage diversion, and so this would work for me.
Thank you. And Councilmember Strobel, I appreciate your comments. Just a point of clarification is that even at $1 for the fine, it's still going to be $148 or something along those lines when court fees are included. And so the choice, and I'm going to imagine that people that are in this situation are going to look at their options and they're going to say, it's on my record and I pay $148, or I do a $200 diversion program. I think most people are smart enough to say, well, I don't want to go in the direction of having this on my record. And so while it's $50 difference, I also think that the full ramifications, we shouldn't underestimate people's ability to make that choice. So I respect the motion being made by Councilmember Weld. I think this kind of gets back to the fact that we want to make this we want to make this as low of a priority as possible in our community. And I think, there's different ways of kind of signaling that. But as far as looking at the numbers of how many times, how many citations have been handed out, and we've all seen the numbers in our report here. I think, frankly, a lot of us would hope that there's a reduction in those numbers, that this becomes even less of a priority over time. So, while I respect the mover's intent here, I again would like to sort of signal with $1 that this is not something that, we hope that there's no first-time offenses potentially. I mean, I know there will be, obviously, but further comments from council? Councilmember Weld?
Just for clarification, the 400 and some citations that were issued, that's still going to happen whether it's $1 or not. If they're found in possession of marijuana in their vehicle or in their hand or in their possession, there's still going to be a citation. It is still against the law, and even if we legalize medicinal or recreational use, it's still not going to be permissible to smoke a joint while you're driving your car or walking down the street. And so there will be a citation. And I really strongly believe that the citation should be equal to drinking a beer. They are equal. If not, I would say a beer is probably not going to impair your judgment as much. But I don't want to get into all that. We're all going to have different degrees of alcohol and so on. But I guess I don't understand, and maybe someone can clarify, but this doesn't change the fact that it's against the law, any of those situations. The 400 citations are still going to happen. If you get pulled over for speeding and he smells marijuana and he searches and he finds it, whether it's legal or not, he's still going to get a citation. And it should be the same if he had a beer.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. And I'd like to just follow up with another comment that I think we heard in our budget deliberations that we're having trouble enforcing all of our laws. We try, but we don't have necessarily the capacity. At the same time, there was a request made that we needed more officers. And one of the reasons we're seeing a spike in crime is actually around violence against women. And we need more police resources. That's one of the things we need more police resources for. And so this is probably, when you get right down to it, a matter of choices of what's important. Do we give a ticket to the person driving 1 mile over the speed limit or the person driving 20? That's a discretion that the officers are going to make. Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I would like to take this moment to thank the chief for what I think is a very helpful and instructive communique that was given to council, and I really appreciate that, that care that was taken there. I understand that this amendment in its entirety, and then I would like to speak to the motion. I have a question that was about the motion, but I understand that this really isn't about changing any operations of how the police department operates. That is not council's purview unless we're changing a policy, but that's not what's happening. It's changing a fine. And so our police department will still have full discretion on how they strategize around safety and security of our community. I do think that it really is about a message to the community. $1 means something different than $60. I mean, $1 is like, that's why we have the dollar store, It's easy. We can get our minds around it. And so, although there are some $5 stores creeping up that I just think, oh boy. But anyway, I have a question, and it's not to speak in favor or against the amendment. It's really a question that I'm curious about, maybe our city attorney can help me understand this. it's really about, so we're talking about an isolated fine, but so often when this fine may or may not be incurred, there's like a bundle of other activities happening. So it's not necessarily, let's say somebody is caught with a joint. Okay, so that's one thing, but the officer is probably going to look to see if there's other infractions of our local, state, or federal law that have occurred. And so it's not just the one, like, hey, you have a joint in your hand. It's, and whatever else behavior is out of alignment with the laws. So does that seem like I'm understanding that correctly, that it's, so somebody might be charged $1, but then there's also associated behavioral items if they're out of alignment? Could you help me understand that, please?
Yeah, I can try. I mean, again, that's going to vary from case to case. So there may be other issues. There may be a possession of marijuana that attaches to a traffic stop. So there might have been a speeding ticket. There might have been an operating while intoxicated, or any other number of legitimate reasons to stop. Going through a stoplight or stop sign, etc. In that instance, right, you may have a traffic citation and then a possession of THC, either citation or arrest, depending on quantities and the individual and his or her background of criminal behavior. So we do that sort of on-site kind of assessment the officers do to help them make those sort of determinations. But there's plenty of times where we'll see a citation that is just a THC possession. Those certainly come through as well, where the officer's attention is drawn to. I know I've had cars parked in the high school at late hours, and an officer checks to see what's going on, and what's going on is that they're smoking marijuana in the car, and so there's really no other violation there. There's just a possession of marijuana, so there's as many different factual scenarios as you could possibly imagine about whether the behavior is connected with something else. And of course, if the other behavior is far more serious, so there's a reference to domestic violence. I mean, if there's domestic violence, you have a completely different level of response. They're very serious, very dangerous responses, and then it's likely a criminal referral. Our office doesn't see that then, and if there's a domestic violence situation and the person had some amount of, small personal amount of THC, it may be charged out, but again, not my world, but it would be issued because it's a violation of state law, but would often likely be, pled down because that's not the primary focus of the issue. So usually the most serious offense is going to sort of lead how the response, both from the law enforcement, prosecution, and the courts is handled.
Thank you. Further comments on the amendment by Councilmember Weld? Councilmember Berge.
I just want to say that of all the things I've voted on so far, this is one of the most difficult for me. And in regards to the amendment that Councilmember Weld brought up, I am, just because it is a compromise and because this is so difficult, I know I'm leaning towards that way, but can I speak to the larger motion or just to the amendment?
I think it would be better to speak more to the amendment.
Okay.
At this point.
So, okay, well, I am leaning towards the amendment just because of I feel very stuck. And so I'm curious. Yeah, so let's leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Seeing no further wish by council to comment on the amendment. Again, the amendment is on your table. Just to clarify that it changes the dollar amount to $60 and not more than $125, exclusive of costs, and also changes the positive schedule to be a Class 2 violation, which is, I believe, what we already have on the books. Sorry. Class 2.
Order on that last one, right?
City Attorney?
Can I just share with you
Sure.
actually what it does? So you're right on the first one. The Class 2 is an existing class that you have in your Code of Ordinances. It's at 125 base penalty with cost. Currently, that would be at $295. But it is a change from the present, which is a Class 4 or a $300 local penalty, which then moves up to, I think it's about $515.30. 50 cents? Hand signals from the back row.
Okay.
But $515.50. So it would reduce it, not as far of a reduction as the main motion that you've proposed.
Okay. Thank you for the help and clarification. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll on this amendment.
Councilmember Berge,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Emmanuel. No. Gregert,
No.
Strobel,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
No?
Zhang,
Aye.
Anderson.
No.
Beaton.
No.
And that amendment fails. Thank you, Councilmember Weld, for offering that and for the spirited discussion as well. Further comments on the ordinance itself? Councilmember Berge, you had requested to speak about the ordinance. Do you still want to speak on the general ordinance? Okay.
So maybe I'll just lay out my thoughts and people can help me, if that's okay. Kind of in this discussion part. So initially, to be honest, I was against it, just I think because of my role as a counselor. And to be honest, I don't see the best scenarios in my day job with drugs and alcohol. But the more I've learned about this and been kept an open mind, I've heard other situations. I understand a bigger scope of it. My main concern then turned to the diversion. I do like that option, and I like how it is more incentivized, I guess, with how the fines are now, how it's cheaper to do the diversion, and how it will be wiped off the record. But then I've also heard that not everyone is offered the diversion option, so then that caused me pause, and I don't think that's very fair either. And then I've gotten an onslaught of people who are emailing me in support of the $1 fine for various reasons, for social justice reasons, and in regards to the recent referendum. And I did look at my district numbers, and they were all equal to the whole citywide numbers. That in District 1, it was, most people did favor the full legalization. So, yeah, I guess that's where I'm at right now. So I'll just be curious to hear what other people have to say, and I'll be listening. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Weld.
Amazed, but I guess I keep getting mentioned that again the vote and the number of people that are in support of this. It really doesn't change what's happening. And I trust that again what it comes back to, what I think people are insinuating or maybe assuming is that because there's a higher value on the penalty, that maybe that's going to encourage more citations. And I don't believe that. I mean, I think I've been with people who've witnessed where a police officer has just told someone to throw out their beer. I don't want anything more than that. Just dump out your beer and throw it away. And, rather than going through the process of writing a citation, I would imagine they would do the same thing if somebody was smoking a joint and police officers would just say, just put it out, But no matter what, if they're doing it in public or if they're doing it in their car, it's going to be illegal. And the police officer still has the choice of pursuing it any farther or not, and maybe, I'm guessing it'll be the same with beer. So my question is this: why are we charging $60 for an open container of beer and only $1 for a joint while they're driving? I don't know who I can ask. Maybe I can ask Acting President Worthman.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. I don't think we want people to be partaking in substances in public in either case. And in terms of in vehicles, we have, I'm certain that operating while intoxicated is going to continue to be charged, and it probably should be. But I think this is, I think this is bringing into line with where folks are at, and I think, but I obviously, again, we're going back to the discretion of officers and what they think is right, and I think Councilmember Emanuel is quite true that the officers will decide if it's in public what to do in that case. But what I wouldn't want to see is, someone is on their land or something happens and there's a call and all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, there's marijuana there. Why should they have, if there was a beer sitting on the table but there's a joint there, why is it that their life has to change because this is the second time? And so I think, to me, that's not fair. Hopefully that answers your question.
And maybe if I gave a different example, more specifically, if somebody's walking down the street and is one person, two people are walking down the street. One has an open can of beer, the other one's smoking a joint. And say the police officer decides to cite both of them.
Mm-hmm.
The open container is going to get the $60 fine, and the person smoking the joint is going to get the $1 fine.
Well, I actually, Councilmember Weld, I actually wonder if our public intoxication ordinance might come into effect at that point, potentially. I don't know. Maybe that's a question for our city attorney, but.
No, it would not, at least not based on that scenario, simply smoking or drinking in public. I mean, again, that was part of what we took a lot of time with, right, is that it has to be an excessive level of intoxication and other indicia, notable harm to self or others.
Councilmember Beaton?
I guess I wanted to express how I understand the ordinance, and I guess perhaps to respond to Councilmember Weld's comments. My understanding of the ordinance is a possession of marijuana, not open and public use of it. And so, I've heard you compare it to an open bottle a couple of times, and I guess for me, that's comparing apples and oranges. Having a joint in your pocket is different than having an open bottle on the street. And I think that, it's consistent with what we saw in a vote where, our citizens don't want to, wish that it would be legalized on a state level so that you could carry a joint in your pocket, just like you can carry, a six-pack, from the grocery store to your car or from your car to your house. And so that's how I'm seeing it. That's how I read this ordinance. But of course, if I'm not seeing something, I'm open to some correction.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. And maybe that's another point. As a student, I actually was stopped just walking home one evening. I've been stopped a number of times in my life, but this one evening I was stopped, and officer asked, this was right outside the courthouse here, if he could check my bag. Where was I going? And I said yes, because I knew I had nothing to hide in there, but if I had been, it might have looked a lot different, and my future might have looked a lot different. So I think that's probably what you're getting at as well, Councilmember Beaton. Further comments from council? Councilmember Greggert.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I had the the experience of being able to do a ride-along with our police department, or actually several of them this spring. And the very first ride-along that I did was in the South District, and the very first call was about an odor of marijuana, or at least expected or perceived to be that odor. And so, and it was definitely something very promptly responded to by the officer. And I don't necessarily see that changing with this proposed change in the penalty, but I do think it's something that we should do. Part of it is I think it helps move the conversation forward so we can have a change on the state level eventually. But also, there are some things that, you know, when I initially heard about this, and it was discussed like a number of years ago to maybe even go to have the public vote on this, but it worried me a little bit that we would send a message to the public that may be confused that we're in fact like legalizing something that is not legal. So I'm hoping we can make sure that our message is clear that this is really about reducing the penalty in a dollar amount, and that there are great benefits to a diversion program. So I think that there are a number of things that we could do on the education side that this is in part bringing out, but we want to make sure we don't have unintended consequences either. But it is something that I plan to support. I think it's reasonable based on what's going on in our nation and around the world, and the many problems with the war on drugs, and how we really do need to talk about what we're doing to our society by having unreasonable laws. So, my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Beat.
Thank you. I'll take the opportunity to generally speak in favor of the ordinance, or the change of the ordinance. I think this is an issue that's been, that I've been asked about, another issue that I've been asked about consistently since before being elected. And for me, the referendum that was voted on in the last election spoke very loudly. Over half of our residents believe that marijuana should be legalized, and that's, a really important part of democracy, to be able to vote directly on an issue that we don't often get. And so, this is an issue that I've thought about a lot because I've been asked about a lot, but now that our citizens have had an opportunity to vote directly on this issue, thousands and thousands of our 67,000 residents have been able to directly state their opinion on this, and they've told us what they want. We don't have the opportunity to change the legalization on the state level. That's not under our power, but this is one power that we do have. This is one way that we can deprioritize this law, and I think that as we've heard in our budget discussions, there perhaps should be a place where we deprioritize. I myself have been privy to cases of violence against women in our own city that are especially tricky and really haven't been able to been addressed because of lack of resources. And I, for one, every single time will prioritize a case of violence against women over someone having a joint in their pocket. And I think that most of our citizens would agree with that. This is how we do that. And so I, especially with the backing of our community, I will be supporting this. I do want to say I appreciate all of the feedback that we've gotten. I've heard a lot of really passionate testimony on both sides, and I realize that this is a really challenging issue for a lot of people, given that there's a lot of a heartbreak relating to drugs in our community. Drugs perhaps not related to marijuana, but other drugs. And so I want to give a shout out to all those people who contacted us and anybody else who's struggling with an addiction to opioids or any other drug, or who have a family member who's struggling with that. Last thing I will say is that, we've heard kind of mixed reviews on how this deprioritization will actually pan out in practice, but there have been plenty of other cities who have done this, and a deprioritization has, or a decriminalization, if you will, has resulted in priorities being diverted into perhaps more important places like violence against women. And so I will be supporting and really want to thank Councilmember or Acting President Worthman for authoring this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from council? I don't see any at this time. Clerk, please call the roll on the ordinance regarding marijuana possession.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel. Aye. Gregert.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
Weld.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
Zhang.
Aye.
Anderson. Aye. Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
That ordinance passes. Thank you all for a spirited debate and hard work. If we could just take a 5-minute recess before we launch into our budget and further items. Council, take their seats. Thank you. We're going to move to re-adjourn and move to our ordinances for introduction. Item number 22 is an ordinance rezoning property located on 559 North Hastings Way from P to C3. This is in file Z163518. Is there any wish at this time to suspend the rules and move consideration of this ordinance? I see none by council. At this time, we'll move then to item number 23, which is an ordinance rezoning property located at 800 Wisconsin Street from I-1P and I-2P to I-2P, and to amend the general development plan to allow for a change in land use for Building 17 from warehouse, storage, and office to include multifamily residential. Is there any desire by council at this time to move this ordinance, suspend the rules, and take it up? I see no desire to do so. We'll then move to our third item for introduction, ordinance for introduction. This is annexation. Item number 24 is an ordinance to, in accordance with section 660217 Wisconsin statutes, annexing to the city of Eau Claire, and particularly to the 5th Assessment Ward, 2nd Aldermanic District, being a part of the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter of section 1269, Town of Washington, in Eau Claire County, as shown on a planning drawing number 185A, Wisconsin DOT petition. Is there any desire by council to suspend the rules and move this item for action? I see no desire by council. We'll then move to item number 25. This is regarding pawnbrokers. This ordinance, 25, would amend Chapter 5.04 of the City Code of Ordinance entitled Pawnbrokers. Is there any desire by council to suspend the rules and take up this ordinance this time? See no desire by council. Then our last ordinance for introduction is regarding parking. This is an ordinance amending Table 8 entitled Parking Prohibited of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire. Does council wish to suspend the rules and take this item up specifically? I see no such desire. We will then move to our council budget adoption. Item number 27 is 2019 budget adoption. These are resolutions adopting the following proposed budgets and appropriations for fiscal year ending December 31st, 2019. The General Fund, L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library, and the City County Health Department. We had a presentation last evening by Mr. Winzens. Do council members have questions or follow-up to Mr. Winzens or our city manager regarding this item? Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I had a question regarding the library and the 2 additional positions. I don't know if I could ask. Question? Pardon? Or no?
Are you asking a question regarding the proposed amendment offered by, I believe it's Councilman?
Yes, yes.
Okay. What is your question? I'm not certain what your question is, so who best to direct it to, I suppose. What is your question?
My question is in regards to timing. In the event that this were to be approved, how quickly, realistically, could those 2 positions be filled and those programs implemented?
Does the library director wish to comment specifically on that? Question. Well,
I can ask it again, or
I'm going to ask the city attorney. My apologies. I'm going to ask the city attorney. Should we wait till the motion is made, the amendment motion, to ask this question?
I guess really chair's discretion. The item is in front of you, and usually you do have questions for staff on the front end, so that's fine.
Okay.
Hi. Hi. Again, it was just proposed, this amendment, and I think there was some comments made in regards to, maybe this is something that would be easier on the front end, in 2020. And so I just thought, realistically, how quickly, if this were to be approved, how quickly would we be able to get those positions filled and these programs implemented? Is it a month, 3 months, 6 months?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would imagine that we would want to do a very public recruitment process. So it's very likely it would take 2 to 3 months from the time of approval. We have a lot of those processes in place, so it would be a matter of writing the position descriptions and going through that process. And it could go before the library board in December to approve those new positions. Mm-hmm. And then it could be advertised in January, so I would think it's certainly reasonable to think that if we found someone who didn't have a job that they would need to give notice, it could be February or March. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Further questions on the amendments or the budgets of these 3 funds? I see no Councilmember Strobel, my apologies.
I was going to wait until the amendments were offered, but I guess if you want us to ask them now, I can.
Sure.
Okay. This question is for the city manager. And I guess the question is, based on the budget request that you received from all the departments, if you were to add 1 or 2 positions to most effectively manage the city, are these 2 library positions the positions you would add?
City Manager Peters.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. This is a little bit of maybe process or clarification that technically the request for the positions wouldn't come from the library because we don't review their service modifications. We look at what they get as a levy allocation, and then they do what they want with it as a board and as a director. That said, we did not receive a request to change their levy allocation to add new positions. As you're aware from the budget presentations, we have all of our departments are struggling significantly to keep up with the demand for services. And if there was levy capacity in the general fund to add a position, I would likely be recommending that it be more in the IT. And you all heard that. IT functions help all the departments be able to address that gap that we have between service demands and the resources that are available. And that would actually help the library as well if we could do, I mean, many times we find our efficiencies through technology, and that's an area that would help all the departments if we had more resources available in the IT or technology area.
Does that help answer your question?
It does, and I have one more question. And this is a question I actually had written down before the gentleman spoke last night, but he sort of hit on it as well, and I guess, does taking funding away from some of these other departments affect the morale of the different staff and the divisions? I know Mr. Pope mentioned that it demoralizes the others and creates, maybe some division or bad feelings there. When it happens outside the normal managerial process, does that affect the departments at all, or doesn't it?
Is that a question for our city manager?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. We have a strong culture among the senior managers of working together with, particularly in this environment of restricted resources. And to the extent that there's adjustments or changes that are outside of what we've worked together. I mean, we have a culture when we've had to make cuts, which is in most years, there's a discussion between all the senior managers as to where those should come from. Likewise, when we go to add resources, there's discussions about that as well. So to the extent that there are changes that are outside that discussion, and we will work through that as a senior manager staff, to collectively work together to, address the priorities that are set by the council.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Further questions on this provision? This is a resolution adopting General Fund Ellie Phillips Memorial Library and our City County Health Department. Don't see further questions, so then on a motion by Councilmember Strobel and seconded by Councilmember Anderson, these three funds have been moved and discussion is in order. Council members wish to lead off? Amendments, discussion. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I think just a process question. Are you interested in taking up the amendments in numerical order, or are you wanting council members to offer theirs as per their pleasure?
I think it would be best to offer them, to bring them up. Does that seem okay?
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I'll just start with an opening remark about the budget and kind of the status of local government and our broken shared revenue formula.
I'm trying to figure that out.
Our city is not unique in that we have serious fiscal restraints that we are tied under because of a broken shared funding formula that has not caught up with the rate and the progress that cities, counties, schools are incurring. And I absolutely acknowledge the intricate thought, planning, strategizing, care that has gone into constructing the budget. I do believe we will be entertaining some motions or some resolutions for some changes. However, if I were to add up the dollar amount for the percentage change of what may be considered tonight, probably less than 0.5% of the entire budget. Which means that I look at this from I try to look at this from a positive, that I think we start off with believing at least 99.5% or more. I think we're all starting on the same page. And so as we get into amendments, I just want us to, for me, I would like to say that I believe that this is a policy document that I think by and large, all of the stakeholders start off on the same page with. And I think going to a referendum is an inevitability, that we're going to have to do this. Whether it's next year or the year after, incumbent upon all of the stakeholders who work with the budget to be a part of finding the solution, whether or not our state levy limits are changed. We have to cultivate an organization, larger than an organization, a community that wants to work together and find solutions to solve the problems that persist, whether or not we have levy limit restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
So I also want to thank and honor our senior staff members who are the day-to-day stewards of these funds. And these funds are really a vehicle to propel our city forward, not only in the kind of the functionality, as our city manager put up on kind of a graphic. It's the functionality and all the way up to the fun. And our city has been talking about having a beloved city, and I want to speak a little bit more about that soon. But Eau Claire's special. We have something special going on here, and I think it's safe to say that most of us love our city. Sometimes you don't have to like if you're in love, but so sometimes you get a little irritated, and that's okay. That happens in a relationship. But I think we love our city, and part of that, when we talk about fun, it's not really just for the sake of having fun. It's really a reflection of loving our community and wanting to honor the people who live here and welcome the people who join our community.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just start off with those just broad comments before we move into any amendments.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel, and I'll echo those sentiments. I know a lot of work goes into the budget, and a lot of difficult decisions are made across all of our departments, so I want to just offer my thanks as well for all of that. I'll start off right away by offering an amendment, something that I think is important. This would be a motion to offer the amendment that Councilmember Emanuel and I have brought to the table. This budget amendment is regarding participatory budgeting and how we make a first step for that. As many of you know, I think before I talk to it, I'll just first motion it. So on a motion by myself and Councilmember Emanuel, the budget amendment regarding participatory budgeting is moved. Councilmember Emanuel, can I speak to it first? Okay, thank you. This is something that I have brought up, I think, consistently over the 10 years of service, my 10 years of service on the City Council, as a unique way to try to encourage more community engagement in our budgeting process. What it does is it would say that a small portion of our, it's usually in most cities, our capital budget is set aside, and on the neighborhood and community level, folks come together to identify projects that they find important. They work with city staff to figure out what's feasible, and then there's usually a voting process to figure out which of those different ideas we fund. Why it matters is because I think we've always struggled to get the kind of engagement in the budget that we've wanted, And this is just one way for people to see I can actually have a direct ability to access my city council, the decision-making process myself by casting a vote. What they found in cities that have done this is that it increases people's awareness and participation just generally. By having a mechanism like this in place, it actually has encouraged so many more people to get involved. And they show pictures of rooms just full of folks who say, oh, I get to have a direct say on how public dollars are spent. Sign me up. How can I get involved? Once folks realize how real and what kind of impact that has. So this amendment would set aside $25,000. It would draw from our parking enforcement, specifically across our entire community. It would draw down that overall fund by 14%. And so as far as I understand it, I think it's a reduction from 270 to 240 hours. Sorry, 240 hours per week currently enforced. We're about 89% of the total, and would draw that down by 30 hours a week. And that person would, it would be contractual service. Someone would come in and help us set up this program for the first year, which would be next year. And then hopefully going forward, we'd have to have another conversation with our city manager and our city council to decide whether we want to continue forward with probably a more robust and fleshed out position that would help facilitate this going forward. So this gets us started. It's not everything I think I had hoped or some of the other council members had hoped, but it gets us started in that direction this year. What else can I say on this? In terms of our parking, the parking part of this, what's important I think to remember is that folks know whether it's 240 hours or 210 hours, they know that there's a potential of getting a ticket. And that's what's important, is that the potential is there. And we heard things like people are going and taking the chalk off of the wheels and trying to move their car a few inches. Whether we're at 210 or 240 hours a week, that's not really going to change that. I think the overall concept of parking enforcement is still there. We're leaving it to the police department's discretion, our parking enforcement officers' discretion to decide where in the downtown needs or in our city needs the priority. But we're not saying we're getting rid of parking enforcement overall, and I hope no one is taking that message away from this change. What I can say personally is that I will 100% be able to go and speak with folks who elected me, my district or otherwise, and say, this is an important thing that we do in our community to engage more people, to have opportunity for folks to get engaged in their neighborhood and community level. And are you okay with getting a couple less tickets downtown? I think I can go and make that case. So I hope you would consider supporting this. I'll defer to Councilmember Emanuel to speak if you would like to as well.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Participatory budgeting is a process that has already been adopted by over 3,000 cities across our world. It was an international idea that has now spread to many states across our country. The impacts that have been documented by research and through their design of their process, it shows that communities have increased civic engagement, have stronger and more collaborative relationships between residents, government, and community organizations, have a more inclusive political participation, especially by historically marginalized communities, develops new community leaders, and is a bit more equitable and effective in the public spending category. Understanding that ultimately that would be a very, very small part of the budget, as I imagine that. But it really gives real people power over real money. And I think it starts to create this community where there's this notion that people can gather together to co-create the community that they want to live in. It, I think, enhances the work that the legislative body does. And ultimately, any proposals that would come through participatory budgeting would still have to go through the legislative body. Just because a recommendation comes forth doesn't mean it compels a body to do that. What this shows, one of the other impacts that this has is it increases voter turnout, that you're starting to cultivate at an earlier age civic engagement, and many communities show that that has increased voter turnout, which is only one type of practice of democracy. There's many practices of democracy. So I guess the two things I would close my comments on is that when we had our very first budget work session, which I believe was perhaps the end of May, early June, this was a topic that a majority of council members discussed that they were very interested in seeing in this budget. And while it didn't come forth in the final budget recommendation, Councilmember Worthman and I met with the city manager, had many conversations, many communications, and I think what you actually see before you is a compromise, because Councilmember Acting President Worthman and I wanted to see actually a full-time position come out of this, which has a higher dollar amount. But we also realize and acknowledge that we currently don't have perhaps the professional skill set that is specific for creating participatory budgeting. And so what we offered, and the logic behind the way we've offered that, is that this is as permanent can be in a year-to-year budget, a permanent change that can be augmented hopefully next year to create this into a full-time position once we have hired a professional to help lay down the groundwork and lay out the infrastructure for our community to be successful in this. The last that I'll say is I'm wearing a little pin tonight that's about our All-America City, and we see the banners all across our community, and it's one of Eau Claire's biggest feathers in her cap. And we were written about being an All-American city. And what does that mean? It means that we won an award for cutting-edge civic engagement in our community. And the city manager and I had the opportunity to go and basically make a case to receive this award back in 2014 in Colorado. And you'll have to ask the city manager. He had a pretty awesome beard and an axe that he was helping to tell our story with a little Paul Bunyan reference. But in telling my part of Eau Claire's story, it's really finding people as they are and who they are and bringing them into the fold of civic engagement to our community. And I told a story about a very well-respected community leader here in Eau Claire who taught me about living in a beloved community and taught me that the way that we show our love and our care for one another is to bring one another into the fold. And so I shared that story on the national stage in Colorado, and it was pretty amazing to be able to go and receive the award on behalf of our entire community. And so I really see this as a continuation of building our authentic identity as a community that includes and honors one another in our process.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Anyone else like to speak on the motion? Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. And I'm hoping my other council members have kept an open mind on this a bit, but I have sort of issues with both parts of the request. I'll talk about the participatory budgeting first. Participatory budgeting is a policy shift. I think it should see a little bit more of the light of day and not be put in place by a budget process that actually includes ongoing funding for a program that we should see in work sessions with staff, public input, and a resolution through the legislative process of this council if it's something that members and the public want. It sets us as a policy and it directs staff to formulate a plan. I don't believe this is a correct process for that. The packet I had here on some of this, I don't know much about it, from Vallejo, California, right on there says, participatory budgeting has established a fundamental change in how the community and the city will work together now and into the future. To me, that sounds like a policy change. One one of the things Vallejo did is they had everybody list their priorities, what was important to them. And I found it interesting. Their number one priority was education. Well, that's not the function of the city. We have a Board of Education in this town. The next one was streets. We have that department. Parks and Rec, we have that. Public safety, economic development. Those are all things that this city already has and does. And so just my small little research here leads me to think that we need a little more open discussion and parameters, paying a consultant with a stipulation that ongoing funds will be used to implement this new policy is not keeping with our legislative duties of an open and public conversation about what is a fundamental change. That's one part of it. The second part of it, maybe a little more dear to me, is how it's being funded. I think you heard from all the business improvement districts who had very little notice, and DECI, who has a downtown parking committee, that parking enforcement is, enforcing the laws and the restrictions that this council put in place with a very public process, a very drawn-out process through a parking study, through working with the parking committees and coming back and then being voted on. It's very critically important that enforcement continues down there. We have a $60 million fine arts center that just came online. We've got a $40 million mixed-use building, and we have many more promising developments in Block 7 as well as the railroad lot. And enforcing the parking code is imperative. I think reducing parking enforcement is actually counterproductive in several different ways, and I'm going to mention those. If we're looking for these new ventures to be successful, we have to enforce the current parking restrictions. It's not just downtown. It's the Third Ward Neighborhood Association. It's the Randall Park areas, and they rely on parking enforcement as well. And we just put more restrictions over on Briggs Ave. And what is the point of putting parking restrictions on if you don't have the people to enforce them? It's also counterproductive because enforcing the code helps fund itself. Think about this. It probably contributes more to the general fund than it actually costs. So assume that it's a revenue neutral expense. That means that another $25,000 is going to be generated towards revenue to the general fund. That makes this consultant cost about 50 grand. Because not only are we not spending the 25 here, but we're costing ourselves 25 on the back end. So I'm hoping my fellow council members will agree and not support this amendment to the budget, even if you support the concept of participatory budgeting. I hope you agree that it's a policy change. Should see more public and staff and council input prior to agreeing to fund it. Council sets the policy, and then staff figures out how to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I do want to talk a little bit about the process because believe it or not, I agree with Councilmember Strobel and some of his comments. And I think that there's really two ways, as far as I understand, of how we look at new initiatives. And I'll say that I feel like sometimes it's a bit of a catch-22 that our body, I think, really should clarify of how do we want to proceed. So I'll explain what I mean by that. Last year, there were some policy initiatives that I wanted to look at, and I was given feedback that I should really look at the policies within the next year's operating budget because that's the more proper place to park the ideas. And then here we are, there's a policy initiative, and then there's feedback that I think is absolutely legitimate of how do we have a longer conversation about that. So I think we have some flaws in our and opportunities, I guess, to improve how we deliberate this. And I guess what I would offer is that with all sincerity that I have, I'm trying to work within the realm that has been advised to me for bringing forth new policy ideas is to make sure it coincides with the fiscal year. So that's the reason why, and that's my intention.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Other council members wish to speak on this amendment? Councilmember Christopherson.
President Worthman, I'm not going to speak very long, but I'm going to speak broadly. It's always, I find it challenging when something like this comes as a budget, a money decision instead of a concept decision, which I think is what's coming up on the other end of the row here. But Eau Claire is very fortunate to have Clear Vision, which is a well-developed, very successful citizen engagement organization. There's a widely supported and talented and used justice organization, Jonah, Joining Our Neighbors Advancing Hope, both of which utilize citizen engagement models, so that there's a lot of people in our community that are very familiar with citizen engagement. They practice it, they teach it. Neighborhood associations are maybe not as skilled, but they're also a way in which we engage citizens at the ground roots level with the work of government. This is something that I think justifies, invigorates, makes more productive this idea that maybe I am engaged in my city government. It may be, instead of the city providing this money up front for this initiative, it would be that these groups that are already practicing citizen engagement would bring it forward with suggesting to the city that we need this leadership, we need this investment to really move Eau Claire forward, so that it becomes a policy response, as Mr. Strobel is talking about, to the community, as opposed to the council kind of overlaying this on what's already a budget document. So I'm not really sure how I would vote on this particular amendment, but I'm very definitely in support of participatory budget work.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Any other Councilmember Weld?
Thank you, Acting President. I guess in support of the downtown businesses, and we've spoken throughout the evening about when people come to speak and what that means and how we interpret it. Obviously, we had, I think, 3 or 4 different, both business owners and people that were a part of the downtown that expressed their concerns about taking away this money from the parking. And so I guess I want to support them, having owned 3 businesses downtown at a time, in the mid to late 80s, when there was a huge exodus downtown. Everything was moving to the mall, and I think I've told the story, but there was 26 empty storefronts just on Barstow Street alone at that time. So it's always been a concern, parking. For me as a business owner, for everyone that's down there now as a business owner. And I think we owe them, that consideration, that we've just invested a lot of money on our streets down there. We've assessed all of them with some pretty hefty bills to cover those costs. We need to make sure that they can keep their doors open, and we need to make sure that they have the customers and the turnover that they depend on to be profitable. I mean, that's the whole goal. It doesn't serve us any good to do all the things we're talking about, participatory budgeting. If we don't have the businesses to be a part of it as well. And so I would encourage people to, again, I'm really voting no, because I feel that it shouldn't come from this money. Shouldn't come from this area. I think it needs to be left alone as far as that $25,000.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. I just wanted to make a comment that a couple things, that this actually, and to Councilmember Christopherson's point, I actually was a part of a group in Clear Vision that specifically looked at how to bring about participatory budgeting. And I'll say that we kind of lack the long-term energy and know-how to bring it forward to a legislative change. But that was maybe 6 or 7 years ago. But I do think that conversation was a part of those initial clear vision. As you know, some projects went further than others, but there was definitely an interest and a good faith effort, I think, by people to look at how this could take place. And I will quote our former city manager, Michael Huggins, who reminded me recently that we have done a very, very good job of investing in our downtown, in our physical infrastructure, and that would include parking. And we have done a great job of doing that to benefit businesses and jobs and draw people to our community. Where we, I think, need to focus and catch up, I would say in some senses, is to make sure that our civic life is strong and matches our commitment to our investments in our physical infrastructure, because it's our civic life that really helps us continue, I think, keep a strong community and committed to each other, committed to engagement. So, yes, this is a decision on policy and where do we draw that money from. But I think that the argument could be made that that this is important enough to do that. Councilmember Weld? Strobel? My apologies.
Thank you. I just want to make a point to Councilmember Manuel's on the policy issue and stuff. I think you were on the appointments committee when they got rid of the FISPAC and BPAC and EPAC. I don't know, all those committees. And at that point in time, it was explained to council members if they wanted to bring forth some type of policy, there was a mechanism to do that. There was an ad hoc committee. You filled out things. If you have a couple council members that were interested, you could put that together and you could work on that and bring it to council for a public hearing, for conversations with council, and then it forms policy. I mean, Councilmember Worthman put together the Sustainability Commission, and I'm sure that went through a lot of different meetings and stuff. So there is a way to bring policy forward within our guidelines, other than doing something through the budget, where a lot of us really don't know a lot about participatory budgeting. So I guess, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Further comments by council? Councilmember Berge?
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Weld was saying about listening to the business owners last night, and I did hear them and I'm glad they came and spoke. I appreciate their time coming down. And really what that did for me was to realize that there are problems parking downtown, which I knew just being downtown. And with the $75,000 parking study, it sounds like what's happening now isn't exactly working from what I heard last night, and that we do need that study. And actually I've gotten, because of the paper story on that, I've gotten email correspondence and people are not happy with that money going towards that parking study. But now I see why we are having that study, and it makes a lot of sense to look at maybe it is bigger, the solution's bigger than just ticketing or whatever we're doing now is not working. So I did listen to what they were saying last night, and I'm like, wow, we really do need that study to figure this out and find some other solutions. That's more than what we're doing now. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further comments? Councilmember Greggert?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman, and do want to thank the movers here to bring this conversation forward. I do think it is an awkward, discussion as part of a budget sometimes, and I think it's somewhat of a new thing for the city to really have as many amendments as we do have in front of us tonight. But I think that participatory budgeting is something that can help us pass an overall stronger budget, even though a lot of the focus of it is on potentially creating a pool of funds and a process that we really don't actually know what it looks like yet. But I think we really do need to look more critically at our entire budget process, and this can help us do that. In terms of what is most appropriate, sometimes we're left with very few options, and I think we're going to run into a lot of or very few options tonight. But a little bit of background on the kind of the civic engagement side of things. I was involved in the Clear Vision process when it first began. I think that was 2006. And I was on the Transportation Key Performance Area group within that. And I believe that report ultimately came out in 2008, so about 10 years ago. There was nothing in it about parking, but it was about primarily the alternatives to what we've kind of gotten ourselves in as a society is car dependency. And so it was a lot about what we can do to improve our transit system. Unfortunately, we haven't really met a lot of those objectives within that Clear Vision process, but we are getting a new transit center. That was one of the things on there. And there was a lot about how to improve biking and walking and making that safer and more accessible. And I think that really is truly the solution for downtown, is that we need to have a DECI parking committee that is maybe not just focused on parking, although that's not totally within our purview because DECI has its own board and everything. But I think I don't really have very good information about the what the impact of this extra funding we put toward parking enforcement really has resulted in. I didn't get good answers necessarily from folks last night, partly because they didn't have much time, and that is another issue with this. Is I don't think the business community downtown really expected this to happen again. That this particular enforcement dollars would be the subject of a possible amendment again, but it shouldn't necessarily be a huge surprise, because I think that we should know exactly what the results of our investments are for something like this, when it is less critical of a duty of our police department, in my opinion. So I really don't have very good information to say like what would happen if we did not fund this, because there hasn't been any data about revenue that may have been generated by those extra hours. There hasn't been even anecdotal responses as to whether it's actually improved the parking situation downtown. We've obviously had some major changes despite what we may have been doing with enforcement, in the sense that the Pablo Center opened and we have a number of other new businesses downtown. But I do think that parking study, it's very strange to see myself in the newspaper like promoting and saying that, yeah, let's do that parking study. But the fact is that we need to be smart about, where we're making our investments, and I don't necessarily think we were smart about making this change in increasing enforcement in the last budget, because I don't think it was based on real evidence as to what the result would be. So I think it is an okay place for us to focus on, in terms of the parking enforcement, in order to really open ourselves up to some possibilities of civic engagement in our community that may open our eyes to things that we wouldn't think of otherwise, and gives us a little bit of funding to be able to continue that conversation into a future year if it looks promising. So I see myself supporting this. There are obviously some problems with the process that we've all seen, I think, as we try to impact the budget, but we have to do some things differently, I think. So I'm willing to support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Greger. Further comments? Councilmember Berge.
Thanks. I just wanted to speak directly to the participatory budgeting, and I do support that. I've done research on it as well, and actually the different trainings I've been to, and in fact just recently at the League of Cities, it's been brought up in a very positive light. In fact, there was a question posed to the group I was in of kind of assuming that we all did participatory budgeting with our budgets. And I'm like, well, no, we don't. And that was, I was definitely the minority. So there is a norm, or people are doing it out there and it's working. So that is reassuring to me, I guess. And then I am all about civic engagement. And if that's what this does, in fact, that's when I hear most from people is how public dollars are being spent, whether it be the Confluence project downtown or the bridge downtown, or various people have comments on everything for and against, and it's usually about how the money is spent. And if this gives them some ownership over that, because they do have ideas, I don't see how that could be a bad thing. So it seems like that's what people want.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further comments? Seeing none at this time. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
Grigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
Weld.
No.
Worthman.
Aye.
Zhang.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
And that amendment passes. We're then back to the floor. Council members want to offer further amendments or make further comment on the budget? Councilmember Anderson?
Councilmember Emanuel and I are bringing forth an amendment regarding the library, and I just wanted to speak to that briefly.
Okay, if it's moved and seconded then by both of you.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you. So I'm speaking in support of increasing funding for the library, which should result in 2 additional library positions. The funds that we are requesting represent 0.003% of our total budget. Since the library has become a key partner in addressing the growing problems of poverty and low income, this budget amendment represents an opportunity to show concrete leadership on an issue that affects over 40% of Eau Claire residents. So it's an opportunity to show leadership in growing a community that better serves 100% of Eau Claire residents by making a budget adjustment of 0.003%. And I want to emphasize that this adjustment represents a small step. I see poverty and income inequality as a slow-moving emergency in our city, one that will have long-term financial, social, and personal consequences for our community and members of it. My hope is that by showing leadership on this issue tonight, we can begin to stem the serious risks that poverty and low income poses for our community and take a step toward becoming a city that works for all. We heard some recommendations last night regarding possible adjustments in city services that the city manager would make if the contractual services budget was maintained at its current level, which is what we are proposing. I do not support those particular recommendations, but in reviewing the data from the last 8 years, it looks like we may expect a surplus in this area. Over the last 8 years, we have had a budget surplus each year in contractual services, and the average amount of this surplus is about $520,000. So we are asking, again, for $179,800. My understanding is that the city manager will have the opportunity to work together with council to make adjustments down the road if they are needed. But it seems to me that given a history of surpluses, the funds are indeed available for these positions without perhaps making some of those service reductions. So I just feel that we have an opportunity tonight to take action in response to the fact that nearly 1 out of 2 households in our city struggle to make ends meet, and an opportunity to get trained people working to make sure that everyone in our city has a safe place to go, where they feel secure and can learn and connect with the resources they need and can come together to meet as equals regardless of their social background. We also have an opportunity to reduce the impact of childhood poverty on young kids who will benefit all of their lives from as much exposure to books and language as possible. And so I think this is a good long-term investment in our city. Early interventions shape lives and shape communities. And what really pushes me to be advocating so strongly for this is that when I was out knocking doors, the thing that I would bring up that always connected me with voters in my district was when I would say, you know, I went to school over at Mans Elementary, and when I was a kid growing up in the 1980s, this neighborhood was so affluent that I often got teased because I didn't have the right designer jeans. But today, over 40% of those kids at Mans are qualifying for free or reduced lunch. This isn't the way things used to be, and it doesn't have to be the way things are. And we have an opportunity to do something about it. And I believe it's important that we do this now because people are hurting right now due to poverty and low income. So in this community, I believe that we want opportunity for all, and we want all kids to have every chance to succeed. And this budget amendment is just one way that we as a city can signify our commitment toward building opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Councilmember Emanuel, would you like to speak on the motion, Paul?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I think Councilmember Anderson said it quite beautifully, and I echo every last word that you chose. So thank you for really illustrating and bringing to light the work that we are interested in doing. This really is I think for me, probably the most, probably the highest and pressing issue that I see that our community can rise above sometimes the status quo limitations that we feel to really be able to impact people's lives. And as I sit here in this room, my hands are chilly, my feet are chilly, and winter is upon us. And the library is a place that a lot of people go to when it's cold outside. And heretofore, we haven't had anybody dedicated at the library to help build relationships with people who seek shelter, literal shelter, as often as the library is open, to help them be successful, more than asking people to be quiet or kind of work on the behavioral side. This would give the library the tools to build meaningful relationships with customers and people who need or want to be in the library. So I think about that. That's one end of the bookend of this proposal. The other end of the bookend is really taking a preventative approach of looking at helping to increase early literacy through neighborhood engagement. And we know that neighborhood engagement is a high priority here in this body. And so to me, this seems like I feel is perhaps the best chance that we have at doing some direct impact and improvement on people's lives. Now, I learned through the budget process that we're actually not creating 2 library positions. And we should be very clear about that council members do not have the authority to create library positions. The library board has the authority to create library positions. In conversation with the library director, when I asked about some potential opportunities of ways that we might be able to impact the lives of people at the library or people in communities, she indicated that this money, if approved, would go to create that, and she would work with her board. So I think we have to enter this with a bit of some sobriety that we don't have the authority to create library positions, yet this is what the funds have been, this is the intention to do that. We did explore some different funding possibilities, and again, this seemed to be perhaps the best out of a very challenging list of options. And really what this does is that this keeps the service level of contractual services to the same dollar amount as 2018. And I did not receive one phone call from any citizen saying, you guys should have given more money to contractual services. I'm really missing out. I think that our level of service has been responsive to citizens, and that this still gives the manager and the manager's designee the flexibility to decide exactly where are the highest priorities for this contractual services. We saw some possibilities last night, and yet the manager still has discretion on ultimately where that goes. And so for me, what I have to lean back on is our policy goals and how we can support kind of our broader policy goals, and I see that this allocation to the library helps to reach that. And I also see that even if funding changes for contractual services, we're still talking about $7.4 million. And that would maintain, it's actually a higher amount than last year. And so I think that we do have it in our budget. And again, as history shows, we have an average of $520,100 that are underspent every year in this exact budget category. And so this is probably about 40% of what's traditionally underspent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Council members wish to speak on this amendment? Councilmember Strobel.
I'm going to pretend I'm talking to myself here, but yep, I'm going to weigh in one more time here. And I hope the public's watching some of this stuff, and I think they are, and I think we started to see some of that last night in the comments that some of the people that came that we haven't seen before mentioned. So, but to speak to the library in general, the library has a $4.2 million budget. It was up about $170,000, including levy, from last year. The library chose not to impose fines anymore. That cost them $60,000 in revenue. That's $230,000 of revenue that the library board and the library director can prioritize and manage. And if they prioritized a security officer, then they could have probably hired one. They didn't come to the city and ask for more money for staffing. This is a political decision here. The literacy services and stuff, they're already offered throughout the whole community. Literacy volunteers, the school district has programs, Head Start for 4K. They'd be duplicating a lot of services. So why not work with others versus creating new programs and new expenses here? I'm troubled that we need police officers in this town, and we can't find the money to fund them. I'm troubled that an IT position would probably serve the city much better than this. And to be honest, I've got a letter here in front of me from the library. They're looking to start fundraising for a big thing, and I just don't think this is going to set well with a lot of people. So I really don't think it's a good idea. I am not going to support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. These ideas are really exciting to me. It gives me a lot of energy to think about these things happening in our community. When I was a student at the university, I was just starting to get involved in city operations, and I was told then that poverty was not within the purview of our city, and that has always really sat with me. And the feeling that I had that was just so wrong. And I think I feel so grateful that we even have the opportunity to talk about this now, the opportunity to talk about positions that are specifically designated to deal with the effects of poverty, and we're having even more conversations about how we can deal with affordable housing and other conditions of poverty. And so I first wanted to say thanks to the movers for bringing this forward and for giving us the opportunity to use our imagination to think about what is possible and what our city and our constituents deserve. I think that a city budget, we've said this before, but a city budget reflects our values as a city, and our values as a city undeniably are to take care of each other and to address poverty and to make sure, that we can all, when we all do better, we're all doing better, right? And so I do think that these positions, there's no doubt in my mind that these positions reflect our values and do deserve a place in our budget. That said, I'm really disappointed to have not been able to see this proposal before yesterday. If I were the mover and seconder, I would feel extremely disappointed to not have seen this, and I realize that there are time constraints, but what the proposal for where to find the money to replace that is extremely hard to stomach. And to have just seen it last night, I don't think it's just not sitting well with me. And it's clearly not sitting well with a lot of our residents. We're talking about a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, a pretty small percentage of our budget. And I'm having such a hard time understanding why, out of a small percentage of our budget, we're cutting things like diversity initiatives and background investigations and the quality of our roads. And so, I guess I'm feeling like we deserve all these things. And I'm also feeling frustrated by that and frustrated by our budget, confines of our budget and these budgetary confines that I feel that the state has imposed on us. And so I guess I am still undecided, to be totally honest, but know that these positions, our city deserves them, and our city deserves all the other things that they would seek to replace too. So I don't know what to do.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Councilmember Zhang.
Thank you. I am currently our committee member with the library, but I do appreciate Council Anderson and Emmanuel to put these amendments out. I know we had several meetings down there. I know they're pretty much staffed as shores. And I know that there are a lot of people who need services. And I plead that this is really bringing it to the councils to increase staff down there. I know my days back in about 20 years ago, when that's the most important places for me. I mean, without the library, I don't think I'd be here, to be honest with you, because it's a very important place for myself, my kids, and other people in the community to utilize how important it is. So I definitely support this amendment to increase staff down there, and I hope that city council members, you guys, probably support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zhang. Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. Boy, each one of these is so difficult and are based on a variety of needs and a variety of values. But I want to point out that I think it's a little unfair in our conversation to, even by inference, put the needs of the homeless that use the library and the library that is trying to manage that in a constructive way against the robust development that we've seen in the downtown and the kinds of resources, both financial and educational and leadership, that's already involved in making downtown work. I find our conversations to be so helpful in moving these decisions along, because if we look at all of these amendments as being just 1/2 of 1% of our budget, 1/2 of 1%, we really make those decisions during the year by underspending or just finding that circumstances change. So I always imagine that our staff and our leadership and the council have our best interests at heart not only tonight when we're voting on these things, but every day when we're going, okay, I have to make other choices on this decision 3 months from now. So I don't want to think that I have my head in the sand, because I understand that this is all very real. But when I ran for a district that has a lot of diversity, a lot of economic diversity, I want to make sure that those values and those needs come also in front of the council. And if we're only going to talk about people that have resources in education and opportunity, then my people aren't going to get the same kinds of advantages. So I'm simply saying that I think we need to take both the needs of the downtown, the needs of economic development, but we need to take it also with the same idea that we have a lot of people whose time has now come, and there are going to be people watching the council deliberate and say thank you that finally the council is talking about my interests. So I'm grateful that this is here. I think that the library has really stepped out of their zone to be very effective in supporting a changing needs of the homeless and people experiencing low income in our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Christopherson. Further comments? Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. I guess I just want to caution us that we should go into this vote with the idea that these are going to be the items that are eliminated, even though there's been the suggestion that there'll be $520,000 there. We should never, as a governing body, spend money that we assume or guess is going to be there. That again is we were elected to be fiscally responsible as well, and in this case we really have to know that this is where it's coming from. If it doesn't, great. If we can make this work in the end, perfect. But when we vote, we have to assume this is where those funds will be eliminated, and we cannot just assume that money will be there.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. I wanted to respond to that idea, and I think it would be smart of our council to actually kind of take the recommendations and maybe say, we don't accept them, or there's certain ones we don't accept, and ask that the manager just find, as the year progresses, and I'm assuming this is going to kind of happen anyway, knowing that there's a $500,000 surplus usually that gets carried over, but ask that these not be the priority areas. I think it's, again, it happened last night at the council meeting. I don't know that I knew where those cuts were going to be made. Part of me wants to go into each one of those and ask, why did you decide that was the right place to cut? For some reason, folks came in last night from the public already prepared to speak about those specific cuts before I even knew that they were coming. It's a concern. I think we ought to take a real hard look at, I think our values are close on this. We care about diversity. We care about early literacy for children. We all do. So I hope that we're not setting up some sort of false dichotomy that it has to be this, exact setup. I'm going to support this, but I was troubled last night how that progressed, and I would, I guess, and just in myself, encourage the city manager to relook and the departments to relook at those priority levels, the priorities of what was being requested for cuts, because out of a $7.4 million budget, I'm certain that we can look for other priorities. Councilmember Berge?
I was also concerned that people came prepared to speak on the cuts before council knew. I found that confusing. Not sure how they knew and we didn't, but I also noticed that. But also I think, well, and I know that the budget is about priorities. And so if we look at priorities and what we spend our public dollars on, and poverty and people and children are all things that I prioritize in our society. And I also, if we talk about money and cost effectiveness, and I know in my schooling and my job and my recent public service, being on the Board of Health, that it's much more cost effective to be preventative on things. It's much more cheaper, I guess, less expensive to spend money on children and families as they're starting off than maybe later on for going to extremes, but, putting them in jails or, again, extremes, or even therapy gets expensive and things like, it's just much more cost effective to do those early interventions. So if that's where this money is going towards, I think that makes sense. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. Councilmember Graggart.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I do feel it would be appropriate to dig into some of the proposed contractual service cuts. Obviously, I do not necessarily feel like we're as restrictive as it may seem that these would be the actual cuts, but it is good to have a snapshot of what the impact could be. Obviously, I wish I had it before yesterday, but I did ask some questions of city staff regarding some of them to flesh them out a little bit, so I can share some of that. I asked, having just attended the National League of Cities City Summit, regarding the elimination of the National League of Cities membership, I asked when or how long we've actually been members, and I believe it's been since 2009. That was the year I was given that we've had consistent membership since. So that maybe gives folks some perspective on that one. That was the main question I came up with for that. I asked about the elimination of portable restrooms, and that's in the Community Services Department. So that implies parks as the primary area, and so I did confirm that Carson Park Baseball, parks without shelters, and dog parks would be affected by that. But it would not affect the bus transit center, which was one of my concerns because that is funded out of the transit fund. And then I also asked a question about, that was a bit more general about, given that there was the fact that the 2019 budget for contractual services is proposed to be larger than the 2018, I asked kind of what was driving that increase. And a lot of it was the one-time service modifications. So I think one thing that should be kept in mind is that while there is that apparent average surplus after considering all of the possibilities for contractual services in a given year, that ends up being over $500,000, we're looking at a year that's maybe a bit more well-funded because of the fact that we're talking about one-time funds. So something to keep in mind is that there's probably some fluctuation from year to year with regard to what the possibilities are and that flexibility within contractual services. So regarding, I guess, the subject of this amendment of using the funds to go toward 2 new positions at the library, it kind of takes me back to the 2015 comprehensive plan when I served as a citizen on that advisory committee, really trying to talk about the issue of poverty, and it did get a mention at the beginning of the document, but it really did not necessarily result in a really comprehensive look on what the city's role is on the issue of poverty. So I do appreciate Councilmember Beaton's reference to how we kind of need to change what we feel our responsibility is as a city. Obviously, there's a lot of what we do that is directly related to poverty, but I think we need to look strategically at what those areas are that we can be uniquely positioned. And I do think the library is a really unique aspect of our community that maybe sets it apart from many other libraries in that in other cities. So I'm kind of open to this idea that we put more resources there so that we can see what comes of that. I don't necessarily feel like I got it with enough notice, just a matter of a few weeks, that this would be a major strategy. It doesn't seem like we've looked at poverty as comprehensively as we could, but I guess in balancing it with some of the contractual services that we're talking about and just the general pool of contractual services, it's possible I could support it. Shifting funding toward the library for 2 positions. I haven't totally made up my mind yet, but wanted to share a little bit about the contractual services that would be affected potentially as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregor. Any further comments, Councilmember Strobel?
I have a question for the city manager, because I'm hearing people thinking people were prepared. The only person I think was prepared was potentially the gentleman from the Police and Fire Commission, and I'm sure it was shared with staff. But I'd like to ask the city manager, I mean, was that information shared with the public so they could come and talk on this prior?
City Manager Peters?
We learned of this request, I think, last Tuesday morning. Of course, that's going into a holiday weekend. I was on vacation and didn't arrive back until late Monday afternoon. There was a request to all the department directors if there was going to be a cut to contractual services, where should that be? I believe that information was compiled on Monday morning. I was able to look at that late Monday afternoon when I arrived, and it was then put into the presentation. It's certainly not my intent or our intent that the public receive information before the council. We work very, very hard to not have that happen. To the extent that there were discussions about what impacts, because again, we try to work together as a team, as a senior management team, where those should come from. That was happening. Frankly, we were scrambling. I mean, we did not. I mean, the idea that we have money that's just available to be spent without having an impact, I think is I think it's appropriate to have a conversation about what the impacts are to changes in our budget. We work really hard to do what we do well, and what we do well takes a wide variety of services, from wages to contractual services to supplies to benefits to training. It's all a package for what we do, and we work really hard to provide high quality services with the money that we're provided through the budget process. And we work very hard to talk in terms of the services, the service levels, or the the programming that we do. And so when this amendment came forward to, well, just cut the contractual services, and because there's money there, and manager figure it out. Obviously, we will figure it out. It's fully within your prerogative to to decrease the amount. But it does have impacts. And so we felt it was our obligation to do the best we could to share with you what those impacts would likely be. And, these are, the contractual services support what we do. They are how we augment the people services that we have. To think that, that it just goes down and that there's not an impact, I think is not to have the full conversation, that we have very, very tight budgets. We have managers that work really hard to spend their money responsibly, to provide the services, to leave money on the table at the end of the year, not to have a philosophy of use it or lose it. And that money, keep in mind, when there is money left over at the end of the year, that's what becomes your fund balance. And that's what then funds our CIP. So to take a look at a budget or a line item and say, well, just because that's been historically underspent, that's available for something, that if we do that across the board, and we do that on all of our budgets, and we compress out of that any flexibility for us to be able to adapt to the things that happen throughout the year, that philosophy or that approach will eventually mean that we will be down $2 to $3 million a year that we will then have to borrow or have significant discussions about what we do in the CIP. So I apologize if it got out into the public before it got to you. Certainly not our intent, and I could not be more sincere about that, because we work very hard to make sure that you are not surprised. And to the extent that happened last night, my apologies. To the extent that it was a very quick turnaround, we had a very quick turnaround, and we're making our very best attempt to say, this doesn't just happen in a vacuum. It doesn't just happen without consequence. And this is my recommendations of if we have to make adjustments to the contractual services, where I'll have to do those. I don't know if that addresses your question or not.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Peters, and thank you, Councilmember Strobel. Councilmember Weld.
Thank you, Acting President. Just in defense of Mr. Winzen and the city manager and the staff involved, Jay's been asking us on a weekly basis for amendments for 2 months. Since this came out, it's all the time, every meeting, get the amendments in early so that we can have the time to look at these things and do this the right way. But obviously, last Tuesday, 2 days before our city office closes, it's difficult. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Weld. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I would just have to say, to clarify so that we have the facts out there, that this was not introduced 2 days before the office closed. This budget amendment was submitted before the deadline. The additional deliberations were about where is the best place to identify the funds within the budget. There were other sources identified that also did not seem to be perhaps the right match. So just so that we're clear, these amendments were followed through with the process that was existing well before the due date. And I think this conversation is hard and it's difficult, and it's indicative that we have to improve our budget process so that we can really truly support each other as an organization to all be functioning at our highest capacity.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. City Manager Peters.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I agree with Councilmember Emanuel that certainly the concept of the amendment was on time and was there. And if I certainly didn't mean to imply that we weren't aware that we were working on the budget, because there were, as you said, there were many things that we worked through and many proposals that were offered to where it would come from. The But the decision on, contractual services, did come on Tuesday morning, and we felt it was appropriate to talk about or to put some information out as to what the impact of that would be.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. Any further comments before we vote? I see none. Councilmember Graggart? Sorry, I'm fast. Sorry
That's
about
okay.
that.
I guess I had a question about this specific cost of each of the two positions. I guess I'm not sure I have that. I don't think I have that in front of me. So as to what the difference may be between one and the other at the library.
For our library director, Ms. Westby.
Thank you. Both positions are at the same level. And one is a librarian, one is a supervisor. The community resource supervisor would likely be a social worker background with a, until that's finalized, but that is the thought. With full benefits and, yeah. full-time.
That
Did you
help
have further, does that answer your question, or?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Do you mind if I have a follow-up
Sure.
question? If only one of the positions were to be funded, which would you feel is most critical?
Well.
Councilmember Graggart, if I could, that may be asking a policy question that might be better suited for the movers of this specifically, but Ms. Westby, if you want to answer that too, I suppose you could.
That's a very difficult question because I feel like one is short-term and the other is long-term. But I would say that the most immediate needs we have are the safety and security issues that we face every day. So given a choice, I would probably look at the safety and security issues.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Acting President Worthman. I have additional information in doing my research. The full-time salary for both positions, are you interested in a price breakdown? Okay. So full-time salary for two positions at the same amount is $101,216. The benefits are at $14,314. Health insurance combined is $60,270. Funds for continuing education units is $2,000. Funds for travel and mileage is $2,000. So for one position, it would be $1,000. For one salary, it would be $50,608. So that's a total of $179,800.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification to Councilmember Emanuel. Seeing no further desire to speak on this amendment, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Graegert,
No.
Strobel, Weld,
No.
Worthman,
Aye.
Zhang,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
No.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
And that motion passes on a 6-4 vote. Move then back to our budget. I would like to make an amendment following up, and it is in your packet on page, the one right before this. My apologies. Amendment number 2. This is a budget motion to amend the 2019 budget for Community Development Department by $35,000 to provide additional funding for Smart Housing Program. To offset this increased funding to the extended defibrillator warranty in the fire department budget is reduced by $27,700, and funding to the ice edger at Hobbs Ice Center and the non-departmental budget is reduced by $8,000. I'm moving this budget amendment and would seek a seconder for it. Councilmember Beaton, thank you. I'll speak to this briefly. This is an amendment that is coming from one-time funds, and it's the idea here is the fact that barriers exist for folks who are trying to get affordable housing. And oftentimes, if there are any blemishes whatsoever on someone's application for housing, or if they're coming off the street, or if they have low credit, because of the low amount of affordable housing that we have and the number of applicants that are often trying to compete, people are often sent to the bottom of the stack, so to speak, in terms of being able to get affordable housing. This program looks at how do we reduce barriers to try to increase homes for those who may struggle otherwise to do so. In further talks with Mr. Scott Allen, my apologies, Ms. Giese, the Health Department Director, and others, there's still some pieces that are being ironed out around this issue, but the basic principle is that this funding is going to be used to help reduce barriers for people who are trying to put a roof over their heads. You heard a few comments last night from members of the public about what this could look like, and so I hope with your consideration you would support it. Councilmember Beaton, do you want to speak to it as you're the seconder? Okay. Do council members have any comments? Councilmember Christopherson?
I am of two minds on this particular amendment. First of all, I see that affordable housing is a very important issue. The clientele that would be benefiting from this is probably the most urgent. However, on the other hand, funding for that population is probably the most available via grants. And the service is already available in the community. This would be an expansion of who might receive it. So I'm very much in support of the effort, of the need, of the education. But I at this point in time, I would be more supportive of the funding coming from other sources.
Thank you. Councilmember Christopherson. Further comments on this amendment? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel,
No.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Berge,
Aye.
Christopherson,
No.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
That motion passes. Let me just see if we have other.
I have a motion.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. I believe this is the last one that's been published. I'd like to, I have a motion to amend the budget by increasing the line supplies and materials in the City Council budget by $4,999, and this would be offset through council wages and phone allowance and travel and training. And if I had a seconder, I'll speak a little bit more about this.
Councilmember Beaton is seconding.
Thank you, Acting President Orthman. This is really an internal change to designate as close to $5,000 as we could get without going over that $5,000 amount to really take this special time that we have, that we're remodeling City Hall, to spend a little bit more time and attention on the city council chambers, to really increase the hospitality. As I see signs around our communities, we see things like, "You are welcome here," in English and often in different languages. And I think about, what's the hospitality when people walk into the chambers? It's often intimidating, and we want to make that a welcoming space. So I actually have a lot of ideas swirling in my head of how this could happen, and yet those chambers belong to the body. And so what I would propose is that if we move this money, that we would create a small subcommittee in the early 2019 of the council to then, and work with the city manager and/or his designee to help reimagine a few changes. And they could be places for youth in our community to hang up artwork. That's maybe a call and response to a civic engagement question. It could be a small station for beverages of very simple, of maybe coffee and water, or maybe just water. Could be a small place to at least host the toys that we have at every council meeting that are in the back all by themselves in some bags, to just create a little bit of hospitality for our young people that come into council chambers. So while I would love to be able to design it myself, I think it's better that that comes from the group, that the group really has that buy-in to help share that hospitality and that welcome banner. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Emanuel. Councilmember Beaton?
Just want to clarify from Councilmember Emmanuel that the council payroll and phone allowance that would be saved is from the one less member we have. Is that right? So it's money that's kind of already on the table.
Certainly.
Thank you. So that is true. I worked with the finance director on identifying salary savings, essentially, because we have only 10 members of the body. So to take that salary savings that is already budgeted, but it wouldn't be utilized between basically now and the spring election, when we may have 11 members of the council again. And then the rest of it was from travel and meeting, or training and meeting supplies. And if you can see on page 211 in the budget, I did put, I worked with a finance director to create kind of a 5-year look back on the average of what was allocated and what was actually spent. And council traditionally underspends about $30,000. But again, we know the extra amount that we underspend goes to our fund balance, then goes to fund our CIP and also help pay off our debt. This would be taking a one-time allocation out that we likely wouldn't use anyway. And I also did talk with the city engineer, who also had some suggestions and ideas, and we talked about perhaps even taking like a menu approach of kind of doing some price breakdowns. There would be no construction, nothing structural would be changing. It's really strictly the hospitality side of things.
Thank you. Councilmember Emanuel. Further comments on this amendment? Councilmember Weld?
Yeah. Thank you, Acting President. Just a question. If maybe the city manager would have a guess of expected completion for council chambers? I mean, are we looking at October, or are we looking at?
City manager?
Thank you. We hope to be moving in before Labor Day.
Thank you. Further comments, questions on this amendment? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld,
No.
Worthman,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christopherson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Raegert,
Aye.
Strobel.
And that amendment passes. We're back to the budget. There further comments, general comments on the budget? I don't believe we have any further. Does anyone else have a budget amendment they would like to make at this time? I don't believe there are further amendments to this document. Do others wish to speak before we take a vote on the amended budget? Our finance director, I'm going to try and turn on your mic from back there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if we could, I'm going to ask for 10-minute resets then to have the budget revised. I'm going to bring our meeting back to order. You'll see on your desks that we have, and thank you, Mr. Winsens, for the calculations. We've got a substitute resolution that's going to be in place of a general fund and a substitute resolution that's in place of the L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library. I think I already moved the budget, item number 27, but each of those funds are going to have to be done in separate resolutions. And so to do that, sorry, my mic wasn't on. In order to do that, we're going to start with council member, first I guess I'll just ask one last time if there's council members that wish to speak generally on these three funds. I didn't think there was any further interest at the time, but I'll just ask again. Seeing no interest. Then on a motion by council member Emmanuel, seconded by council member Weld, the general fund, and you'll see the resolution on your desks, has been moved. Is there discussion on the amended resolution that we have on our desks? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. This is just the general fund, correct.
Councilmember Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton. Aye. Berge. Aye. Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raygert.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
Weld.
Aye.
And that, the general fund passes on a vote of 9-1. We move then to the L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library. Again, you will see substitute that is on your desk, the changed budget on your desks. On a motion then by council member Beaton, seconded by council member Zhang. Are you okay with that? The library fund, L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library Fund, has been moved. Do council members wish to discuss this specifically? Seeing no such desire at this time, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raygert.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
That passes. We move then to City County Health Department. This is another resolution specifically for this fund. On a motion by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Berge. The City County Health Department fund has been moved. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Seeing no desire for discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Raygert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
We move then to item number 28, which is a resolution adopting the following proposed budgets for various agencies and utilities of the City of Eau Claire for fiscal year 2019. I will read the list of all of the different funds that this includes. It's the Economic Development, Community Enhancement, Downtown Fund, Cemetery Maintenance, Hazardous Material Response, Landfill Remediation, K-9 Fund, Debt Service, General Fund, TID number 5, that's Gateway Northwest Business Park, TID number 7, Sioux Line Development Area, TID number 8, Downtown Development Area, TID number 9, Gateway Northwest Business Park Overlay, TID number 10, Confluence Project, TID 11, Downtown, and TID number 12, which is Water Street. Also includes Water Utility, the Sewer Utility, Stormwater Utility, Parking Fund, Public Transit, Hobbs Municipal Ice Center, Fairfax Pool, Risk Management, Central Equipment, and the Redevelopment Authority. Are there any questions from council of either Mr. Winsens or city staff regarding this resolution? Seeing no questions on resolution number 28, it will then be moved by Councilmember Graggart, seconded by Councilmember Berge. Is there discussion on this item? Seeing no desire for discussion, Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item number 29 is a resolution levying special assessment charges and extending annual installments of the 2018 special assessments. Council members have questions of Mr. Winzenz or anyone else on this item? Clarification, I don't see any desire for questions. Then on a motion by Councilmember Christopherson, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, item number 29, levying special assessments, has been moved. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And that passes. We move then to item number 30, which is capital improvement plan. This is a resolution appropriating the 2019 capital projects which have been identified in the years of 2019 to 2023. Adopted capital improvement plan of the city of Eau Claire. Do council members have questions on this item? See no questions. Then on a motion by council members Anderson and Emmanuel, capital improvement plan item number 30 has been moved. Discussion? See no discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
And that passes. We move to item number 31. This is the issuance of bonds and official intent. This resolution authorizes the issuance of bonds and authorizing an officer to declare official intent for federal income tax purposes. Council members have any questions on this item? No questions. Then on a motion by Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, issuance of bonds and official intent, resolution has been moved. Any discussion? See no discussion. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
And that passes. We move to item 32. This is a business improvement district budget. This resolution would approve 2019 budgets for the business improvement districts within the city of Eau Claire and authorize and levy special assessments to the South Barstow Business Improvement District, the West Grand Business Improvement District, Water Street Business Improvement District, and the North Barstow Medical Business Improvement District. Any questions from council, Mr. Winzenz, on this specific item? See no desire for questions at this time. Then on a motion by council members Zhang, seconded by council member Greigert, this item has been moved. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Greigert.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
That item passes. We move to item 33 on our agenda. This is a resolution amending the City of Eau Claire's schedule of fees and licenses effective January 1st, 2019. As you will see, staff is recommending postponement to December 11th council meeting on this item. Can we, a motion to postpone, can it happen without moving? No.
I move we postpone.
Second.
All in favor of postponing this item, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. And that item has been postponed. We move to our water utility rates. Item number 34 is a resolution authorizing an application to the Wisconsin Public Service Commission for a water utility rate increase. Do council members have questions of Mr. Winzenz regarding this specific increase of water utility rates? See no desire for questions at this time. Then on a motion by council members, I believe it's Anderson, seconded by council member Emmanuel, water utility rates have been moved. Is there discussion on this particular item? See no desire. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Manuel,
Aye.
Gregert.
Aye.
And that passes. We move to items 35 and 36. You will see on your desks that these are substitute amendments as well. First is item number 35. This is a resolution establishing 2018 tax levy of taxes collectible in 2019 and setting the tax roll for with governmental units within the city of Eau Claire. Council members have questions on this item. Have you identified on your desk the substitute here? Seems like everyone has. On a motion then by Councilmember Weld, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, item number 35 has been moved and is open for discussion. Seeing no desire for discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregert,
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
And that passes. Item 36 is a resolution levying tax rates for all taxable real and personal property, 2018 tax roll of the city of Eau Claire located in Eau Claire and Chippewa counties. You'll see on your desks as well, the resolution that was handed out just minutes ago, recalculated. Are there any questions on this specific item, number 36? Seeing no questions, we will then, on a motion by Councilmembers Zhang and Gregert, move resolution 36. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman,
Aye.
Jean,
Aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Gregert,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
And that passes. We then move to announcements by the city manager and city council. City manager?
Thank you, Acting President Berthman. No announcements other than to just remind you that we had a work session scheduled for following this meeting on affordable housing. If due to the lateness of the hour and the two late evenings you wish to postpone that, we can certainly do that. There's nothing really pressing, and in fact, as we were talking about it, we might have more information from the task force to be able to include in the work session. But totally your choice. We are certainly prepared to have that work session if you'd like. But if you'd like to postpone that, we can certainly work with you on that as well.
Thank you. Do any council members have announcements at this time? See none. I would just like to just say a brief word of thanks. I know that a lot of work has gone into this entire process, the budget process, and I want to make sure to call out our city staff, finance director, Mr. Winzen, city manager, city attorney, and all the staff that helped bring this budget together. While obviously a lot of difficult decisions are made, I think we can all agree that we come to this table with intentions to strengthen our community and to figure out a way forward and to work together. And so I just want to say thank you again for all of the work that's gone into this and to my fellow council members as well. On that note, we are adjourned.
This program was brought to you by a cooperation between Newsworks and the City of Eau Claire. A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. It will be available within 7 days of this telecast. Call 715-839-4912 or TDD 715-839-1689. Or write Eau Claire City Clerk, P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin 54702-5148. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org.